Wild AF by Tyler Walker.
I'm not ashamed to admit that I like my men a little on the wild side.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's one of my favorite things about Miss Tyler's stories. She's not afraid to give me just what I'm looking for with her male leads.
Yeah, but nothing's better than the real deal.
And you think that's you? The real deal is the one you get when you drop code SAVE40 at checkout to save 40% on any digital product from tylerwalker.com.
How about I give you that 100% discount you've been craving?
Dream on, white boy.
This is Tyler Walker's Wild AF.
Chapter 1. Kayla. I thought that coming here today would bring me closure. It turns out that it's more of a challenge to show my face at Joseph Manning's wedding than I had anticipated. I've spent years upon years in an unrequited love with him. Still, I figured that the very least I could do today is keep things professional. It's his birthday today, in addition to his wedding, and I bought him a one-of-a-kind plane model that I knew he would love. It's a shame that I'll never make it inside the venue to give it to him. I'm genuinely happy for him that his life couldn't be any more perfect. Diana is an amazing woman who compliments him in ways that I'm incapable of. They both invited me wholeheartedly, but my heart is still too shattered to force smiles in front of them and their guests. It's so hard for me to move on from the only man that I've ever loved, but it's necessary. His life is progressing while I'm still miserably obsessing over him. It's time for me to forget him once and for all. I cowardly wait inside my car, hearing the excited cheers and pleasant outbursts from the parking lot. The back of my head knocks against the driver's seat's headrest as I attempt to pep talk myself into making a quick appearance. I drove all the way here. I might as well just drop off their presents. My head lowers to view the wrapped birthday present in my left hand and the wedding gift bag in my right. Yes, I should at least pay my respects. It would be rude not to. My heels clank against the pavement as I exit my gold Range Rover with the gifts in my arms. I take a brief walk in the opposite direction to clear my mind, knowing that fear is the only thing getting in my way of completing this task. The sound of a revving motorbike gets closer, even though it's still out of my vision. I already know who the driver is. His presence inspires some confidence, because we are in the same boat with our romantic misfortunes. He may pretend that Diana getting married here today doesn't faze him, but we all know it couldn't be further from the truth. Jayden Slade turns off the engine to his motorcycle, removes his helmet, then dismounts the bike in his signature military boots. He stands there frozen, looking at the door of the building as if he is giving himself a similar pep talk. I start to walk in his direction, sensing that we could empower each other during this trying time. That's when he abruptly places his helmet back on his head, gets on the bike, and makes a drastic U-turn with the back tire creating a spiral of dark smoke. I pause where I'm standing, realizing that he hasn't had enough time to notice me during that dangerous stunt that he's pulled. He ends up having to swerve to avoid me, cursing loudly as he falls to the ground, rolling a few times past his dropped bike. Crap. Do you have a death wish or something? The presents have dropped to the ground. My hands tremble as I watch Jayden push himself off the pavement and then raise his red and black motorcycle back up onto its wheels. I continue to stare at him in shock, unable to comprehend how my life just flashed before my eyes. When he removes his helmet to glare at me, his eyes share a similar emotion to mine. It's evident that he is suffering too, but he is choosing to mask it with his anger. "Kayla," he exclaims as he takes a step closer to me. "Are you flipping crazy?" Yes. I was crazy for falling in love with a man who didn't give me any indication that he felt the same. Maybe Jayden should have just put me out of my misery with his motorcycle. Then I wouldn't have to experience these feelings of regret and abandonment. Is it possible that Jayden is feeling just as crappy as I am? Does he love Diana as deeply as I love Joseph? Jayden picks up the presents that I dropped and presses them against my chest. You better start waking up before you get yourself killed. He walks back to his bike, checking it thoroughly for dents from the fall. You're not going inside either, are you? I observe him as he walks around his bike several times with his tough guy demeanor. What's it to you? He avoids my gaze, aggressively dusting off his black leather jacket and black jeans with his hands. You thought about going inside but changed your mind. I did the same thing. I shrug my shoulders as my left arm holds the presence against my chest. Jayden chuckles ironically, the large scar that covers his upper lip widening as he reveals a smirk. We're nothing alike. You've been nursing your feelings for Joseph for a long, long time. You wear your heart on your sleeve. It's pathetic, actually. He takes a step closer to me, sizing me up before he asks, "What exactly are you trying to accomplish here today?" I contemplate his question seriously, feeling angered that he is able to read me so easily. He's right, though. My fantasies and sentiments about Joseph were foolish, and they end now. I lower my body to a squat, setting down the gifts in the middle of the parking lot. And you think of yourself as victorious, since you pretend not to be weak for Diana? Jayden towers over me once I rise back onto my feet. Even though I'm wearing 4-inch heels, he still manages to make me feel like I'm a foot shorter than him. While most people fear him based on his rough exterior, I know a bit more about him than most people, at least enough to draw a more informed conclusion, since we're in the same circles. He's not dangerous, just angry. Watch your mouth, he warns as his intense brown eyes glare down at me. I exhale sharply, looking away with disappointment. Insulting each other isn't helping either of us. My eyes shift behind him to his motorcycle, and a random idea comes into my mind. Do you want some company? He is taken aback by my request, then hands me his helmet from the seat of his motorcycle. You're not terrified of these things? Not one bit. I place the helmet over my head, grinning with anticipation as I close the transparent screen over my eyes.
Chapter 2. Jayden. It's not a surprise to me that I would run into Kayla Marchinson at the Manning wedding. The two of us have been tied up with Joseph and Diana for a while now. My purpose for being there is simply to give them my blessing and be on my way. I have a reputation around Las Vegas for being the biggest rebel in town, and I sure as hell don't show up anywhere against my will. This event is simply a task on a checklist that needs to be completed. Dropping my bike to avoid hitting Kayla was definitely not on the agenda. I can't tell if she really was that absent-minded standing in the middle of traffic, or if her one-sided love with Joseph has driven her that mad. Either way, her actions now involve me. As we go back and forth about who is the bigger idiot, I admit to myself that we do have some common ground. I'm just not the type of guy to own up to such a weakness. Kayla curiously eyes the Kawasaki Ninja behind me, suddenly changing the subject. Do you want some company? I glance at my motorcycle, stunned that she would even make such a suggestion. You're not terrified of these things? My hands grab the helmet off the seat, pass it to her, then open the seat compartment to retrieve my second helmet. Not one bit. She smiles widely as she places the helmet over her small head like a pro. The rumors about this woman must be true. Even though she looks like an innocent girl at first glance, she's tough enough to hang with the guys. I lower my tall body onto my sports bike, starting the engine before gesturing for her to get onto the back. This day seems to be full of surprises. I expected to just drown my sorrows in liquor at the casino later, but this impromptu adventure has presented itself. Hold on tight. I glance at her over my shoulder before shutting the visor on my helmet and speeding us out of the venue parking lot. Her arms wrap around my torso in a surprisingly loose manner. Every other woman I've taken for a ride on my bike has held on to me for dear life. There's something about Kayla that just strikes me as different. It makes me wonder what story she has to tell. I drive more cautiously since she is on the back, merging lanes as someone who is abiding by the traffic laws for a change. My heart beats out of my chest when I feel her arms release from my torso, and she screams out like a wild woman having the greatest thrill of her life. She exclaims over the sound of the humming wind, "Go faster!" It's surprising that someone can be this much of a daredevil while sober. I pull into a gas station, bring the motorcycle to a halt, then slightly turn towards her. "What you just did was very dangerous. You could have gone flying off the back. Is that why you wouldn't go faster?" Her playful smile that is hidden by the helmet is still revealed through her big, walnut eyes. "Yes, we can go on the highway next, but you can't let go like that again." I feel strange giving someone a lecture about safety since I'm seldom accompanied by anyone. Plus, I'm rarely the safety police. Kayla places her left hand at the brim of her helmet to give a salute. "Aye, aye, Captain. No more wild shenanigans." I turn back forward on the bike, waiting for her arms to wrap around me before we head back onto the road. I find myself noticing how I enjoy the feel of her embrace and her company in general. Have I been so preoccupied with the business that I've neglected simple pleasures such as this? Has all my work really made me this dull? The speedometer increases to 160, and I start to feel the butterflies in my stomach that I hadn't felt in ages. The motorcycle pulls up to a biker bar that I frequent, and Kayla hops off first. When I turn off the engine and dismount the bike, I observe her pacing back and forth with enthusiasm. She removes her helmet, revealing her unruly raven hair that stands up on end. That was the best ride ever. I can't remember the last time I felt so alive. I place my helmet on one side of the bike, then take the helmet from her hands, placing it onto the other side. "I didn't expect you to be so comfortable on the motorcycle. You actually gave me a bit of a scare." She smooths her hair down with the palms of her hands. "Sorry, I can get carried away at times. It won't happen again. Would you like to get some drinks?" I make a gesture towards the place, an admitted hole in the wall that holds many memories for me. "The first round is on me, Captain." Kayla winks as she passes by me confidently. I start to wonder why our paths never crossed like this before. We all know the same people, and yet we remain a mystery to each other. She's always been a vague acquaintance, a familiar face, but nothing more. From what I've seen from her so far, she's actually not bad. We've managed to turn a day of dread into a day of spontaneity. Kayla and I sit at the bar, knocking back our first round of beers. Then the bartender places 2 shots of whiskey in front of us. I watch him walk away silently, then look to her for an explanation. She lifts her shot glass towards me with a charming smile. "I told you the first round was on me." She knocks it back effortlessly, then I follow suit. Damn. Not only is she a daredevil, but she can also hold her liquor. What other tricks does she have up her sleeve? Suddenly, a husky guy stands next to Kayla, hitting on her despite her disinterest. When she doesn't leave him alone, she stands to her feet, making an announcement for everyone to hear. "Excuse me, everyone. This asshole won't leave me alone, expecting to impress me with his small baby dick." I laugh at her bold commentary, then watch as the man forcefully grabs her hand. She reacts quickly by smashing a beer bottle over his head, taunting his buddies as they approach us. I join her side without hesitation, fighting off every thug that comes our way.
Chapter 3. Kayla. I am enjoying this bar brawl that I've started entirely too much. I'm usually the one to keep the peace, but I'm always in the mood to teach some arrogant prick that I'm not the woman to be messed with. It is a pleasant surprise that Jayden has casually jumped in like it's second nature to him. The rumors centered around him must be true. I've been warned about getting mixed up with him by several people, stating that he has strong mafia ties. Whether that's true or not, I've spent my whole life around dangerous people, so I'm not the type to be easily deterred. As bodies of grown men go flying across the wooden tables and bar stools, a country-styled montage plays in my mind. Jayden has such effortless moves, making it appear as if he's fighting in slow motion. Damn. I know he's an attractive, tough guy, but something about him fighting just makes him hotter. He grits his teeth as one of the men lands a punch in the center of his chest, remaining firm, like his body is made of steel. Then he reveals an angered expression like I've never seen before. He grabs the assailant by the fabric of his shirt, lifts him into the air as if he's weightless, then crashes his body down into a round wooden table. It's at that exact moment that I'm glad Jayden is on my side. "Is that all you've got?" I taunt the group of men with my solid fighting stance, effectively evading all of their punches like I'm a skilled MMA fighter. I'll admit that my experience with similar situations to this makes me a bit arrogant, but I have every right to be. I've had to defend myself ever since I was in foster care at the age of 7. My past plays a huge role in how I've grown a tough skin. I feel like men are intimidated by me because of it, but I'm unfazed by it. I wear the pain that I've endured proudly as a badge of honor. "Kayla!" Jayden shoves one of the thugs in my direction, and I punch him square in the face, shaking the tension out of my wrist afterwards. I observe him knock down the last guy, who is standing with a powerful kick to the gut. We both are good fighters and have been holding our own for over 5 minutes. I breathe heavily with my hands pressed against my thighs, blowing a thick strand of my hair out of my face while giving him a satisfactory smirk. It turns out that we don't even have time to celebrate our victory. A group of 5 large men enter the room through a back door, cracking their knuckles. They are glaring at us intensely, like we've wreaked havoc on their territory. The main guy in the center wears sunglasses and looks exactly like the main boss you'd fight in a video game. "Damn it!" I look at Jayden, who stands confidently to my left, eyes the men. There's no way in hell. He can't be thinking that we'll actually win against these guys, can he? They look like the entire bar of losers on steroids. He glances at me, back at them, and then makes a split decision to grab my hand. Guiding me out the front door, he tugs me through the piles of disarmed men on the ground. I smile widely as we exit through the swinging saloon doors together. It feels like we just accomplished a major feat, something wild like robbing a bank. My adrenaline is through the roof as I race behind him to his motorcycle, taking a quick moment to catch my breath as I put my helmet over my head. Jayden revs up the engine as the beefy guys make their way over to us with loud grunts. As soon as I hop on the back of the bike, we make a mad dash, leaving a thick cloud of smoke in our wake. I pump my right hand into the air with a heroic cheer. "Hell yes!" The deep chuckle of Jayden's masculine voice vibrates through my left arm, wrapped around his torso. Did he enjoy these shenanigans as much as I did? I know he comes off as such a serious guy, but maybe he is capable of cutting loose from time to time. The randomness of this night has definitely shown me a new side to him. We acted just like a couple of kids who lived their night to the fullest, breaking all the rules like some true rebels. Jayden pulls the motorcycle onto a bridge, parking it next to the tall metal railing. I'm still feeling empowered as I hop off the bike, taking off my helmet to feel the cool night air on my face. "That was quite a showdown, huh?" He places his helmet onto the seat, avoiding my gaze as he responds. That fight definitely sobered us up quickly. I lean against the railing, looking down at the water below us that sparkles as the moonlight hits it. Those guys didn't know what hit them. It's unfortunate for them that we just so happen to need to blow off some steam. My lips form a wide grin, and the realization that I'm happy hits me out of nowhere. I thought I was going to wallow in my grief tonight, but the night ended up being more exciting than I ever bargained for. "Where'd you learn how to fight like that?" He watches me curiously, his muscular left arm propped up over the silver bar. I turn my back to the railing, leaning against it as my long dark hair rhythmically blows with the gusts of wind. "Oh, you didn't know? I taught Rocky how to fight." My movements imitate a boxer in the ring, making fighting sounds as I attempt to break his serious demeanor. Jayden cracks a half smile, grabbing both of my wrists in his strong hands as he gazes at me seductively. "Your place or my place?"
Chapter 4. Jayden. I can feel Kayla's arms wrapped snugly around my waist. It's hard to believe this woman is the same one who kicked all that ass just a few minutes ago. What a smoke show. Under the neon lights of that dive bar, she definitely looked a lot sexier all roughed up. I wasn't ecstatic to bring a girl to my house. I prefer to keep that place to myself. In my line of work, it is a safety risk. But that's where she wants to go. And attractive as she is, it is a risk I am willing to take. As we turn into my apartment's garage, I clench the throttle to slow the bike. The garage is empty, and the sound of the bike ricochets off the walls in an overly familiar way. Kayla lets go of my waist again. As I pull into my spot and cut the engine, she hops off before I push the kickstand out. I lead the way to the elevator and pull out my key fob to send the elevator up to my place. The doors slowly close behind us, and I feel it lurch into motion. When I turn to the little daredevil, she is leaning against the bar looking up at me through her lashes. It's Kayla who makes the first move, which isn't common for the women I screw. She toys with her lip between her teeth. While I'm paying attention to her unrelenting eye contact, she brings her hand to grip the lower part of my shirt. I can barely part my lips before she's pulling me into her. We're chest to chest. The only sound is the ding of the elevator going up the floors incredibly slowly. This elevator is garbage. She snakes that same hand up my chest to plant it firmly on my shoulder. I put my hands on either side of her, gripping the bar and caging her in against the wall. She lets go of her lip to part them and takes a sweet breath in. I'm glad nothing scratched up her face in the fight because, damn, she's got the sexiest face. From this close, I can see small hairline scars from her past. My attention drags down her face to her lips, where I see her tongue poke out to wet her lower lip in the most delicious way. I decide to stop this seductress and take control back by closing the distance between our faces and kissing her heavily. She's quick to lift her other arm, wrapping them around my neck. I move a hand off her back to grip her ass. Ding! The elevator doors open. I groan in dismay into her mouth and sloppily break the kiss to look up. It's my floor. The doors lead into a familiar small hallway which leads to my front door. I look down to find that Kayla is peering curiously into the hallway, then up at me questioningly. I scoop her up in my arms and carry her out of the elevator. Her legs wrap around my waist, and her mouth goes to suck on my neck. I whip out my keys like I am an old pro at this, not far from the truth, and open the door lightning fast. Pushing the door open, I drop my keys in the bowl next to my door and don't even bother kicking off my shoes. Kayla kisses up my jaw, and I turn my focus back to her, looking down at her. The expression in her eyes is full of wanting, and I swat her ass with my one hand. Her eyes light up and she pulls my face in for another hot kiss. Stop right there, friends. You'll have to wait a bit longer for all the delightful details. This portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube to handle. Run over to TylerWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a great deal on some hot, sizzling content. Now back to our story.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 5. Kayla. What the hell is tickling my nose? I groan and try to roll over. I feel an arm holding me down, I feel a surge of agitation rush through me. What the hell? And that's when I open my eyes. I instantly recognize the tattooed arm that's holding me in place. It's Jayden. Through the fog of my sleep, I start to remember everything that happened yesterday. This is definitely not how I expected last night to go. I try to roll over again. Jayden's arm lifts slightly, and I take this as my opportunity to move. Looking at him closely, I can't deny how handsome he is. When he's asleep, his face isn't wrinkled or hardened from stress. Without thinking, I bring my hand up to gently touch his cheek. He doesn't even flinch. So I know he must be deep in sleep. I didn't notice this last night, but Jayden really has the softest skin. I trace my finger over his jaw and really take in the scar that runs down his lips. Of course, the one imperfection on his face makes him look hotter. I take my hand off him. The last thing I want is for him to wake up and think I'm some creep fawning over him. This time, I lift the weight of his arm up. He starts to roll over until he's pulled all the blankets off me. Guess that's my cue to leave. I take my time slipping out of bed, as quietly as possible. As much as I would love to stay, this was just a one-night stand. And it has to stay that way. If not for my sanity, then for our relationship with our friends. I glance out the window, noticing that it's still pretty dark. Hell, I groan softly as I roll over. Checking my phone to orient myself, I see that it's only 5:30 in the morning. I start to look around the room. I know my skirt is here somewhere. Jayden's apartment is massive, and we ended up in almost every room last night. Fetching each piece of my discarded outfit turns out to be something of a scavenger hunt. Eventually, I collect all my garments. Fixing myself up in his bathroom, I take note of all the different little cologne bottles that span an entire shelf. No wonder he smells so good, I murmur. I don't bother leaving him a note. I don't really want anything to come from this. I order a taxi as soon as I'm out the door, just wanting to retreat as soon as possible to my own home. I'm honestly kind of surprised to realize that I don't feel the mandatory walk of shame that comes after a hookup. Not even when the taxi driver lifts his head to give me a once-over in his rearview mirror. It's kinda nice. Getting into my apartment, I kick off my heels and walk into the bedroom. If I shower fast, I can still get a few hours in my own bed and make it to work on time. Luckily, I don't have my first meeting with a client until later today. Luckily. I grab my comfiest sweats and clean myself up after a long day. Crawling into my bed, I roll over onto my side and grab my favorite pillow. Oh, I missed you. Out of the corner of my eye, I do a double take at the corner of my dining room. I can see the edge of the room through my open doorway, but something seems off. Was my chair always there? I sit up and stare at it for a moment, trying to decide if I am overreacting. Maybe my door is just usually closed. Maybe I never noticed it before. No, I realize conclusively. It was definitely moved. The thought sends a chill right up my spine. Did I just forget to push it back in? I climb out of bed and cross the apartment, walking over to it slowly. Nothing else has been moved, and there's nothing on the table. I can't even remember the last time I sat in that chair. Are there other things amiss? I decide to take a walk around my house, checking every closet and pillow. My fight or flight instincts are in top gear. I'm usually so observant. I hate clutter. I keep thinking about all the different things that could have moved that chair. Nothing else in the house is moved. At all. It's just the chair. The thought still freaks me out. I head into the bedroom, chalking it up to stress. It can't be anything serious. Who would break in just to sit in a chair? It wouldn't surprise me if the reason I'm delusional is because of Joseph's stupid wedding. As I walk into my bedroom, I try to massage my neck and calm down from the anxiety. It doesn't stop the flips in my stomach. I lay back down and roll over to grab my favorite pillow. With a few deep breaths, I banish the chair and the anxiety it brings me from my mind. Before long, my eyes grow heavy as I can feel the fog of sleep take over my brain. There's a man, and he's carrying me over to a pool. I can't see his face because I'm on his back. His body is strong, and the feeling of him in between my legs is familiar in the best way. I kiss his cheek, and he walks into the pool with me, still on his back. Eventually, when we're shoulder deep in the water, I detach from his muscular back and hold on to the side of the pool. He turns to me, and his face is still foggy, but I know instinctively that he's handsome under all that fog. Some part of me recognizes him, knows him, even if my brain can't quite process why. He pulls me by the waist against his bare chest, and his lips are all over me. "You smell incredible," he murmurs against my neck. I furrow my hands in his hair, enjoying how surprisingly soft it is. I scratch his back, and he grabs my ass. Just before he kisses me, his face unfogs. It's Jayden. As our lips touch, an overly familiar ding rings through the dark night at the pool. I wake with a start, my muscles clenched. I groan and rub my face before reaching for my phone to turn off my alarm. The room is incredibly bright, so much that I squint reflexively even with still closed eyes. What time is it? I reluctantly open my eyes and look at the time. 9:30. I'm late, incredibly late. I jump out of bed, dragging all my blankets to the floor in my hurry. I don't even have time to clean up. Thank God that I showered earlier, so I can get dressed and just put some extra deodorant on. That will have to be good enough, because I don't have time to waste. I start rushing around and change into a pair of black dress pants and a dark blue blouse. I don't have time to color coordinate anything else. I was supposed to meet my first client at 9:30. The time it is now. I get my heels and run out the door. In my dismay, I realize that I have to run back inside to grab my purse. I'm the sort of person who is never late, and as a result, I'm panicking. I leave my house and lock my door, cursing all the way down the path. My main car isn't even here because we left on Jayden's motorbike. It takes me a minute to recall that little fact, staring around in confusion. I throw my hands up in the air, realizing that clearly nothing is going to go my way today. Then I call a taxi on my almost dead phone because pre-nap Kayla forgot to plug her phone in. After that, I have just enough battery to send a quick message to my first appointment. While I wait for the taxi to arrive, I apologize to my client, letting them know that I'll be there as soon as I can. I can't help but wonder if Jayden is having the same kind of morning that I am. Next time, we're going to my place, and he can be the one dealing with all this hassle. Then I shake my head at the thought. Next time? There is no next time, Kayla. Get a grip.
Chapter 6. Jayden. It's been a while since I've had a woman in my bed like this. When I was in my 20s, I was more driven by sex. I still like sex, of course, but these days my focus has been running a reputable business. While sex lately isn't such a focus of my life anymore, there is an intimacy about it that I've definitely missed. The sex itself with Kayla was amazing, but I find myself looking forward to the morning pillow talk before we part ways. Of course, I'd never admit that to anyone. I'm not the sort of man who anyone expects pillow talk from. I stretch my arms over my head in my California king bed, turning my head to be welcomed pleasantly by Kayla. I'm eagerly expecting to find her beautiful face with its soft, feminine features. When I open my eyes, the disappointment instantly sets in. She's nowhere to be seen. I glance around the room, quickly discerning by all her missing items that she's gone. She's already left my penthouse, and there isn't even a trace of her for me to savor. This should have been my expectation after the roller coaster of a night that we had together. It was just two people hooking up to bury their feelings for someone else, to ease their broken hearts. Comfort sex, as it were. But there is still a lingering feeling of abandonment, regardless of what I try to make myself believe. I know I shouldn't have expected anything else. and I try to convince myself that I didn't. It isn't working. My arms push my body up into a seated position on the bed. I really can't believe that she just took off without saying a word. This is a first for me because women usually want to stick around so I can give them some sort of validation. They want to hear that our hookup wasn't just a meaningless thrill, that it meant something to me. Is that what she could be thinking? Did she have her fun with me and now I'm discarded like a used-up toy? I thought we had something good that could have turned into a consistent exchange. Then again, we just used each other to cope through our ongoing heartbreak. The sex served as some kind of therapy rather than just a random encounter. I reflect about the direction my life is taking while the heated water streams down my body in the shower. I've been trying to clean up my act, making more responsible decisions than I did in my younger days. That's why the thought of having a one-night stand doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't align with the man who I'm becoming. I have to keep a weathered eye on the dark side of Vegas since I still have many enemies. It's not something I involve myself with, though, unless absolutely necessary. My business is legitimate now, even if I'm constantly having to prove myself due to the sketchiness of my past. After getting dressed in my business attire, I head to the headquarters of my casino chain, Sky Group. My assistant, Roger Adkins, meets me at the entrance with a file in his hands. There have been some important developments, Mr. Slade. I accept the documents and walk to my office with him trailing close behind me. I get the feeling that it's something serious when he immediately closes the door behind him. What do you have, Roger? I just received word that Constantine died in prison a few hours ago. Natural causes. A frown forms onto my face as I remove my leather jacket and place it onto the coat rack behind my desk. Vic Constantine, I mumble under my breath as I unbutton my cufflinks, doing a single roll of each sleeve before sitting into my office chair. He can't be dead. He cheated death far too many times already. I've always expected the sworn enemy of my father to outlive all of us. He was a wicked man who took whatever measures necessary to protect his investments. That's what made him the most powerful drug lord of our time until he got locked up about a decade ago. I would never think of taking him out because his alliances would come after me in a heartbeat, no matter how much I would like to. After how nearly invincible he has always seemed, it just seems odd that he would wind up dead in his cell one random morning. I would have expected him to survive, maybe even lead a prison riot, not just croak in his sleep. It's been confirmed, sir. Roger stands at attention, awaiting my next set of instructions. He died of natural causes, you say? I place my arms onto my desk while I still assess the situation. Yes, sir. No. It seems too easy. I need to find out what really happened behind those cell walls. It's not that I doubt your information, I say hastily. The closest to an apology I am likely to ever get. My hands retrieve my phone from the pocket of my jacket. I just need further confirmation. I send a text to my most trusted subordinate, Luca, to check the authenticity of the report. This is too important for me to leave to hearsay. I need to know, without a doubt, that the bastard is dead and never coming back. No hard feelings, sir. You're just doing your due diligence, as I would expect you to. I also want to remind you about your big meeting this evening. He stands at his post with an eager expression. That's with the prince from Dubai, right? It's a historic day, Roger, in more ways than one, apparently. I glance up at him as he respectfully nods, leaves my office, and gently closes the door behind him. Luca texts me back immediately, stating that he has begun his task. An hour later, the report of Constantine's death comes back finalized. I feel a rush of relief that I have been holding back, worried that it is too good to be true. With Luca's reassurance, I finally feel myself relaxing. It's the best news I've had in a long time, and I've been waiting for it for years. As it sinks in, it leaves a gleeful sensation spreading through me. It's all over now, and that villainous man is never coming back. The rest of the day becomes a blur leading up to the next major event. When I exit my white Bugatti at my main casino, I exhale deeply, preparing myself. Dusting off the lint from my designer suit that was collecting dust in my closet, I check over my appearance. I seldom wear these things because I'm the CEO of my company, so I can wear whatever I want. But Prince Abdulaziz is the man that I desperately need to impress. He wants to go into business together, which will result in my first casino branch in the Middle East. Not only is he my largest investor to date, but he also has great influence in the international market in general. My security guards acknowledge me as I enter through the doors. My personal guard, Caesar, follows behind me as usual. The sounds of the slot machines welcome me back as if I've never left. As I walk my usual route on the firm burgundy carpet, the memories of when I first got into the business enter my mind. I was just a young boy then who hadn't even attended college yet. Now I proudly walk through this old building with an MBA in physics and business and 3 casinos under my belt, and I'm only starting my evolution.
Chapter 7. Kayla. I pride myself on acquiring VIP clients for my business consulting business purely through word of mouth and my professionalism. These types of people respect the utmost level of discretion, and that is a quality that I'm the master of. I've never once gotten starstruck, even when sitting across the table from the most popular celebrities and wealthiest tycoons. If I were in their positions, I would just want to be treated as a regular person for a change. When I'm doing business with them, they get a much-needed break from the relentless spotlight. This evening, I am meeting with a prince from Dubai. He contacted me saying that I came highly recommended from one of his business partners. At least this later meeting gave me a chance to compose myself after the rough start to my day. I managed to retrieve my car around lunchtime and am no longer persistently running late like I was for the first half of the day. I head to the casino, where we are set to meet, dressed in a sharp navy suit with flared pants that I have paired with a modest pair of nude heels. The flashiest thing about my outfit is my red lipstick, which I almost always wear to work. Although I am very much a woman, upon first glance I've been told that I grasp the attention of everyone in a room as effectively as a man would. I don't back down to my male counterparts either. The respect that I demand is non-negotiable. I arrived at the private lounge in the casino after being led there by a female employee. She informs me that I'm the first to arrive and that a cocktail waitress will stop by shortly. I look around the large room full of mirrors and neon lights. The couch that I'm sitting on is burgundy and long enough to seat 6 grown men comfortably. When the cocktail waitress approaches me, I politely decline any alcohol, requesting alkaline water instead. It's been a business practice of mine to only drink liquor if a client offers it to me directly. The music that plays in the lounge sounds like a strange mix of elevator music and some bizarre bubblegum pop. Whoever is in charge of the playlist has made a very strange decision. My only hope is that the prince isn't paying attention, because it makes me want to run straight out of the room. I rise to my feet when the doors swing open and he enters, wearing the cultural attire I expected as well as sunglasses. 2 large bodyguards follow closely to him as he approaches me with a charming smile. Miss Marchinson, the prince catches me off guard by pulling me into an embrace with his arms wrapped around my upper back. It's an honor to finally meet you. I release an awkward giggle, then gesture at the seat beside me after he takes a step backwards. The pleasure is all mine, Prince Abdulaziz. He adjusts his royal clothing before lowering himself onto the burgundy booth. My business partner Fahad speaks so highly of your work. He says he has never had such an informed consultant as yourself before. Oh, I grin slightly as I sit next to him, my body turned at a 45-degree angle to him. He is too kind. How's he doing? He's fantastic. His wife just birthed another healthy baby boy. That's wonderful, I exclaim. I am grateful for the rapport that we are already building, all thanks to Fahad. The door suddenly opens again. A buff man enters the room, confidently walking past the prince's 2 guards. I am stunned to see that it is Jayden, making his way over to us, wearing a classy ivory suit. He politely extends both of his hands outward. expecting to take the prince's hand into both of his. The friendly prince quickly stands instead, giving him a macho hug with a hearty chuckle. The casino giant himself. Jayden appears humbler than ever as he lowers his gaze to the prince. We are honored to have you in our establishment. If there is anything you require at all. Abdulaziz comfortably sits in his previous spot, reaching for an expensive bottle of Scotch whiskey that sits on the table in front of him. This is all I require. He shines his enchanting smile my way as he opens the bottle. This is a luxury that I can't enjoy in my country. Have you met my business partner, Jayden Slade? They're partners? My eyes meet with his, and he seems equally surprised to see me in this room. He takes a step closer to me, extending his arm outward respectfully. It's nice to see you again. I accept his hand and shake it firmly to assert my professionalism. We may have had a thrilling night together, but I never mix my business with my pleasure. Right now, he is just an attractive businessman whom I have to coordinate with. This may be an unexpected reunion, but I'm still focused on my ultimate goal. The prince pours 3 shots of liquor, then signals to him with his right hand. Come sit at my other side, Jayden. He then passes a full shot glass to each of us. To building the most successful casino together. Jayden and I hold each other's gazes as we clink our glasses with Abdulaziz. Then all 3 of us knock back the whiskey in unison. The prince finally removes his shades, placing them onto the table. He then leans back into the booth with his arms at the top of the seat. The vision we have is so strong. It will be more like a resort, an oasis in the desert. I feel confident about our partnership and Miss Marchinson's capabilities to bring it to life. We will make it happen. Jayden moves to the edge of the seat and starts speaking about the logistics. I find myself zoning in and out of his spiel. He is very commanding with his words and definitely knows what the hell he's talking about. My eyes inadvertently meet his several times while he speaks, and the sexual tension is still there. I snap myself out of my impure thoughts, but seeing him in action is such a turn-on. Our meeting concludes after several hours. The prince invites us to another location to celebrate our venture. I politely decline, using the excuse that I have an early meeting tomorrow. I don't, but I want a tactful way out of what sounds likely to be a boys' night. I can turn it on for work as I need to, but that doesn't mean I want to do it all the time. I bid the other 2 goodbye, preparing to go my separate way for the evening. Just as I am about to leave the casino, a familiar, strong voice can be heard not too far behind me. Kayla! Jayden's muscles look like they will rip through his suit as he sprints towards me with a serious expression on his chiseled face. Wait up.
Chapter 8. Jayden. Kayla gives me a curious expression as I quickly cover the distance in between us. Aren't you going to celebrate some more with the prince? I stand in front of her comfortably, placing my hands into my pockets as I admire how flattering that navy suit looks on her toned body. It didn't seem possible for her to become more beautiful, but there's no doubt that it has happened. She's a strong woman with both looks and brains who would make any man drool. Seeing her in her business element just makes me desire her even more. I'm more interested in celebrating with you. I speak with a flirtatious undertone, hoping that she catches wind of it. Her melodic voice chuckles as she starts to walk away from me. Don't say that too loudly. He might start having second thoughts. Is she playing hard to get right now? Whether it's her intention or not, chasing her like this is arousing me even further. I sprint forward to catch up with her, matching her pace as we exit the casino together. Was this your first time in my casino? She stops walking, gives her ticket to the valet attendant, then turns to look at the impressive exterior of the building. I've actually been here before. Your lounge is a popular choice for businessmen. They particularly enjoy your go-go dancers. My hand grazes the 5 o'clock shadow of my beard, instantly reminding me that I'm overdue for a shave. You really do cater to your clients. Kayla shrugs her shoulders, imitating my usual stance with her hands in her pockets. It comes with the territory. Well, congratulations are in order, and I appreciate you for praising Sky Group in front of the prince. I hold her gaze intensely, breaking my serious demeanor with a warm smile. I only stated facts and nothing more. If your company was crap, I would have said that too. She returns my prior advance with a flirty wink. The red lipstick on her bow lips makes them more enticing as she smiles widely. I may not fully be over Diana, but this woman certainly keeps my mind occupied. Is it inappropriate for me to admire her like this now that we're in business together? The last thing I would want is to lose her respect. The valet guy brings around her gold Range Rover, leaving the driver's side door open for her. As she walks around the front of her car, I think about how much I want to spend more time with her. I'm so out of practice with dating, but I genuinely feel happier when I'm around her. I clear my throat, following her trail casually as I make my way to the other side of her door. Can I take you to a late dinner? Kayla gives the guy a cash tip, thanking him for his service. She looks at me with a raised brow. Why? Suddenly she has become harder to read. I can't tell if she is asking a legitimate question or if she's just making me sweat. Damn. Since when did I become nervous around a woman like this? Does she really have that strong of a pull on me? I feel slightly embarrassed as I attempt to retract my offer of a date. Or we can just grab a drink as colleagues. She finally shifts from her poker face to her irresistible, seductive smile. Sex? I'm taken aback by how straightforward she is. My first reaction is to burst out into laughter. I've never experienced such a brazen woman, and it makes me all the more intrigued by her. You never cease to throw me off my game. She rests her arms through the opened window of the open door, leaning into an effortlessly sexy pose. If you put it on the table, I might consider it. I take a step forward, leaving only the car door between us. You drive me crazy when you talk like this. Her expression becomes more devilish as she holds my gaze. I think I want to have drunk sex tonight. I harden in my pants as I replay our last sexual encounter in my mind. It's a good thing that this door is separating us right now. I use my right hand to assertively lift her chin closer to my face. Is that right? I intensely read her eyes, observing how she becomes submissive in my grasp. It's our constant power struggle that really gets my blood pumping. I love a woman who takes charge, but I also love exerting my dominance. The energy that we have spices up the bedroom to a whole new level. She bites her bottom lip as her eyes lower to my mouth. Should we ride together? I slowly release her small face, taking a step backwards in order to control myself. I have a final task to complete inside. You can head to the restaurant and I'll meet you there. It's in that moment that I realize how much I care about her well-being. Before I'm able to stop the words from forming, they come together on their own. I'd feel better if you take an Uber since you'll be drinking. Aye, aye, Captain. Kayla performs her signature salute, then smirks at me playfully. Meet me at Antioquia. I'm driving my car home before I get stuck without it again. I'll take an Uber to meet you there. Perfect. I'll get us a last-minute reservation. I turn around just in time to conceal my grin as I head back into the casino. It seems like we want the same thing, and that's a major reason why we get along so well. What are the odds that we both want to have fun with each other with no strings attached? I'm not a man who believes in fate, but it somehow feels as if the stars have been aligned for us. Roger rises from his seat in the lobby, joining my side as I walk to the offices located underground. I've never seen you this happy, sir. Could it be something in addition to the new casino account?
Chapter 9. Kayla. I've always been told I look good in red. I'm not sure if it's my dark hair or something to do with my skin tone, but red is my color. I feel good in it. I feel powerful. Obviously, that's what I wear to meet Jayden. I step into an Uber, wearing a red dress and lipstick to match, ready to take on the night. "You look nice," I hear from the front seat. I'm surprised. It's a woman? Not to be like that, but it seems like for every 100 male Uber drivers, there's one woman badass enough to let strangers in her car. This one just happens to have a kind smile. "Thanks," I tell her, smiling. She glances at the address. "This is a nice place. Are you going on a date?" I almost laugh. "Something like that." When we pull up, I thank her as I step out of the car. I take my phone out of my purse and adjust her tip. It's important to support women doing Uber. It's nice to get in a car and know your chances of being murdered are significantly lessened. Wow! I hit send and look up from my phone. Jayden's standing there, all 6 feet and 5 inches of him. I swear I'll never get over how tall he is. His dark hair is tousled in a way he definitely didn't mean to do, but it looks amazing. He's wearing a leather jacket over a black button-down and dark pants. He looks rugged but professional. I kind of want to strangle him for how perfect-looking he is. It's unfair, actually. "Hi," I grin, walking up to him. His eyes trail down my body. You look..." "Thanks, but eyes up, Tiger," I say, patting his chest. "We have a reservation, don't we?" He looks at my hand on his chest for a second before he chuckles at me in disbelief. "Right, yes." He takes my hand in quite an artsy gesture. "Shall we?" I tug him inside with equal fervor. He steps up to the host podium. "Hi, we have a reservation under the names late." "Yes," the host says. He doesn't even have to look down at his list. He just extends a friendly smile and grabs 2 menus. "Right this way." We follow him through a sea of tables and booths, right into a back area that's nicely lit with a candle beneath a window. The host sets down a menu in front of each place, and Jayden pulls my chair out for me. I sit, smiling up at him. "Thank you." He nods and thanks the host, sitting across from me. I look at him as soon as we're alone. Such a gentleman. He shrugs. I try, when the occasion is right. "And this is the right occasion?" "I think so," he says. A waiter rounds a corner behind Jayden, stopping at our table to fill the empty glasses with water. "Hi, my name is Carlo. I'll be taking care of you this evening. Can I get any other drinks for you?" Jayden jumps in before I can. "Whatever your finest whiskey is." "2 of those," Jayden says, motioning between the 2 of us. "Otherwise, I'm good with water." "Kayla?" I fight the urge to smile. "I'll have the same." The waiter nods and takes a step away, then steps back. "I'm sorry, did you say you'll have the same?" "Yes." "So, is that you also want 2 glasses of whiskey?" "Yes," I say again. "Actually, can you put mine on the rocks? I'm feeling dapper." Jayden, who was mid-sip of his water, now looks like he's about to choke on an ice cube from laughing. The waiter blinks. "Of course, miss. Right away." He scurries off into the restaurant hubbub. Jayden laughs properly as soon as he's out of earshot. "God, do you want to order for us from now on?" "Can I ask. "It's much more fun that way." He laughs again. "Careful," I say, picking up my glass of water. "If you keep smiling that much, I'll tarnish your brooding, rugged boy persona." His laugh fades, his face resting in a soft, comfortable grin. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. I tilt my head, watching him. That's not what I expected. "Really?" "I mean," he shrugs. "I don't know. It gets boring." "Being rugged and mysterious and hot gets boring?" He rolls his eyes, taking a sip of his water. "No, it's just..." The waiter reappears with a tray, placing 4 drinks down on the table, 2 with ice, 2 without. Are you two ready to order? Jayden and I both looked down at the untouched menus. Can we have a minute? Jayden asks. Of course. Take your time. I'll be back. He disappears again while Jayden and I each pick up a menu. We're quiet for a second. You were saying? I press, browsing the options. Eggplant parmesan would be nice, but there's also steak. He sighs. I haven't always been known for the best stuff. Have you heard anything about my family history? I manage. Not really. Good, he says, catching me off guard. He trails off, thinking. He frowns. I want to make a name for myself, you know? You have... No, outside of that, he says. I'm not saying I'm some perfect person, and I'm not saying I want to be or can be. But I don't know. Maybe I could do good things. Get money to good people. Help where I can. So, yeah. Maybe losing the rep wouldn't be so bad. He looks up at me again with an impossibly large amount of hope in his eyes. I stare at him. There's no joke here. No sarcasm. Nothing but genuine hope. He shakes his head like he's shaking himself out of it. I don't know. Just a thought. I don't take my gaze off of him. When he looks back at my face, he frowns. You're staring at me. You made me feel something, I say, slamming back one of my whiskeys without a flinch. Damn it. He grins again, and the waiter comes back to take our order.
Chapter 10. Jayden. Halfway through dinner, I knew we couldn't just leave it here, so I was the one to suggest going to Inferno. I'll be right back. I notice that she's almost done with her meal. She looks up at me with a puzzled face but nods as I push away. I take this as my opportunity to find our waiter, and I pay for our meal. I make sure to tip him well, and then I go to freshen up in the bathroom. By the time I'm back at the table, Kayla seems to be done. I don't sit back down. Everything okay? She looks up at me and I flash her a toothy smile. Yeah, everything's good. Let's get out of here. I nod my head towards the door and she raises an eyebrow. What about paying? I shrug. It's been taken care of. I hear her chair move to get up, and I take this as a sign to leave. She follows me out to my car, and I hold the door open for her. I scan my ID at the members-only door and usher Kayla in before me. There's no way I'm waiting in the line out front, and I'm sure the owners won't care. We walk over to the bar, and she buys both our drinks before I can even pull my wallet out. I pretend to be sour at the payment, but her big smile pulls me right out of my act. It doesn't take long before we're on the dance floor. I hadn't any idea, but Kayla is an amazing dancer. Her hips roll in time to the music, and our hands are all over each other. Even at the faster songs, the way she bumps and grinds on me feels like intoxicating foreplay. Somewhere between the second and third song, we kiss. We don't stop kissing. She's still moving like an exotic dancer, and now she only breaks the kiss to slide her hands down my body when she drops it low. I pretend not to notice her fingers wafting over my jeans, but the undeniable rush of blood is hard to ignore. She notices it too, and her moves get more erotic. After the fifth song, I grab her hips when she's facing away from me and lean in, biting her exposed shoulder. She tilts her head back and makes a breathy sound meant only for me to hear. I slide my hands up her side. She wraps her arms around my neck, fully draped over me. I make my way to grab her hands and kiss her cheek before making my move. I have a room here, I murmur, and she turns her head to try and make eye contact with me. Really? She asks. I can't hear her over the pulsing of the music, but I read her full lips. I nod, and she bites her lip, already excited. I don't bite my lip, but inside I'm matching her enthusiasm. I pull her to the stairs and silently thank the gods there's no one I'm close to here. Having Creed or Bruce around making snarky comments, while typical most nights, would kill the passion. I take her to my personalized comfort room. Everything's in shades of black or gray. As soon as the door shuts behind us, I'm grabbing her hips. She tugs on my shirt while we make out, and in a teasing fashion, I deny her the ability to take it off. Before I can push her onto the bed, she puts a stopping hand on my chest. Both of our breaths are close to panting, and I look down at her confused. "I want to try something," she explains, swiping her tongue across her lip. I oblige and put my hands up. "All right, what's up?" I ask. She slides out from between me and the bed. "Sit." She points to the bed. Like an obedient dog, I do. She waves her hand and I sit back farther until my calves are flush with the side of the bed. Kayla then climbs on to straddle my lap, and I immediately slide my hands up her legs. "Was this—" She puts her finger over my lips, shushing me. I kiss her finger and she grabs my face. We kiss. It's hot and sloppy, and it doesn't take long for me to be grabbing at her ass while she grinds on my lap. Oh no. Not again. We can't go any further with this portion of the chapter, because it's way too spicy for YouTube. If you visit TylerWalker.com, you'll have access to all the unabridged content you've been craving, along with some delicious bonus content. Use code SAVE40 for a great deal on a fantastic chapter conclusion. On with the story.
Chapter 11. Kayla. Whoa, this whole chapter is too hot for YouTube to handle. Not to worry. If you visit TylerWalker.com, you'll find some great bonus content, as well as the unabridged version of our love story. Use code SAVE40 for fantastic savings on great content. Thanks for reading.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyler Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 12. Jayden. I drive home as fast as my car can take me. If I could call in a threat and clear the strip, I would. Whenever I glance over at Kayla, she's holding the grab handle with a look of enthusiasm. She's definitely a thrill seeker at heart. I'm ripping around corners as quickly, but safely, as I can to get back to my apartment. I can't stop thinking about how good she feels. Riding me, blowing me, even bent over the counter in front of me. Kayla is one sexy woman. She even makes me forget about Diana. I couldn't remember the last time I slept with a woman before Kayla who didn't just remind me of Diana and how mesmerizing she was. But now everyone pales in comparison. I glance over at the beautiful woman in my car. She looks back at me with a grin and a wink. When I pull into my garage, I barely park the car before we both hop out. She had managed to put her clothes back together, but left the bra in the back of my car. I'll remind her later. In my unbelievably slow elevator, we make out. I finally met a woman with as much virility as I have. I post her up on the bar of the elevator and she wraps her legs around me. It's amazing how this can all be so familiar. Our patterns undeniably the same. But every kiss still has that spark. I carry her into my apartment. This time we skip the kitchen counter, and I take her straight to the bedroom. She lets out a beautiful, bubbly laugh when I playfully toss her onto the bed. I pull my shirt off and toss it into my laundry basket. She does the same, her underwear coming off for the second time to drop onto the floor. She pulls her arms out of the sleeves of the dress, leaving her top uncovered for now, while the material pools around her waist. I'd love to see her just walk around shirtless forever. She's got a banging body. She watches me undress and props herself up on her elbows. Kayla lets out a low wolf whistle, to which I respond by grabbing her ankles and pulling her to me at the edge of the bed. Again? These two just won't quit. Unfortunately, this portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube, so you'll have to get all the delicious details over at tylawalker.com. Use code SAVE40 for a great deal on all the nitty-gritty. Back to our story.
Chapter 13. Kayla. I wake up soundly in an extremely comfortable bed and immediately realize my mistake. I got carried away last night. I shouldn't have stayed over. I came close the first time that I slept with Jayden, but still managed to sneak out in the early morning hours while he was still asleep. It may not seem like a big deal, but I never stay over, ever. Not that it comes up often. My one-night stands are always few and far between, easy to forget and never repeated. Being in love with someone I can't have guarantees that one-night stands are an occasional necessity. As painful as loving Joseph has been, it's not something I would trade. But it's not like Joseph and I are together, so there is no harm in blowing off some steam when loneliness creeps up on me. Someone has to scratch the itch. I sure as hell can't do it all myself. I'm good, but I'm not that good. Bottling it up makes me insane, so it's an act of survival, nothing else. But this time, it's not like that. This time, it's because I want the guy in this bed not to forget someone else. And here I am, naked in Jayden's bed, as the sun shines through the window. It has to be much too late in the morning. I should be concerned about that. The biggest surprise is that I'm alone. It's Jayden's room, and he's nowhere to be found. I get out from under the covers and leave the warmth of the bed. When I open the drawer of his dresser, the first shirt I see is a gray t-shirt with a Rolling Stones logo. I can appreciate the hell out of that. I throw it on, and I'm once again thankful for Jayden's height. His shirt drapes over me like a dress. When I walk into the kitchen, I am met with a sight. Such a sight. It's a great, ridiculous sight. Jayden is in the kitchen cooking. It's pancakes as far as I can tell. He's shirtless, wearing nothing but a pair of pajama pants that are a little too tight. The best part, though, is the song playing. Madonna's Like a Virgin. He's swinging his tight ass to the beat, and it's the best thing I've ever seen. A completely innocent, not at all evil idea jumps into my head. I sneak up on him, walking on my tiptoes until I'm right behind him, and I smack his ass. What? He's mid-pancake flip, and the one he was making drops onto the floor. Hey? Morning! I laugh, bopping my head along to the song. What in the holy hell do you know about virgins? He kicks the pancake on the floor away from us and spins toward me, lifting me with his hands underneath my thighs. I wrap my legs around his hips and feel his dick against my body. He's smiling like the tease he is, and I giggle. It's so easy with Jayden, almost frighteningly so. He makes me forget about Joseph, about the rest of my problems, about the rest of my life and the world. He's a damn good lay, but the feeling goes beyond that. I don't just forget in the bedroom. I forget whenever I'm with him, even when he's listening to Madonna and giggling with me in his kitchen. For some reason, that makes me uneasy in my stomach. I shouldn't get this close to him. I shouldn't feel that. I force my unease not to show, letting my laugh drop to an easy smile. Put me down, I tell him. The weather's cold this far north. He places me gently on the ground. Will you ever stop talking about how tall I am? Will you ever stop being ridiculously tall? I ask. He chuckles, and I strut around him to grab one of the finished pancakes. He taps my hand lightly with the spatula to stop me. Hello? I'm almost done, he says, still laughing. Come on, wait 5 minutes. You can eat with me. I swear the word no forms on my lips. I'm ready to say it. I should say it, but he's grinning at me with the easy smile that I don't really see when he's with other people. I'm sure if I asked his friends about it, they'd have no idea what the hell I was talking about. In front of me, his eyes have this perpetual light. It's a brightness I never expected to find in someone like him. Or maybe I was just never looking hard enough before. I look down at the pancakes. They're deliciously golden brown, made into perfect circles. I sigh. I can't resist. Okay, I say. He flips a pancake. Awesome. When he finishes making the pancakes, he sets the plate on the marble island in his kitchen. Have a seat, he says, motioning to the stools. I sit, watching him take out plates and forks, syrup and butter. He opens the microwave and reveals bacon on a plate. He sets it next to the pancakes. Wow, I say. You can, actually cook? He takes out 2 glasses and grabs orange juice out of the fridge. I learned when I was younger, he says. Kept up with the skill. It's good to have. Impresses hot girls. I shrug. It's the way to a girl's heart. He nods, sitting next to me. Please dig in. I grab a piece of bacon first, and he pours each of us a glass of orange juice. The bacon's cooked perfectly. He makes a mean breakfast. How can this man be perfect? Was he always this perfect? Did I miss all of this? From the first time we met? God, I say, this is amazing. Thanks, he says. My way of saying thanks for last night. I take a pancake and lather it with butter and syrup. Orgasm pancakes. Awesome. He laughs again. I meant general fun time pancakes. Same thing, I tell him. We eat quietly for a few moments before I catch him looking at my legs. Peep show ain't free, Slade. Eyes up here. He very pointedly does not lift his eyes. You look good in my clothes. I look down at the Stones logo. It's no Madonna, but... Hey, I stand by my music choices. Madonna is a living legend. He's not wrong. And can't you take a compliment? He asks. Yes, I say, but not this early in the morning. It's almost 9, he tells me, and oh crap. It's almost 9? I ask, taking a bite of bacon. I'm gonna be late for work. Yeah, me too, he says easily. It's fine. Not really. He shrugs and surprises me. I'd rather be here. My cheeks heat up against my will.
Chapter 14. Jayden. I drop Kayla off at home. We don't kiss. It's not mushy or anything. She has to rush to work, and so do I. I watch her walk inside, though. Her clothes from yesterday still look incredible on her, even when she looks a little off-kilter with her messy hair. The glamorous dress is a little bizarre at such an early hour, but I still like it. Over it, she wears an old college hoodie that I lent her for the time being, a strange mixture that is oddly enticing. Once I'm sure she's safely inside, I take off. I book it to work way faster than I should. I'm so late. I'm never late. Damn. Though I have a hard time feeling too badly about it, I meant it when I said that I was happier staying home with her. I'm about halfway there when I notice a flash of color in my back seat that's not ordinarily there. I stop at a red light and look over. Kayla's purse. Double damn. We must have completely forgotten about it last night. For a brief moment, I think to myself that I could maybe give it to her later. But one little glimpse inside that bag and I see her wallet. She needs that. I sigh, turning around and going back. I have to be quick, so I park somewhere I definitely shouldn't. I grab the purse, noticing the bra that we forgot as well. Collecting both, I stuff the bra inside the purse, then jog up the stairs to her apartment. I'm a little winded when I get to her floor, but I instantly stop in my tracks. Her door is cracked open. I frown, stepping up to it. I knock and push against the wood. Kayla! The door reveals the rest of her home, and my gasp chokes in my throat. It's a mess, completely destroyed. The couch is crooked, clearly pushed out of place. Books are thrown on the floor. Wall art is ripped. There's glass by my foot. I step in further and see the other side of the couch. Glass crunches under my shoe, but I don't care. Kayla's there, sitting on the floor with sagging shoulders and a dropped head. She's picking up a broken picture frame. Kayla, I say again. What happened here? Her head shoots up to look at me. Her eyes are wide and scared. She won't let them meet mine. Whatever this is, it frightened her. It's all over her face. I feel the familiar thrum of anger hum beneath my skin. Who would do this? Kayla still won't look at me. Her voice is so small. I don't know. I squint down at her, looking at the tension in her shoulders, the fall of her eyes. She knows something. She just doesn't want to tell me. For once, with no little difficulty, I pull my stuff together. I can't be pissed right now. I can't pry. I can't be anything but here. I kick some glass away and kneel beside her, putting her hair behind her ear. It's okay, I tell her, trying to make my voice soothing. It's not a skill that is high on my list. Her shoulders loosen, just a little. I can't take it anymore. I pull her into my arms. She falls into my chest way too easily. I can feel the way she's trembling even as she tries to hide it, moving her hands so I can't see how badly they're shaking. It's gonna be okay, I tell her. I'm here. She lets out the smallest gasp. A moment later, her exhale comes out shaky. Acting on pure autopilot, I kiss the top of her head. She surprises me when she wraps her arms around my waist. She turns her face into my chest, hiding. I'm here, I say again. Because I am. I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere. Her voice is as shaky as her breathing. My apartment. I know, I tell her, rubbing her back. We'll fix it. She sighs, tightening her grip on my waist. The police arrived 10 minutes later. She must have called them before I got there. I expect her to stand up and brush herself off or something. She's never like this, and she seems like the last person to be anything but a firecracker in front of cops. She doesn't move. She barely even looks at the officers as they enter the apartment and start documenting the destruction. She just sags deeper into my embrace. This is a completely different side of Kayla. All I've seen is the feisty, confident, powerful woman that she's been for, well, this whole time. Until right now. Right now, she's like a lost kitten, clinging on to whatever's familiar. I can't believe it. We're in her home, and the familiarity she's clinging on to is me. Seeing this side of her hurts. It physically hurts. I want to find whoever did this and tear them apart. But I can't. Because she needs me to be here for her. An officer approaches us, and Kayla makes a valiant attempt to look up at him from our embrace. Miss Marchinson, is it? He asks. She nods. The officer clearly looks uncomfortable. We're gonna need to ask you a few questions. I see the physical war behind Kayla's eyes, the exhaustion. I rub her back again. Can you come back in a few minutes? I ask the officer. He nods, thankful for the out. I can talk to him, Kayla says, a flash of her strength coming through even as she's practically limp in my arms. I know, I tell her. Take a minute first. Get your bearings. We're good. We wait a few moments for the trembling in her hands and shoulders to subside. She takes a deep breath. Good. Yeah, I encourage. Breathe. She breathes again. We're like that for another few minutes, just watching cops talk and take pictures of the damage. Someone else walks into the apartment, a woman with glasses. She's wearing professional attire, and she looks relatively harmless. But even so, The protective part of me that's holding this lost kitten bristles. "Who the hell is that?" I ask Kayla. She turns to see and seems to recognize her. She lifts her head. "My secretary. They probably sent her when I didn't show up to work." "Oh," I say. She huffs out a sarcastic laugh. "Awesome," she says, loosening her grip on me and pulling away. That protective part of me bristles again. I should go talk to her. My hand is still on her shoulder. "You sure?" I ask. She nods, standing up. I watch her walk toward her secretary. Only when she's safely with another person do I take out my phone. I stand up, moving into a more private spot in the apartment, tucking myself back near the bathroom hallway. I make a call and it rings too many times for my liking before I hear it. "Hello?"
Chapter 15. Kayla. My secretary, Caroline, places her hands at the sides of my shoulders, ensuring me that everything is going to be fine. I am trying my hardest to focus on her words, but they are all drowned out by the unavoidable dread that I'm feeling. My eyes continue to study Jayden across the room as he carries out his phone conversation in private. He's off in the corner, chatting discreetly to whoever is on the other end. But his eyes hold my gaze the entire time. I can't help but feel embarrassed that he has to learn about the dark side of my life like this. Just when I thought I could finally breathe easier, I am reminded of why I'll never truly feel safe. I've basically been a part of something similar to the Witness Protection Program for nearly a decade now. I helped put away one of the world's most dangerous drug lords, Vic Constantine, and I've had a target on my back ever since. The government has sworn to protect me in return for my great service to the community, changing my identity to give me a new start at life. This doesn't even begin to describe the trauma that I've experienced from being forcibly surrounded by the most hardened criminals. Becoming Kayla Marchinson was my only source of refuge all these years. But it seems that my past has still found a way to catch up with me. I always had a feeling that it would, sooner or later. I've made a life for myself here, but it always seemed like it was on borrowed time. Guess time is finally up. Jayden hangs up his call, places his phone into his pocket, then walks over to me. He gives Caroline a polite nod to confirm that he will take over from here. His eyes watch her walk off before observing me with concern. "Are you feeling okay?" I force a smile in hopes that I can distract him from the chaos that my apartment has become. "I'll be fine. You can head to work now. I don't want to impose on you." It's not an imposition. His signature, serious frown forms onto his face. I won't be able to function knowing that I could do more to help. Does he actually care about me? Why else would he go out of his way like this when he could just easily walk out of here? He has no obligation to me, so it feels strange for him to even offer me any sort of help. I still feel shaken up, but it's not his responsibility to calm me down. "No, really, it's okay," I insist as I hide my still shaking hands in the pocket of the gray university sweatshirt I am wearing. He takes a step closer to me, wrapping his arms around me in silence. It must be obvious how much of a nervous wreck this has made me. I always thought that my line of business has given me the best poker face. But somehow, Jayden is still able to read through my bull. Is it because I'm being more intimate with him than I am with any other man? Could I actually be vulnerable with someone for once in my life? I'm so used to navigating through life on my own, so the thought of it is overwhelming. I don't think I'm ready to feel so exposed. Jayden slowly exits the embrace, speaking in a voice filled with empathy. "Do you need anything? Are you taking the day off from work?" I scoff softly, watching Caroline as she cleans up all the documents that have been scattered across the floor from my briefcase. Taking the day off would just make me more anxious. I need to dive into my work to distract me from this dumpster fire. He places his hands into the pockets of his dark blue jeans, looking around briefly before introducing his next topic. "I have a friend. Well, he's more of an acquaintance since he's a member of the same club." Is this same Club Inferno? I raise my brow with suspicion, wondering if anything good could actually come from that place. I know we had fun there last night, but I'm still a bit wary of the reputation. It's not that I don't like his friends. After all, Jayden's a member, and that hasn't deterred me from spending time with him. Still, all I've ever heard is the extremely dramatic stories from Joseph. It's hard not to pass judgment on anyone with any sort of affiliation. Jayden nods without hesitation. I'm sure you've heard the name Bruce Fordington. He secures everything in this city and is the best at what he does. Joseph has talked about him quite a bit. I catch on to where he is going with the conversation, immediately shutting it down. I don't need his help. Bruce is a trained bodyguard. It would give me peace of mind to know that he's protecting you. He takes his phone out of his pocket, waving it once in his hand to add emphasis to his dialogue. It only takes one call. I sigh heavily, feeling reluctant to share more details with him, but it's evident that he won't back down. It isn't so simple. This goes way deeper than you can imagine. My feet slowly pace the floor in front of him as I nervously fiddle with my fingers outside of my sweatshirt. The government is involved. It's their responsibility to protect me. Jayden reads my eyes with a level of sincerity that I don't expect. He chooses to respect my boundaries by not pressing the issue. Instead, he reaches for his wallet from the inside of his leather jacket, retrieving a card from its interior. I'm sure they'll find who did this then. I know who did this. A sudden chill flows down my spine as I recall how threatening he looked when I last saw him years ago, before he went to prison thanks to me. Isn't he supposed to be dead? When I was given the news recently, I felt relieved for the first time ever. Did government intelligence lie to me to give me a false sense of security? But why would they want me to believe I was safe if I wasn't? I've worked so hard to change the trajectory of my life. I devoted all my blood, sweat, and tears to come this far, and I'm stronger and wiser as a result. I'm not the helpless 7-year-old child I was when my parents were killed. I've shifted from a victim mindset to one of a survivor. Jayden grabs onto my right hand, causing me to stop my involuntary steps. He gently places the card into my hand while sincerely holding my gaze. Call me at any time. If you can't get a hold of me, go to the casino directly and seek refuge there. I look down at the card that feels so heavy in the palm of my hand. Why are you doing this? And I realize I'm not sure what reason would make me feel better.
Chapter 16. Jayden. Kayla causes me to think more deeply after her sudden inquiry. Why am I doing this? Is it truly because I am a good Samaritan? I feel like I genuinely care about her well-being, and I can't seem to grasp why. Aren't we supposed to be nothing more to each other than bed partners? While I can admit to myself that I'm overly concerned, the reasoning behind it still eludes me. A part of me knows I don't want to just think of her as a fling. We have too much fun together to think of it so dismissively. It's a challenge to find someone who you connect with on many levels. Not only is she a great pair for me sexually, but she is also compatible with my personality and interests. You're my friend. I feel like I am a bit too rash with my response, but it's the only answer that I can give her. She seemed so bothered when I accidentally called her babe last night that I don't dare push the matter too far. Still, I can't help but wonder if it's the wrong one. What if she was expecting something more empathetic and compassionate? I'm still learning how to be gentler in these types of situations. I'm certainly the man who would rather communicate with his fists. The growing desire to protect her is one that I can't simply ignore. If someone threatens her safety while she's in my presence, I won't hesitate to beat them to a pulp. My fists itch right now just from the thought of it. Oh. She looks down at her hands, fiddling with my business card as if my words didn't provide her with the comfort she was seeking. I exhale deeply, finding a deeper explanation to offer her more reassurance. You shouldn't feel burdened. I'll help anyone who needs help. Damn. I I just stuck my foot further in my mouth. I should have just left it how it was. Kayla stares into my face with her big, soulful brown eyes. It looks like she wants to say something, but she chooses not to instead. What is on her mind right now? My heart starts to race as I continue to hold her gaze. When it gets to the point where I can no longer take the silence, I clear my throat, taking a step backwards with my right foot. I'll head to the casino now. Don't hesitate to reach out. She gives me a firm nod with a strained smile. Okay. I leave her apartment with great hesitation, sensing that there was more that I could have done. The last thing I want to do is make Kayla feel uncomfortable. We are still learning about each other, and therefore boundaries are very important during these initial stages. It feels like I am stuck between a rock and a hard place. I don't want to be too brusque and dismissive, but I also don't want to be too overbearing. This was just supposed to be a fun little break, and I know she has feelings for Joseph. How much is too much? Where's the line? When I arrive at work, I can't focus on any of my tasks because I'm still worried about her. I call some of my security staff from my corporate building, informing them that I'll add generously to their pay if they take shifts keeping an eye on Kayla. This is how I'll have my peace of mind, and she can never know about it. I fixedly rub the temples of my forehead after completing hours of paperwork at my desk. When I pull my phone out of my pocket to check it for messages, there are no texts or calls. Why hasn't she contacted me? Does she not trust me enough with whatever she is going through? Whoever is after her must be a large threat if the government is involved, like she says. It gives me a really bad feeling, but I can only assist her as much as she will allow me to. When I check in with my guys on patrol, they have no updates. She's been at her office all day and hasn't even stepped out for lunch. Is she so stressed that she's not eating? Maybe it's too burdensome for her to reach out to me first. I decide to give her a call after several more hours pass. When she doesn't answer the first time, I try again, and she picks up. Hello? Her voice lacks the melodic tone that it usually carries. It's Jayden. I take a brief pause, hoping that I'm not adding to her discomfort. Oh. The initial surprise is evident in her voice, then it returns to a monotone. Hey! I am disappointed that she hasn't even stored my number in her phone. I assumed that we were far beyond that stage since we're not just a one-night stand. I'm not sure exactly what we are, but I thought we were at least more than that. How are you doing? I place my feelings on the back burner, placing the focus on how her condition is. I'm okay. Kayla sounds like an entirely different person. The stress from this morning has clearly worn her out. She refuses to ask me for help or accept the help that I've offered her. In her mind, she probably feels like she has shown me her weakness. I wish I could make her understand that it doesn't bother me that she has things she would rather not speak about. We all have a past that we want to forget. I just wish that she would start to trust me. I don't need to know all of the details to offer help, if she would just take it. My lips form a frown, and I start to feel discouraged about how short her answers are. I'm not sure how to get through to her yet. Can I bring you lunch? I ask, trying a different approach. I'm not hungry, but thanks. She gives me a glimpse of hope by answering with more than just 2 words. I replay how bold she was when I asked her out to dinner for the first time. She may be an independent woman who can hold her own, but these new developments make me concerned for her in a way I've never felt about another person. Where are you staying now? It's not safe for you to stay at your apartment. I realize afterwards that I've started to pry. I just can't help it anymore. If I'm being too invasive, I'm sure she will let me know. The government is bringing me somewhere safe. I can't tell you about it. I understand. My heart sinks into my chest, and I do my best to ignore the strange sensation. Just be careful and contact me if anything happens. I don't want to add to her anxiety by telling her how unreliable safe houses are. I'll just keep my men tailing her as an added layer of security. I will, thanks. I have to get back to work. Her mellow voice becomes nearly a whisper. Okay. Bye. I loosen my tie after placing my phone onto my desk. I'm not the type of man to feel helpless in any situation. Since she has too much pride to accept my help, I'll just become her guardian angel behind the scenes.
Chapter 17. Kayla. I have never seen so many agents in one place in my life. This is something I thought only existed in television dramas. The head CIA agent, Miss Hans, guides me through the safe house. We enter into a room of about 20 employees operating their laptop computers and speaking into their headsets. The whole scene is quite overwhelming, and I release a sigh of relief when we enter the other side of the house that is completely vacant. Miss Hans smiles at me over her left shoulder, ensuring that I'm still following behind her. There's no way anyone could get to you with all the agents we have dispatched here tonight. I nervously scratch my arm, feeling like this could all just be a facade to make me feel safe. All of them work for the CIA? The female agent opens the door of a room through the long corridor, gesturing for me to go inside. She follows behind me, confidently walking at a slow pace. Interpol is here too. Interpol? I turn around after walking to the large bed, stunned by the revelation. Why would Interpol be here? Everything about this is nerve-wracking, and I still have yet to get any answers. There is a knock on the door. Then a handsome agent in all black enters the room. He gives me a charming smile as he stands next to Miss Hans. So this is the woman of the hour? I scoff annoyingly as I plop down on the edge of the bed. Dead woman walking is more accurate. You guys won't even tell me who is trying to kill me. Miss Hans crosses her arms over her chest, drawing attention to the pistol holstered at her hip. I understand your need for answers. Rest assured, you are totally safe here. I stare her down, feeling insulted by how she avoided my statement. She looks like the typical woman agent you'd see in a movie, tough and brash, with a short black pixie haircut. She exudes a certain fearlessness that almost seems like she could convince the bad guy to give up just to avoid fighting her. The man takes a step forward, playing his role as the good cop. I'm Agent Johnson. You have a right to know what we know. The information we received so far is a bit unclear, which is why we haven't said anything. Although Vic Constantine has died, someone new has risen to power. We don't know who this person is yet, or if they're behind the attack on your apartment. We're still gathering information from our informants. Great, I mumble sarcastically, leaning back on the bed with my palms on the comforter behind me. Why would this new ringleader come after me when I've never crossed paths with them before? The smile on Agent Johnson's face grows as if he is starstruck by me. You are the person who brought the cartel to its knees before. In their eyes, you will always be a threat. Just because Constantine was the one who went to prison doesn't mean someone else isn't still looking for revenge. I exhale sharply, looking down at my lap as I process the information. Well, at least I'm finally getting filled in. It's not the news that I wanted to hear, but at least I'm not completely in the dark anymore. I look up at the two agents boldly, wanting someone to take accountability for this new threat to my safety. You know, the CIA promised me that my new identity was foolproof. Are you guys this incompetent? It doesn't inspire much confidence in you if I was found so quickly. Miss Hans glances at her partner before tackling the criticism. You're absolutely right. We have slipped up, but it won't be happening again. Fortunately, this person was just trying to spook you by wrecking your apartment. If they wanted you dead, you wouldn't be sitting in front of us right now. I want to believe her words, but there's still something so unsettling about my position. It feels like even though I'm surrounded by all these guards, I'm still not safe. Whoever wanted to send me the message has my every move already calculated. Is being under the supervision of the authorities futile when I'm just on borrowed time? Miss Hans has definitely given me a reality check with her straightforward approach. She starts to speak again in a more comforting tone after my long pause of silence. My room is right across the hall. If you need anything at all, just come and find me. I move my hands into my lap and begin fiddling with my fingers. I'm sorry I was a little snappy earlier. This is just a super stressful situation to be in. The agents give me forgiving smiles that put my mind at ease. You see this thing here? Agent Johnson turns his right side to me, patting his hand against his holstered pistol. I'll use it to take out anyone in your way. Think of us as your Secret Service. We'll protect you with our lives. Thank you. I'll get ready for bed now. It's been a long day. I give them a warm smile to express my gratitude. As messed up as this all is, at least they are doing their best to reassure me that everything will be fine. Have a good night, Miss Marchinson. Agent Johnson walks to the open door, waits for Agent Hans to exit first, then he closes the door behind them. I make my way to the ensuite bathroom, taking an extra steamy shower to relax my tense muscles. I lay in the bed afterwards, scrolling through my phone to find Jayden's number. Should I call him? He said that we're friends, so surely he would want an update on how I'm doing, right? The CIA has a device that makes all my calls and texts anonymous as an extra precaution. I bite my bottom lip, feeling as though speaking to him would do more harm than good. Nobody has ever shown me concern, outside of Joseph and his family. Jayden offering his help to me still makes me uncomfortable. I sigh heavily, turning onto my stomach and chucking my phone under my pillow. I desperately try to fall asleep, but the sound of the crickets outside is deafening, adding to the nonstop noise in my head. Suddenly, the mayhem stops. When it clicks in my brain, the silence is suddenly piercing. I become on high alert, my heart racing. My eyes stare at the locked window covered by tan curtains on the adjacent wall. There is a faint rustling sound, as though something or someone is moving outside. I stealthily slide off the bed, moving to the curtains while trying to avoid being heard. When I peek outside the window, there's nothing there. I take a deep breath, assuring myself that I'm just being paranoid. You're inventing problems. And you already have enough of those, Kayla. I reprimand myself. It calms me down for a bit. That is, until I head to the kitchen to get a glass of water. The slightest hint of movement catches my eye outside. I freeze, my blood running cold. There is no doubt in my mind now that I wasn't just imagining things, because I'm definitely not imagining the shadowy figure attempting to break open the kitchen window. Chapter 18. Kayla. All I feel is fear. I drop, my palms slapping against the floor with a quiet thud. It's my first instinct, nonsensical or not. Various inane thoughts are rushing through my head, none of them tangible or reliable. An old primal panic fills my chest. I helplessly sit on the floor while my breathing gets more and more erratic. What do I do now? I need to calm down. The muscles in my limbs are strained, and it takes a forced conscious effort to make myself cover my mouth. I don't have time to panic. I need to figure out a way out of this. As I focus on my breathing and being as quiet as possible, I search for a solution. Then it hits me. Miss Hans, she will know what to do. I glance up at the window reflexively, and then I take to crawling over to Miss Hans's room. I try to skirt the edges of the room, hoping that perhaps the figure outside cannot see me. The whole time, I'm trying not to cry. I reach up and twist the doorknob to her room. Crawling inside, I hurriedly close the door behind me, feeling like it's one more barrier between me and my attacker outside. I immediately rush over to beside her head and start shaking her. It doesn't take much for the agent to wake up. I guess it's because she is trained for this, which I suppose makes sense. My mind right now is too jumbled to think of anything so ordinary. She looks at me, startled but expectantly, as though she's only been resting her eyes this whole time. There's someone outside. I saw a shadow trying to open the window. I whisper shout. Even my voice is trembling. Did you hear the guards outside? I shake my head. She purses her lips and then motions me to move back as she starts to get out of bed. I crawl backward and glance at the window. The curtains are drawn, so I stand up. Miss Hans grabs her gun and walks over to the door. I see her press her ear against it and then beckon me over. I nervously walk over to her, noticing that she is holding up her gun the very same way they do in movies. In any other scenario, I would think it looked silly, but right now all I can think about is how scared I am. She silently places her hand on the door and slowly pulls it open. She pokes her head out of the doorway, checking out the surroundings before we start to slowly and quietly move out into the hallway. The house is eerily quiet. Not even the sound of crickets fills the silence. They're still startled into silence, just the same as us. Not a single ticking clock can be heard. Nothing. It's almost maddening. How unnatural it feels. Just as we turn a corner, we see him, the intruder. A large man stands in the doorway, a big gun in his hand. Miss Hans doesn't hesitate. It doesn't even look like she lines up the shot, but it must happen so quickly that I can't process it. She shoots the intruder in the back shoulder. A loud grunt comes from the man as he flinches to check on his arm. I feel the agent's arm on me, pushing me to duck behind a table. We're right by the back window. A shot goes through it, making my ears ring. "Go!" she yells at me, through the tinny sound echoing in my head. I can see the legs of the man, who seems to still be recoiling from his injury. The ringing starts to subside. "He might not be the only one, but we're sitting ducks here," she orders forcibly. "You need to go out the window and hope Johnson is out there. If not, I'll be right behind you. Run for the car," she tells me. Her voice is scarily calm for the danger we're in right now. I nod, my mind in a fog. I wish Jayden were here. The intruding man must have gotten over his injury. A gun goes off, not the agent's, and bullet holes riddle the floor in front of us. He starts preparing his next shot, displeased with the lack of blood on the floor from his last spray. The next shot is much closer. I jump out of the way, landing to roll awkwardly on my shoulder. I groan as the pain waves through my body. Miss Hans pokes out just long enough to land another shot in his direction. She waves me off impatiently with her other arm. This is my only chance. I hop up onto my feet and do a dolphin dive through the half-broken window. The sting of cuts burns my arms immediately, but I don't have time to worry about that now. I start a sprint to where the getaway car is. I feel my tears dripping into my ears, sliding sideways across my face from running so fast. The sight of 3 bodies on the ground stops me. Are they all dead? Before I even realize it, my few tears turn into a steady stream. I have to blink rapidly to keep my vision from being completely blurred. A man intercepts my path, blocking me from where the car should be. I feel a clench in my chest as I look up, instinctively ready to fight. My heart is racing wildly in my chest, thumping painfully against my ribs. It's Miss Hans' partner, Agent Johnson. I probably look like a sniveling child because I immediately start to hyperventilate. At least he isn't one of the dead bodies. I go to hug him, so overwhelmed by relief and panic and everything else that is threatening to overwhelm my system. I stop myself just before, knowing this isn't the time. I have to keep my wits, as there's more pressing matters right now. "You have to help Miss Hans. She's still in there, with the intruder." I point back into the house, ignoring how bad my shoulder hurts when I do. Her partner looks past me and nods. I wonder if he's making a plan. He pulls out his gun, ready to go in. Suddenly, the door behind me swings open. "Miss Marchinson!" A familiar voice calls behind me. I turn and gasp. Limping out of the door is Miss Hans. I stare at her in shock, relief filling me. That was the scariest single incident of my entire life, but somehow, it seems like everything is going to be okay. Agent Hans has an injury and my shoulder hurts, but it could be worse. Did she kill the attacker? Are we really going to somehow get out of this, mostly unscathed? I start hurrying toward her, wanting to help. She's only hurt because of me, and even though that is her job, I feel as though I need to do something about it. All of a sudden, the air seems to split around my head. Something goes rushing past, a strong gust breezing by before I can understand what has occurred. Agent Hans drops to the ground forcefully, like a lifeless sack of potatoes. I stare again, this time confused. In a split second, I notice the blood pooling on the ground by her head. My terror rising again, I whirl around to face Agent Johnson. He makes no effort to hide it, and I see him holding the gun up proudly. He shot her. A scream rips out of my throat. It's cut off by Johnson grabbing me and starting to drag me over to the car. His hand is over my mouth, even while I'm desperately trying to rip it off. A powerful man wants you alive, and he's willing to pay top dollar for it. You're going to earn me my retirement. He has a sick smile on his face. I bite his hand, and he moves it from my mouth to slap me hard. Behave, he commands, choosing to grab me by the throat instead. My voice is hoarse, and a string of protests falls off my lips as he opens the car door to throw me inside. I hit the leather seat roughly and curl up into a ball. Just as he's about to close the door, Johnson's head smacks against the roof of the car. I hysterically half hope it is Miss Hans, somehow getting her revenge. As his body falls limp, a mysterious voice calls out to me. It isn't Miss Hans after all, but my head is so foggy that I can't place it. If I would recognize it at all, I certainly don't in my current adrenaline-fueled panic. Every nerve in my body feels open and overwhelmed. The adrenaline in my body is so high that my system cannot process it. It is starting to shut down, creating a feeling as though I have left my own body and am somehow floating in the air. The final blow comes when a stranger pokes his head into the car. "I'm sorry we're late, Miss Marchinson." Everything swirls around me in a confusing tunnel vision before it goes completely black.
Chapter 19. Jayden. I can't stop my leg from bouncing. Usually I pretend to be interested in looking out the window, but I can't stop thinking of Kayla. The vibrations of the helicopter aren't calming me like they normally do. Not even close. How could the damn government screw up protecting one person so badly? I don't even know what I would do if Kayla got hurt. She's important. A friend. A friend I couldn't bear to lose. Just a friend. The helicopter lands. I toss my headset to the side, flying out of the door before it's even fully powered down. Kayla is sitting on the porch, all wrapped up in an old quilt. She looks like hell. I don't blame her. She hasn't known peace since this problem started, and it's led to so much tragedy in such a short time. The sheer trauma that she has had condensed into roughly 24 hours is staggering. Her beautiful big eyes meet mine. Hers are glassy and slightly red, and around them the skin is puffy. She stands as I run over, and she meets me on the edge of the porch. I'm surprisingly sweaty. My hands feel clammy as I pull her into a long hug. She wraps her arms around me loosely, and I feel a pang of something deep in my chest. When I pull away, I immediately start to look at her injuries. She stares at my chest, not meeting my eyes as I question her. "Where are you hurt?" I ask, my voice surprisingly gruff. She lifts her arms slightly, and I can see thin scratches and cuts all over. I rotate her arms slowly, checking them out for any sign of a substantial wound. When I move her left arm too far, she hisses and pulls it back. "What?" I ask anxiously. I'm worried she has a broken shoulder or rib, something I can't see with my eyes. "It's nothing. I hurt my shoulder when I fell. It's just bruised." She finally met my eyes again, and I really start to notice the tiredness deep within them. She has deep bags under her eyes, and she keeps looking around worriedly, like she can't trust anyone. I feel that pang again, and it stays this time. She swallows thickly and starts talking in a low, dehydrated voice. "It'll be okay," she repeats. Her voice is dull, hardly convincing. I can't help but think that the shoulder is the least of her problems, but it still agitates me that I couldn't stop everything. "Why did you let her get hurt?" I demand from one of my nearest guards. I had sent them here to keep an eye on her. How did things get so out of control before they intervened? How could multiple agents end up dead? I want to blame the government for screwing this all up, but my own team doesn't seem to have done much better. His eyebrows furrow and he begins to stammer out a defensive response. But before he can finish, another subordinate speaks up from the other side of the porch. "There was more than one killer. We had to spread out to clean things up, and it ran us a bit thin. Every time we kept one out of the house, there was another one trying to sneak in somewhere else, and we never expected the agent to be a traitor. That was the one that really messed us up," he admitted. I want to argue, scream, yell, something. But deep down, I know I'm being a little unfair. They responded as quickly as they could when they realized the agent was endangering her. What more could I expect? Mind reading? Predicting the future? Kayla doesn't look pleased with the answer. She doesn't look displeased, just a blank, tired face. "Why did you send your men to guard me?" This question only I can answer. And I honestly don't want to. I don't really know why I did, besides the fact that having her in danger is my worst fear now. I try to collect my thoughts and run my hands through my hair. She waits for my answer. I wanted to make sure they were doing their job, and clearly they weren't. There's venom at the end of the words. I'm still fuming with the fumble from the government. How did they let an agent through their screening without realizing he was a traitor? What kind of haphazard process do they have? To have absolutely no idea at all, in a position where people's lives are counting on it. What kind of trustworthy system is that? Kayla doesn't argue with me. She just sighs. I guess you were right. She stares down at the floor. I can't say I trust them either now. I suggest we go sit again. She nods and sits back in her spot. She bundles the blanket around her, and I see her wince at the contact. I let us just sit for a minute in silence. The forest around us is lively. Birds are chirping, and there's a creek somewhere. I can tell that it's far from here, but the running water is loud. It's a small pocket of peace in a dangerous world. I want nothing more than to hold Kayla. She is slumped against the opposite arm of the bench, looking like she could use a smoke or 5. But I don't want to push my boundaries. I can tell she wasn't pleased with my interference in the government operation, but I'm glad I did. Who knows what would have happened if I didn't? The thought makes a new pain in my chest swell. Kayla makes a move and she wiggles herself over to me. My one arm was already up on the back of the bench, so it easily falls to wrap around her. She closes her eyes and lays her head on my chest. My heartbeat picks up, even if I don't know why. Even in her sorry state, Kayla is beautiful. Her natural long eyelashes, slim cheekbones. She's naturally a gorgeous woman, and she's dangerous, not someone to mess around with. I remember our bar fight the first time we really hung out alone. I feel an ever-growing fondness for her, and all I want to do is take care of her. Treat her well, and above all, keep her safe. Because we're friends. The thought feels wrong. I don't know why. We are friends, but I don't want to call her just a friend. She's more than that to me. Like a best friend. I press a kiss on her forehead and it feels hot. All of her feels hot, probably because of the blanket. It's warm and thick, with a terribly ugly pattern splayed all over it. It looks straight out of a grandmother's bed. I close my eyes and think about what to do. I won't let the government screw up taking care of her again. There's only one thing to do. Kayla, I say quietly. I hope she's not asleep. She murmurs lightly before slowly opening her eyes and looking up at me. Yes? I take a deep breath. Her forehead creases with nervous lines. I lift my other hand to smooth them down with my thumb, and then I caress her cheek. Would you let me protect you? Chapter 20. Jayden. Her yes was all I needed to spring into action, and now I've prepared us a safety plan and am ready to execute it. We enter through the back entrance of the casino, the entrance only used by employees and verified personnel. She's quiet as she follows me down a hallway and to an elevator. I'm not thinking, just moving. My feet seem to know the end plan, though. They're moving in a good direction. There's 2 guards standing by the elevator door, just like I requested. I nod to them and they part, letting us into the elevator. I usher Kayla in first, then follow. Once the doors close, I pull a key out of my pocket and unlock a small panel on the wall. It reveals a pin pad, and I put the code in without thinking. All the buttons light up for a second before going back to normal, a confirmation that the code worked. I press the button that takes us to the penthouse. I've put extra protection on it tonight, but even without the extra muscle, it's a very guarded place. I dare to say that it's one of the safest places in Las Vegas. No one can come in here without my consent. I haven't brought anyone. None of my closest friends, no one from Inferno, nothing. I'm the only one with the elevator code, and I only let my most trusted subordinates inside. It's a nice place, though. Large and comfortable, surprisingly bright with modern white walls and dark black furniture. I guide her through the spaces and down the hallway until we make it to the guest room. I push the door open. It's a cozy space, small and mostly just filled by the California king bed that's pushed against the wall. A few windows reveal the Vegas skyline, and a dresser with spare clothes rests underneath. You're safe here, I finally say. She looks at me surprised. I haven't spoken in at least 20 minutes. You can get some rest. I motion to the bed and walk over to the dresser. The maid usually takes care of this stuff, but she's not here. I think off the top of my head. Which drawer has what in it? It takes me a minute, but I find an old t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. I leave them folded and place them on her bed. You can change into those. The pants have a drawstring, so you should be able to make them work. The shirt could probably work as a dress, but I appreciate the effort, she says. I hang my head, chuckling despite myself. Good, I say. I'm gonna go make dinner. I'll come get you when it's ready. I weave my way through the penthouse, finding the kitchen easily. I look in the fridge, and I'm a little surprised to find it stocked. I look through what's there and pull out some chicken. That's all I have time to do before I hear footsteps behind me. I turn around to find that Kayla is absolutely swimming in my clothes, but they suit her in a strange way that I really shouldn't think about too much. It makes me smile a little. I told you to rest, I say. Let me help with dinner. You don't have to. It's the least I can do, she says, stepping up to me. I look down at her and she drops a hand on my waist. Come on, please. My head rears back at that. Okay, I say, but only because you said please. She steps up to the counter where I put the chicken. You have seasonings, right? I scoff. Of course I do. What, you think I was just gonna boil this? I'm still trying to figure out how your abs look like that, she shrugs. Maybe you're a weirdo who eats boiled chicken. Even if I was, I'd never serve that to you. I have a soul. Noble, she says. Thank you. Seasonings? I open the cabinet where I keep them and she starts shuffling through. She pulls out a good selection. Paprika, black pepper, cayenne pepper, garlic powder, and a few other things. I notice, though. Do you like it spicy? Is that a euphemism? I roll my eyes, biting back a laugh. I take the cayenne pepper out of her hands. The chicken, food in general. Do you like it spicy? Oh, she says. Yeah, love it. If you don't want it super spicy, that's okay, though. I'm not picky. No, me too, I say, opening the chicken. I was the only 5-year-old my parents knew who didn't ask for mild spice when we went to Indian restaurants. I love Indian food, she says. I never had it growing up, but I tried chicken tikka masala a few years ago and I have never turned back. Have you branched out since then? I ask. We start making the meal together, me getting out things and her measuring out spices. Oh yeah, she says. Curry, naan, samosas, the whole deal. I once tried to make butter chicken at home, but it didn't come out right. Besides, you can't have Indian food without lassi. I stare at her, mystified. This is almost spooky. What kind of lassi? Strawberry, she says. Obviously, I echo, completely agreeing. She tilts her head, watching me. You know, we have a lot in common. We have good taste in food, I agree. How do you feel about Mexican? Love it, I say. She trails off, looking down at the spices as she stirs the powders together. I moved around a lot as a kid. Foster homes. I feel myself freeze and look at her. Yeah, I know. In case you're wondering, it's not a great experience to have in my repertoire, she says. But, there was this woman who was nice to me for a while. She took me in. I called her Tia Rosa. She made the best tacos. She'd make her own tortillas and everything. She taught me how, but I could never eyeball the recipes the way she could. You got her number? I ask. This is gonna be great, but that sounds way better. No, she drops a piece of chicken into the spices. She died. I sag, looking at her. Oh, cancer, she explains way too easily. I only stayed with her for a year. Then it was back to the foster homes for me. I'm sorry, I say. She shrugs. What about you? She asks. That's way more information than I generally give other humans. Spill your guts.
Chapter 21. Kayla. He looks uneasy the second I request it, but the energy's too tight and focused, and it's all on me. I need it to pop or shift. He watches me for a second, and I see a decision happening behind his eyes. Finally, he looks down, laying chicken on a tray. It's not a big secret. Rumors are going around that I come from the mafia. You know? Dirty money. He says the phrase like it's corrupted. Then he's quiet for a moment. I watch his carefully neutral expression as he places the chicken in even rows on a tray. Do you? I ask. He doesn't miss a beat. Yes, he says with a surprising amount of casualness. I come from a huge one. A huge mafia? Yes, he repeats. I took over after my parents died. Whoa, I look up at his face. You took over? Like, you run it? He nods. He still hasn't looked at me. When? How old were you? I ask, when you had to do that? He hesitates, like the answer is hard to get out. They died when I was 15, he says. I took it over fully when I was 18 after my grandfather retired, but he'd been training me since they passed. My head rears back. 15, I say. You were a teenager? He shrugs like the concept doesn't bother him. I changed things. The mafia became a company, the one I run now. It's not perfect, but it's more ethical these days. Swear. I watch him, focusing on the knit of his brow and how important it seems to him that I know that. He's not involved in anything that bad anymore, and he wants me to believe that. Okay, I say, putting my hand on his arm. He finally looks at me for the briefest of seconds. Then he picks up the tray of chicken and does some finishing touches. He puts it in the oven. I'm glad you made it better, but I trail off. He visibly tenses as he stands back up. What? No, I say quickly. No, I'm not judging or anything. It must have been hard. He relaxes. Oh, he says. He steps around me and opens the fridge again. Yeah, it was. I don't want to push, so I just watch him as he goes through what he has in there. He pulls out broccoli and raises an eyebrow questioningly. Sure, I nod. He frowns, going back to avoiding my gaze. It was actually worse before I took over. Harder. He looks so nervous. Not at all threatening like someone with mafia history should be. I was my parents' Achilles heel, he continues. It made me a target, with their enemies. It was cutthroat, dog eat dog. Eventually, my parents had me in such a high security detail, I barely knew what it meant to be alone. In the literal sense, he says. I always felt alone, though. That hits me square in the chest. I get it. When I became leader, everything changed. They were gone and it sucked. It still does, but his eyes lightened just a little. I stopped being targeted. I stopped having to hide. He doesn't deserve to hide. We're not too different, I say. He looks down at me, a little surprised. We both struggled like hell and came out strong, I state plainly. That fact settles over us for the time it takes him to prepare the broccoli. His hands move easily as he cooks, like it's autopilot. I open a cabinet and find plates. Another one has cups. What are you looking for? He asks. Booze, I say. Wine specifically. He chuckles as he bends down to get the chicken out of the oven. It's perfectly prepared and smells incredible. There's some white wine chilling in the fridge, I think. Bottle openers in the drawer. I open the drawer he's pointing to and find a plethora of things, but the bottle opener is easy to spot. I turn toward the fridge and open that, looking inside for any kind of bottle. I pull a green one out. Domaine de la... something. French. Chardonnay. This one? That one. He nods. He gets out 2 glasses and leaves me to the alcohol while he finishes up the food. He sets up 2 perfect plates for us and takes them to a table. I follow him, bringing the wine. He takes out his phone and presses something on the screen. Soft music starts playing on speakers above our heads. When we sit down, I take 1 sip of the wine and gasp. Wow, this is good. He hums, swirling it around in his glass. Domaine de la Romanée Conti, Montrachet, he says with a perfect French accent. Sweet, velvety. There's lots of different aromas in it. Pear, honey. I don't drink it often. I stare at him. You know about wine? He shrugs. I know about alcohol. That's impossibly sexy, I tell him. He chuckles. But yeah, it's good. Fancy. I freeze. We don't have to. I want to. He cuts me off. Enjoy. I listen to him tell stories all throughout dinner. He talks about that one Christmas where his parents pulled their act together and stuck around, and his first Christmas he had without them, alone in candlelight. He tells me about the first time he made sacrifices to save someone's life, and the first time someone else made sacrifices to save his. He's sharing so much, and he shares more as the Chardonnay disappears from the bottle. A few times I want to counter with a story of my own, with proof that I can understand him. I don't, though. His stories are history. Mine are still affecting us here now. It's comfortable to sit and eat good food, to drink good wine and listen to his voice. It would be nice if I didn't have to give it up. I just can't bring him into my crap. Judging by the looks of this fortress and the people that surround him, he has bigger issues. I drink more wine. We both do. An hour passes, and the alcohol continues to loosen his mouth. It lightens my burdens. We stand when we finish and meet in the middle to clean the table. It's too perfect, though. The music in the background hums on, and I place my hands on his cheeks. I kiss him.
Chapter 22. Jayden. When she reaches up to put her hands on my cheeks, fear strikes me in the chest. Did I finally do it? Did I finally share too much? Did I finally scare her off? But she kisses me with a renewed vigor, one touched in a gentle softness that's sensitive against my lips, and almost ticklish when she rubs her hands down my chest. She tastes like wine and spice in the best way. I can't get enough. She presses harder into me, and I feel her skin against my chest. She's tugging at my clothes in slow, soft movements that I've hardly seen from her before. I caress her sides with the same carefulness, but grip tight on her waist when my hands make it there. She hums into my mouth at the sensation, and I detach our lips, trailing kisses down her neck. I follow her movements, letting her push my body in the direction of a wall. But the second my back hits it, I pull myself off of her. Wait. She looks up at me, out of breath. What? Not here, I tell her. I trail my hands down her body, stopping over the swell of her chest for a second to appreciate it before I take her hands in mine. We're gonna do this right. I'm walking backward as I lead us toward my bedroom. She tugs my shirt over my head and it falls somewhere on the way. The second the door is behind us, I pull my t-shirt over her head. She's bare underneath. She's completely beautiful. Hell, I exhale. I lift her up and sit her down on the large bed in my room. She runs her fingers along the soft fabric of the duvet. This is nice, she says, voice dreamy and tipsy. Yeah, I say, looking at her. It is. I help her lay back gently onto the bed and move her so I can go above her. I press my lips to hers again, and she raises her hips to meet mine. I feel the friction exactly where I need it. I hum into her mouth, following her movement. It's a little messy, tugging off her borrowed sweatpants and kissing her at the same time. She grips at my shoulders, pulling me closer. I break off for barely a second to get my bottoms off, and she's sitting up again, her mouth on my neck. For a second, I forget what I'm doing. That pretty mouth can do some damage, but it's so good and soft when she wants it to be. Her nails scratch softly down my back and I move into her, our chests bumping again, this time with bare skin. I want you, she breathes into my ear. I want you to take me, she says. We know you want it, and we've got it, but you can't see it here. This portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube. Not to worry. Head over to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a great deal on all the goods. Back to our story. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 23. Kayla. Jayden considerately takes light steps around the room, not knowing that I'm already awake. It's been a week now in which I've been staying in his secured penthouse apartment above the casino. It has been a blissful break from all the chaos. I can't recall a time that I've felt this comfortable, and I've allowed myself to be taken care of. In itself, this is a huge challenge for me. I still have urges to go out on my own and handle my own affairs, but I would be jeopardizing my safety and his. Instead, I've learned how to just be still. I sit up slowly in his California king bed, draping the satin black sheets over the curves of my chest. He stands in front of the full-length mirror directly across from me, making the final loop in his striped necktie. His lips form a charming smile as he views my reflection from where he stands. I was trying to avoid waking you. You always do such a skillful job with that. I clench the sheets tighter to my body when I feel a sudden chill. Anyone would think that you're a ninja. He chuckles heartily as he smooths the perfectly tailored fabric of his black suit jacket. You know, that's what I wanted to be as a kid. I smile widely as I continue to observe how handsome he looks. That doesn't surprise me one bit. In a way, you've kind of achieved that, right? Do you think so? He turns around to face me, placing his hands into his pants pockets as if he's posing for a male catalog. I've always thought of myself more like Bruce Wayne and Batman. I can see that too. But I think you're more of a humanitarian than he is. As I hold his gaze, my heart starts to beat faster, and there is a sensation like I have indigestion. What is that about? I'm enjoying spending time with him. Our sex life is so thrilling that it should be illegal, but that's the extent of our relationship. He is helping me out because it's in his nature. Plus, we happen to get along so well. It would be unwise for me to overthink what we're doing here. Jayden walks over to the dresser near the bedroom door, retrieves his watch from it, then puts it around his wrist. I'll be in several meetings today, so I won't be using my phone very much. If you need anything at all, Roger is at your beck and call. Don't hesitate to call him from the intercom. My beck and call? Why does his choice of words make me feel burdened? I just want to be as invisible as possible. He reiterates that it's not an issue if I utilize his resources, but I'm still incapable of swallowing my pride. I need to start finding a solution for my predicament before it puts any unwanted stress on whatever this is that we have going. Our lives together have felt so normal, and I catch myself thinking that I could get used to it. The fact that I'm even having this thought is terrifying. My whole life has been about detachment. I know that nothing lasts forever, so I shouldn't form a bond that contradicts what I've worked so hard to achieve all these years. Thank you. I finally respond in a small voice, watching him rush out of the door to make it downstairs in time for his first appointment. I begin my morning routine in the bathroom. Then I find myself in deep thought as I'm standing in his massive shower with classy marble tiles. As the steamy water glides down my body, I set a plan into motion. I'm not letting this day go by without achieving some productivity. First, I'll reach out to the CIA and inquire about what the next best step is to move forward with my life. I sit down at the farmhouse-style dining room table with my fresh cup of coffee in one hand and my phone in the other. The flashback of Agent Johnson shooting Agent Hans at close range flashes into my head, causing me to drop my phone against the table. No. They have double agents within their ranks. There's no way that I'd be able to trust them to protect me again. So what do? I can't expect Jayden to be my protector forever. It's also not fair to him for me to drag him down to hell with me. Should I just get a gun and venture out on my own? I'm also concerned about my increasing attachment to Jayden. The more time we spend together, and the more intimate we become, I feel myself weakening in my resolve. It would be far more troublesome for me to fall in love with him, so I can't stay here any longer. It's imperative that I place some distance between us. I'll take his advice and call Bruce Fordington. I take a long sip of my coffee, breathing in to feel the warmth of the liquid in my chest. My hand reaches for my phone, and I pull up the number for this security god. Dialing it, I push the button for the speakerphone. Good morning, Kayla Marchinson. His deep tenor voice addresses me immediately. I pause due to the shock, then remind myself that he is the type of man to know exactly who is contacting him. Mr. Fordington. Please, call me Bruce. The tone of his voice hints that he is smiling on the other end of the call. Bruce? I clear my throat, feeling like I'm asking too big of a favor from someone I don't know personally. I'm sure you know why I'm calling. You've made a wise decision. There's no such thing as too much security. I always say that it's better to be safe than sorry. He speaks confidently, like it's a spiel he's had to deliver 1,000 times. I rise to my feet, wanting to take control of my life as soon as possible. Could I meet with you now? I'm at my office currently, but I can break away. Bruce pauses briefly, probably to double-check his schedule for the day. There's a coffee shop close by. I'll send you the address.
Chapter 24. Jayden. I hear my phone ring. As soon as I see the caller, I drop my papers to answer it. A familiar voice says the one thing I was hoping I wouldn't hear. Sir, Miss Marchinson left the premises just now. I have her on the CCTV heading out through the back while on her phone. Panic strikes me fast, but in my line of work, I already know how to push it down and go into crisis management mode. Thanks. Call me again if she comes back in. I hang up without another response and stand up. Why would she leave? I grab my car keys and rush out of my office, ready to go after her. I hope I can get down there fast enough to tail her. Kayla has been an incredibly tough nut to crack. She refuses to open up about her past or who's chasing her. How am I supposed to protect her when I don't even know who the enemy is? I take the stairs 2 at a time, basically hopping down every flight. Luckily, I can track her phone from my car, and that's the first thing I do when I hop into my vehicle. I rip out of the garage, getting a few aggressive honks from passers-by. My eyes keep flicking between the GPS leading me on the same route she's going and the road in front of me. Luckily, the traffic isn't too bad, so I'm following her at an increasingly speedy pace. I can't stop the tapping of my fingers at every stoplight. As soon as the car stops, my fingers start drumming. I am swimming in thoughts, all of them Kayla. Where is she going? Why did she leave the apartment? Is she stupid? The last one causes me to recoil. I don't want to explode at her as soon as I get there, so I bury that one in the back of my mind. I can't imagine she'll be thrilled to see me, to truly know she has no freedom. But she agreed to let me protect her, and I swore I would do whatever it took to keep her safe. Even as my growing feelings for her continue to build, it's becoming less about just keeping her safe and more about keeping her close to me. But I don't know if it was ever just about keeping her safe. Ever since that first time, our chemistry has been crazy. Kayla is the only woman that makes me feel like my feet aren't securely on the ground. She's the first woman to make me stop caring about Diana. And I can't lose her. She makes me feel sane again. She pulled me out of wallowing over my ex's marriage. In a lot of ways, she saved me from my own feelings. The thought of her leaving me is even more troubling. I promised a while ago to keep these feelings to myself and not get lost in her. I want to protect her, and that includes from me. I don't even know what I'm going to do when this is all over. My muscles have been on autopilot, driving me to wherever the hell it is Kayla is going. I look down at the GPS, and I recognize her destination immediately. She's heading toward Bruce's office. What the hell? I follow her and see her stop at a nearby coffee shop. I wonder why she's meeting him. Probably for security. I shrug away the insecure feeling that she doesn't want to be around me. I don't have time to doubt myself like that. I park my car and watch her from the parking lot. She's waiting, and then she checks her phone and gets out of the car. She's not even looking around. She's zoned out. As she walks in, 3 big-looking men follow her. She doesn't even seem as if she notices. God damn it, Kayla, I say as I rush out of my car. I had parked it just far enough away she wouldn't notice me, but it seems she doesn't notice anything lately. There's something to be said for a healthy amount of fear. It should have made her 10 times more aware. But instead, it just made her blind. My fists clench as I slide in through the door. I walk over to where she's sitting, waiting for Bruce. What are you? She begins. I wave my hand and cut her off. We have to leave. Right now. She doesn't question me and starts to get up as I glance out the window. One of the men is holding a gun, and he doesn't hesitate to fire it. I try to cover Kayla with my body as the window shatters around us. I pull her down onto the ground underneath me. There's glass everywhere, including all over my back. We roll on the ground as screams fill the air. When I look, there's at least one dead. The other 2 men are still killing as they please, clearing the place out one way or another to get to her. I grit my teeth. Kayla, we need to go to the back. I point down the hallway to the coffee shop kitchen. She nods and crawls out from under me. She heads toward the back and I follow her. I see Bruce outside, firing at the shop from his car as he tries to disarm the men. Kayla stops just before the back. She's shaking like a chihuahua. She looks at me and the fear in her eyes is palpable. I don't hesitate to take her hands. We can do this. I'll be with you the whole way. She nods, still shaking, and goes into the hallway. I hold open the door to the kitchen for her, and she goes through it. She's slow, and the way that she's shaking doesn't help matters. Her legs look like they're about to give out. Without thought, I scoop her up and carry her through the back door.
Chapter 25. Kayla. I'm grateful Jayden picked me up. My legs feel like jelly. I hold onto his neck and hide my face in his shoulder. I can't stop the little nagging feeling in the back of my mind that all those people just died because of me. The idea ebbs away at the last of my cool. You just killed a cafe full of people because you were so selfish to leave the casino. I feel like I can't breathe. My throat feels tight, and my grip on his neck gets looser as I start grasping at the collar of my shirt. My caramel crewneck sweater feels entirely too tight now. I cough, and as we run, Jayden looks down at me. I must have shocked him because he stutter steps and stops running. What is he doing? I see his head turn as he looks around before ducking us into a back alleyway. He sits me down, and in any other circumstance, I would have been disgusted. But right now, I was happy to have my feet firmly planted on the ground. Kayla, his deep voice says, but it's garbled by my own thoughts. I still can hardly breathe. He crouches down in front of me. As I curl up into myself, he holds both my knees. I can't help but look at him, and his face is intensely concerned. Kayla, listen to me. I manage a nod in my sputtering breaths. I need you to calm down and take some slow breaths with me. I swallow hard and hold back tears as I struggle to take a deep inhale. Jayden breathes with me, watching his chest rise and fall, as well as smelling his ever-minty breath, makes my heart eventually stop racing. When my lungs don't feel like they're raisins anymore, Jayden cracks me one of his kind smiles. I'm okay now, I say, still feeling small. I don't know how he can manage to not freak out in situations like this, but I'm incredibly grateful for it now. Good. Now let's get you on your feet. We're not exactly safe here. I nod and he holds out a hand. When I take it, he pulls me up as the sound of sirens starts off in the distance. Shouldn't we talk to the cops? I say, following his extremely fast steps with some of my own. No, Bruce is there. He'll make sure everything is handled. We need to go. I stop at the mouth of the alley. But it's not his fault. He shouldn't have to deal with my screw-up. I still feel awful for even thinking about dragging him into this. Jayden turns to me, and there's an urgency in the back of his voice. He's trying not to show it, but I can tell he wants this conversation to be over. Kayla, you can't trust the cops. I know. I nod, and he looks pleased. He starts to walk me to the car, staying in big patches of crowds so we aren't seen. That's hard, though, since most of the people dispersed as soon as the shooting started. Is Bruce going to be okay? I feel like a small child being dragged along by my parent. Jayden seems to be heading into another alley. The King of Hell wouldn't let Bruce in because he's afraid Bruce will take his throne. The way he laughs makes me shiver. It's a dark, knowing laugh. That man has killed just as many as I have, if not more. The thought sends a shiver up my spine. The idea that there's a thin line between being friends with these guys and against them would keep anyone up at night. As we run out of another alley, Jayden winces and turns on his heel. He tries to make a hard right so we avoid whatever's in front of him, but I still catch a glance as we walk around it. There are 3 cops, only a few feet away. They are standing over 2 dead gunmen, studying the scene. There's blood everywhere. The sight makes me want to keel over. I trip over my own feet and go tumbling. The only thing stopping me from smacking the concrete is Jayden. His lightning-fast reflexes catch me, and I am gripping his arms. "Kayla, you have to be more careful." He sounds a hair away from angry, but more concerned than anything. I nod like a scolded child. He lets go of my arms before holding my face in both of his hands. The gesture is incredibly intimate, and I can't help but fight a grin at it. "We need a getaway car. Let me know if you see a good one, okay?" I nod and he kisses my head. I know he's probably just trying to calm me down, but I can't help the flips my stomach decides to do. It's not long before I point out a sleek black vehicle. We make our way over to it. The car is parked near the mouth of an alley. Jayden wastes no time breaking into the driver's side, unlocking the door for himself with a little pocket knife. He opens the passenger side for me, and I clamber in. I watch as he expertly hotwires the car. If I wasn't running for my life, I would think he looks effortlessly hot. His sleeves are rolled up and his jaw is tight. He's really focusing on what he's doing. I wish I could help, but all I can do is check the central console for anything that might be helpful. This car is really nice. I take a moment to look around. The seats are black and red leather, and the interior itself is matte black. It looks like it could be the Batmobile. Whoever's car this is, I'm sorry. I hear the engine start, and a grunt of satisfaction from Jayden. He sits up and closes the door. As he looks over at me, there's a hint of something in his eyes. I honestly can't tell what it means. It's a look far more complex than all the other glances and stares he's thrown my way. "Hold on tight. This is gonna be a risky ride."
Chapter 26. Jayden. Kayla begins to fall behind as we run away from the coffee shop through a narrow alleyway. I stop to grab her hand, dragging her along as she gasps loudly at the slain gunman on the uneven pavement. Her breathing becomes more staggered, and I genuinely become concerned about her well-being. This whole scene was a fresh horror for her, and I can only imagine how fast her mind is racing right now. Fortunately, there is a black sports car at the end of the alley. I release Kayla's hand, pushing her in the direction of the passenger side door. I rush over to the driver's side, unlocking the door skillfully with my pocket knife. "Get in!" I instantly unlock her door using the button on the door, and she follows my command. The sound of people running increases, and in a matter of seconds, 4 police officers wearing bulletproof vests storm through the alley. "Oh my God," Kayla mutters under her breath, pulling her knees into her chest as she panics from the driver's seat. "Now we're fugitives!" I glance up at the officers while I'm beating my own record at hot-wiring the car. They are storming into the cafe, not seeming to have even noticed us a short distance away. I'm in a hurry to make sure that doesn't change, however. I have successfully revved up the engine. I quickly pull my gun off the side holster it rests in. Not only is it uncomfortable to sit like that, but I want it somewhere more accessible in case I need it. I know better than to put myself in a position where I'm frantically trying to pull it out of my belt while driving. I set it in the center console where I can get to it quickly. I notice her eyes go wide at the sight of it. I'm enough of a professional to make sure that no one can tell when I'm packing, not even Kayla. Still, I appreciate the reaction. It tells me I did my job well. "Hold on tight, this is going to be a risky ride," I warn her. Then I peel out, leaving a cloud of smoke in our wake. It's too bad Christoph McLaren couldn't be here to drive for us. I attempt to lighten the mood with a joke as I speed the car onto the main road with ease. "The race car driver?" Kayla struggles to stay in her seat as the car drifts speedily from side to side. "You know him?" "Uh-huh." I glance over at her after shifting the stick into 5th gear. "You should put on your seatbelt." She places the belt into the buckle, then stares at me while I'm driving. Do you think Bruce will be able to convince the police that we're not the bad guys? Stop worrying about all that. I'll handle it. I remove my phone from the inside pocket of my leather jacket, calling Roger on speed dial. As soon as he picks up the call, I yell into the speaker, "Roger! I'm on my way there now, but I've attracted some heat. I need my security to look like the president himself is at the casino. I want people ready and waiting for us." My eyes shift to my rearview mirror when two motorcycles appear out of nowhere. Damn it! What is it? Kayla turns her head to look through the back window. No. This can't be happening. I keep my eyes on them through the mirror, noticing how quickly they are gaining speed despite the fact that I'm already driving at 95 miles per hour. This isn't good at all. The biker on the right raises a pistol at our car. I immediately swerve to the left to avoid the 4 shots that he fires. "Get down, Kayla!" She screams in fright, sinking into her seat with her arms covering her head. "They're gonna kill us, Jayden!" No. My voice is alarmingly calm as I reach for the pistol I placed in the center console. I won't let that happen. Kayla's eyes widen as she stares at the gun in my right hand. "What are you going to do? Can you drive a stick shift?" I intentionally appear to pass an exit on the highway, then make my way over to it at the last minute with a sudden jerk of the wheel. The 2 motorcycles fail to follow us, making me sigh in relief. "Yes, I can drive a stick." She steadies her breathing after confirming that the assailants are no longer on our trail. I pull the car onto a dirt path and place it in park. Then I turn my body towards her in my seat. "We don't have much time. I need you to drive." But they're gone. She gives me a perplexed expression as she unbuckles her seatbelt. "They'll be back. Come on." I hop out of the driver's seat, leaving the door open for her. We pass each other at the trunk of the car and successfully change positions. I open the sunroof, keeping my eye on the road behind us. The 2 motorcycles appear just as I expected, barely giving us enough time to pull this off. "We need to go, Kayla." I keep my body turned in the passenger seat, aiming the pistol at the back window in preparation. She effectively uses the clutch and sends the car forward, shifting the gears just as masterfully as Christoph would. A large cloud of dirt fills the air behind us as if we intentionally set a trap for the enemies. I don't want to put more innocent people in danger. Her voice cracks as she alternates her glance between the front window and the rearview mirror. "Get us back on the interstate and head towards the casino. I'll get rid of these punks." I lift my large frame through the sunroof, aiming the pistol at the 2 moving objects like their target practice. The closest motorcycle loses control after I hit the driver with several bullets. Kayla gets us back on the highway, and I aim at the last motorcycle. He isn't as easy as the first one and evades the 3 shots that I fire. Exclaiming in frustration, I slam the now empty gun back onto the console. "Crap!" I lower myself into my seat as I see the last enemy raising a gun at me. I ran out of bullets. My eyes scan the back seat, but there's nothing of use there. I turn around to open the glove compartment, feeling like I've just hit the jackpot when my eyes light on a Taurus handgun. Not my usual style, but it'll do. Whoever the owner of this car is, it turns out that they also believe in the importance of being prepared. Lucky for me. "We're almost there." Kayla looks even more sexy as she drives the sports car, racing like a daredevil. "Great. Keep us steady while I take care of this last mother." I wait for the motorcyclist to stop shooting. Peeking through the sunroof, I send him to his demise with 3 clean shots to the chest. Climbing back into my seat, I glance appreciatively at the Taurus in my hand. Maybe I should get one of these after all.
Chapter 27. Kayla. My heart beats out of my chest as the speedometer of the black Mustang reaches 120 miles per hour. I've never driven a car this fast before, ever. I'm not sure why my mouth forms a smile during this life or death car chase. I've either lost my mind or the adrenaline coursing through my veins is making me react like I'm on drugs. I can't believe it. I was on my way to meet with a tech guy. Instead, I got shot at multiple times, and now I'm on the run with a handsome vigilante. My life has officially become an action movie, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. I take a deep breath, then exhale slowly to get a grasp on reality. We're almost there. My hands clench onto the wheel so tight that the knuckles turn white. I glance over to see that Jayden has found a gun in the glove compartment. Great. He checks the clip of the pistol for bullets, reassembles it, then releases the safety. Keep us steady while I take care of this last mother. I yelp as the shooter who trails us fires several shots at us, gritting my teeth as I slightly slide down in my seat. We can't die like this. I've come too far to end up in a body bag today. If we survive this, I'm making a promise to myself to be more honest about the feelings I'm developing for him. He needs to know that the reason why I'm terrified of staying by his side is because each day my heart grows fonder. I never thought I'd be capable of reaching this point, when I've always succeeded at keeping people at a distance. What we've developed makes me want to explore something deeper. The idea scares me to death, almost as much as our current state, but maybe it's time. Jayden raises his buff body through the sunroof, aiming the newly found gun at the moving target. He presses the trigger 3 times and sends the driver spiraling out of control. I subconsciously sigh deeply as he re-enters the car. I've never been this worried about another person in my life. I'm not sure if it's because of how much I like him or if I feel indebted to him. Every time I'm in danger, he seems to appear as if he has sworn an oath to protect me with his life. Why would he go through all the trouble? Just who am I to him? What will we do now? I don't want to put the people in the casino at risk. I lower my speed to the limit, turning onto the main strip with caution. Think of the casino as Fort Knox. My security has the building locked down. He comfortably rests his right arm on the door at the base of the window, as if we weren't just running for our lives 3 minutes ago. When we arrive at the valet of the casino, the usual attendants are nowhere to be seen. I leave the car in the driveway, hopping out of the passenger side after seeing Jayden exit the car with haste. Before we can enter the building, 4 of the casino guards approach us with shotguns in their arms. My heart sinks when I see them, thinking back to when I was blindsided by Agent Johnson. It's hard to know who was an ally and who was a foe throughout this. The only consistent variable has been Jayden. I just pray that he doesn't have any traitors in his own house. What's the problem? Jayden is on high alert when he sees his guards not at their posts. One of the men stands at ease in front of us, anxiously reporting to his boss. Mr. Slade, there has just been a bomb threat on the building. We're in the process of evacuating the civilians as we speak. I can feel myself become pale as all the blood leaves my face. No, my voice is a whisper as I assess the situation in disbelief. I've really dragged him to hell with me, and it's all irreversible. If I would have just kept to myself, none of this would be happening. All the patrons at that coffee shop would still be alive. Now I've put more people in danger by simply existing. At times like this, I really think it would be better if Vic Constantine's men would just kill me and get it over with. Get every single person out, Jayden instructs with a firm voice. The men nod respectfully, then disappear into the building. When he turns to look at me, his expression shifts from his signature frown to genuine concern. The tears fall from my face as I focus on the door of the casino to avoid his gaze. This is all my fault. Jayden takes a step closer to me, moving into my line of sight so I'm forced to look at him. I don't blame you. I have my own enemies too. My focus is keeping you safe. This charity work is going to kill you, I sob hysterically, wiping the wetness of my face with my sleeves. Why the hell are you devoting your life to this? Look at what has happened. Your business and your life is affected. You should have just left me at that coffee shop to die. Jayden places his hands firmly at my shoulders, shaking me in an attempt to stop my screaming. You don't know what you're saying right now? Breathe. You're overly emotional. I glare at him, envying how capable he is of remaining calm as the world around him comes crashing down. The mob may have made him this hard, but I'm still the frightened 7-year-old foster child deep down inside. My past coming back to haunt me triggers memories of the life I thought I had left behind. I don't want to feel this dependent on someone when they have no reason to give me their loyalty. He takes me into his arms, gently rocking me from one side to the other like an infant. I'm protecting you because I want to. You don't owe me anything. When will you accept that you don't have to fight this battle alone anymore? I'm not leaving you.
Chapter 28. Jayden. I am really going to have to weigh our options here. The casino is obviously not safe anymore. That has proven itself in the last 20 minutes. I tap my fingers on the wheel, trying to drum up an answer to all our problems. Then it hits me. Somewhere no one knows. Somewhere not even I have gone to in the past decade. It's perfect, but it comes with its prices. Something I'm going to have to deal with when I get there. I swallow any residual thoughts and look over at Kayla. Her crying has seemed to stop, although she occasionally sniffles every now and then. I turn the car onto the right highway and carefully put a hand on her thigh. She looks at me and gives me the meekest little smile. It breaks my heart. She was such a spitfire when we met, all the way until these men started harassing her. I want to make it all go away just to make her happy again. I want the old, carefree, confident Kayla back, for her sake. Where are we going? She asks in a small voice. I know a place. Throw your phone out the window. We'll buy new ones when we get there. I take my own advice and huck my phone. I watch it shatter in the side mirror. Kayla does the same, with a small frown on her face. I've come to terms with the fact I would give anything to make her happy again, and that scares me. We drive for hours. Kayla falls asleep a few times, but never for long. She seems to always wake up startled. Every time she looks at me, and almost instantly I can see her calm down. The selfish little piece of my heart swells whenever she does it, but I shake it off as soon as it comes. It's wrong. We're just friends, and I promise to protect her. By the time we drive into the town, it's night. This small town was a vacation spot for my parents. They loved to come here and get away from the city. I haven't wanted to come back. A small part of me still doesn't want to come here. I gently shake Kayla's leg, and she wakes up slowly. She yawns and rubs her eyes. Where are we? She asks. We're in a safe place. No one will find us here. But just to be safe, we should probably come up with some new identities. Kayla looks at me incredulously. I chuckle and shrug. We can be a married couple, the Barons. I'll be Eddie Barron, and you can be Charlotte Barron. We're here to vacation in a nice cabin for the week. The sweet laugh she produces is music to my ear. I'm glad I could make her happy in a stressful situation like this. Fine. Since you have clearly thought very hard about our fake lives, isn't there something you should ask me, though? I look at her confused. She has a sly smirk on her face. Aren't you going to ask me to fake marry you? The next day, Kayla, or Charlotte now, and I are dressed up in some new clothes that we bought from the local department store. We look like a simple, happy couple. I even got us both fake rings. I suggested we go out to lunch. She agreed, seeming to have calmed down a lot since yesterday. We are eating a simple meal now in a small-town restaurant, hiding behind our new assumed identities. So, how did you know this place? I bristle slightly at the question and finish eating the fry that was in my hand. My parents use this town as a vacation place. She has a small smile on her face. It looks like she wants me to go on, so I do. They actually used to take me to this lunch spot, and I would always get exactly what you're eating. I chuckle and gesture to her chicken wrap. She grins. It is pretty good. I can see why you would like it. I go on to tell her about my weeks here as a kid, how my dad wanted us to go to the same museum every summer, even though it never changed, about how my mom was the kindest woman, and my dad loved my mom more than anything. Kayla listens to me tell stories all afternoon. She always has kind, patient eyes and keeps asking me questions. I humor her, of course. If nothing else, it seems to distract her from the current predicament. By the time we go to get ice cream and walk around the main street, I decide it's time to ask her about her own life. I hope she will be more honest with me now, knowing what she knows. I'd like to know more about the events that have led us here today. What about your parents? I say after ordering her my childhood favorite, chocolate caramel swirl. She looks uncomfortable, but as we walk out of the shop, she finally answers me. My parents were nothing like yours. She laughs wryly. They were abusive, to say the least. One time they... She gulps and chews her lip nervously. The next words she says are soft and timid. She seems embarrassed to tell me. They tried to sell me into a sex trafficking ring. My throat goes dry. Any happiness I was feeling is immediately replaced with anger. How could her parents do that to her? How could any parents do that to their kid? The only thing that softens my rage is a quiet, feminine hiccup. I look down and Kayla is trying not to cry. I pull her aside onto a small patch of grass and wrap my arms around her, being careful of the ice cream. I'm so sorry, Kayla, I murmur, speaking into her hair. She sniffles and snuggles into my arms. It's okay. It's not your fault, she mumbles. After that, we decide to walk back to the cabin. It is a quiet walk, and the air between us remains changed. I feel guilty for asking at all, but I'm glad to see that she has finally decided to open up to me. When we arrive back, she kicks off her shoes. Boldly, I make up my mind to ask her another question. I still haven't gotten the information that I am seeking. Kayla, I need to know who this man is that's after you. I promise to protect you, but it would be a hell of a lot easier if I knew what I was protecting you from. Your past is non-existent, from what I know. I try to cover for the slip of words, but I can tell it's too late. She heard what I said, and understands what it meant. She stops and looks at me. Did you look into my background before? She demands quietly. I can't hide it from her anymore. I sigh. I hadn't meant to out myself so unskillfully, but I have no intention to lie either. Yes.
Chapter 29. Kayla. My breath hitches at his admission. I am in a state of disbelief, and yet I am oddly comforted by the notion. He cared enough to investigate my past. He wants to know why. He sacrificed so much to be here with me. I have caused him nothing but grief, but here he is, again, or perhaps more accurately, still. No one has ever stuck around through so much. I rub my arms and let out a sigh. I'm not upset that you looked into me. Honestly, I would have done the same if I was in your shoes. I look away from him, as the ghosts of the past that I have run from for so long that come into the back of my mind. I feel his gaze, gentle on my back, waiting for me to continue. I open my mouth. Not sure how to start, I simply shut it again. I squeeze my eyes closed and suck in a pained breath. My eyes open on my exhale as I begin to unfold the tale. After my parents died, I was in foster care, passed from house to house for a couple years. I found it easiest to avoid the houses I was staying in whenever I could. The friends I started keeping, well, they didn't have my best interests in mind. Honestly, neither did I admit. Once I figured out they were running with the drug cartel, I was already in pretty deep, I continue, flinching to even say the words out loud. My homeboy introduced me to this other guy, and man, we really clicked. My eyes squeeze shut as I try to catch my breath. Turns out, this guy was the youngest son of a big drug lord. Go figure. The more we hanged, the more willing I was to dabble. Before I knew it, I was as much of a user as he was. I couldn't live without the next ride. And of course, to make things worse, he wanted more than just friendship. It started out sweet, like he cared about me. Before I knew it, I shake my head at the memories. Jayden comes up behind me and puts a hand on my back. Instinctively, I stiffen, and he draws back. I turn around, eyes red-rimmed with tears held in. I see the hurt in his eyes. Whether it is from my recoil or my story, I can't tell. He started getting handsy, some sloppy neck kissing, a smack on the ass. It only escalated from there. My eyes dive away from his gaze once more, and I begin to pace. Fighting myself to walk down memory lane, I struggle to avoid letting it turn into a complete breakdown. I'm still rubbing my arms, and it is beginning to hurt from the continued friction. We were having a good time, lit up, riding the wave. He leaned in and kissed me. He tasted like crap, like a wet ashtray that had never been cleaned. Of course, I was into it, and it started to become more. His hand went under my shirt, his rough hands on my tit. It seemed like a blink of time, and he was going for my belt on my jeans. I told him to stop, but he slapped me so hard, my head spun. He practically ripped my jeans off and actually tore my panties. I was trying so hard to get him to stop, but I shudder thinking of the ache of him pounding into me, my screams falling on deaf ears. Without any arousal, it felt like a sheet of sandpaper ripping me open again and again. I recall how I punched and kicked and wrestled, only to be met with more blows to the face, to the stomach. When he couldn't take my struggle anymore, he flipped me over and laid down on top of me, crushing me into the ground while continuing to have his way with me. The tears that I poured back then felt just like the tears pouring down my face now, as I find a seat and rock myself. My nails dig deep into my arms. My legs squeeze tightly together. If only that was the only time. Jayden is immediately at my side, gathering me into his arms and burying my face into his lean toned chest. Now the waterworks really start flowing. I sob uncontrollably for a long while before I can sit back of my own accord. Straightening myself, I wiggle out of Jayden's grasp and look up at him. I can't tell what emotions are swimming in those deep brown eyes, but I can tell by the scar on his lip that he is trying hard to keep from snarling. I sniff and avert my eyes again. That sick bastard got what he deserved. I endured hell with that idiot for months, slowly gleaning secrets, gathering evidence about his dad's cartel. One night, he started getting frisky again, but I had enough. I bashed his head in with a metal bar I found and lit out of there. I took all my videos and documentation to the feds. They had me testify as a key witness to take the drug lord down. They took me into protective custody after that, changed my name, hid me away, and yet here I am, running again. My head is swirling now with the ghosts of the past, the fears of the present, and the dangers of the future. I am also shivering now, not from the air around me, but the frost of the memories I had fought so long to forget. Taking control of my breath, my gaze lifts to the man in front of me, hanging on my every word. He continues to be respectfully quiet. He is pressing his fingers together so hard, you can feel the tension up the length of his arm. His eyes are wide, his lips pursed together in concentration. His breathing seems to be level as I try to judge what might happen next. He takes a deep breath and meets my eyes. Staring into my eyes like this is the most important question of all time, his voice shakes as he solemnly responds. The cartel?
Chapter 30. Jayden. The air between us is as thick as it can possibly be. I'm hanging on her next breath, aching for the next words to leave her luscious lips. The anger that has grown in my chest hangs on the precipice of what she might say next. Her expression is almost unreadable as she draws in another deep breath. This was all a lifetime ago. I was a kid. Half a lifetime, I guess. The cartel is one of the biggest cartels in the country, or at least it was 16 years ago. All the evidence and videos I gathered was apparently enough to convict them. But damn, was I scared. I still am. The drug lord's name was Vic Constantine. He usually went by his street name, Lucifer. He's supposed to be dead, but that just means that no one seems to know who is after me now. I think I stopped breathing. This woman, she has no idea what she has done. Who is this goddess sitting in front of me? How can this woman have gone through so much, seen so much? I can't control my racing thoughts as I struggle to make sense of it all. I carefully take her hands into mine. Unable to stop staring into her face, I'm searching for answers. I can sense her surprise as I pull her hands up to place them on my face. My eyes blink once in slow motion as I let out a slow breath. I cannot thank you enough. Now I have even more reason to keep you safe. Her look of confusion deepens into a frown. I sigh in relief before squeezing her hands. I have to make her understand. I return her hands to her before I explain. My parents were taken out by Lucifer when I was 15. It was a devastation not just to me, but to the Mafia. We were in deep stuff. Things got really dangerous for a while. Lives were at stake. Mine especially. My grandfather had to take over management of the Mafia, but he was way into retirement. He raised me to take command. The Mafia was going to be mine when I turned 18. I feel the hatred for this bastard drug lord rise in my chest as I am visited by the demons of the past. I try to control the fury in my soul. The shame, the rage, the desire for revenge, all have been bottled inside of me like a rat in a cage. A scar I long thought healed is burning again, with a bloodlust I haven't felt in a long time. This man had not only killed my parents, but threatened my life, and that of my grandfather, among so many others. Apparently Kayla's life too. Maybe the anger is so powerful because it is fresh again. This bastard threatened her life. We were practically underground, living like rats under Lucifer's thumb. Every day was a question of whether it was the last one. How badly I wanted to end him. There weren't words. There aren't words still. But there also wasn't a way to do it. Lucifer had such control that we just had to hide, for the sake of our lives. Our crew was going downhill fast, the power and numbers of the Mafia waning over the course of a year. But then Lucifer went to prison. I see a change in Kayla's posture as the realization washes over her. Her eyes are soft, her gaze knowing. I'm also feeling a change, a relaxing of my muscles while I stare at this gorgeous angel in front of me. My head is swimming with thoughts, with the struggles, with the questions. How long had I wondered where our luck was born? After Lucifer went down, the cartel was raided and started to crumble, so we were able to gain some speed in the right direction. The Mafia rebuilt and rewired to be what it is today. The company I built, to which I owe my station today, is only here because Lucifer got locked up. Because you got him locked up. My vision comes back into focus, and I look at Kayla. She looks like she is a million miles away. I wonder what could be going through her head. I find myself asking how. How could this be happening? How can our lives be so entwined? I see her eyes searching, grasping at whatever is running through her head. A streak of worry crosses my mind. I reach out and gently lift her chin. My touch startles her, and she looks up to lock eyes with mine. My family's legacy, my grandfather and I survived because of you. Your bravery, your integrity, it saved my life. It gave me a chance, the ability to make something good out of the hand I was dealt. You delivered me from evil, and now I get to return the favor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Watching her look at me, she still has so many questions in her eyes, but I only have one. How can I keep this woman safe and by my side for today and for always? I lean in and press my lips softly against hers. This kiss is more than the last ones have been. My heart feels like it is going to fly out of my chest. I can't believe the feelings with which I am grappling. I always cared about her, but this, being entwined in our respective histories and then being entwined in person. But this was supposed to be platonic. This is friendship. This is not supposed to be love. There is no convincing myself that this is not something more than friendship. Not anymore. This relationship has gone deep, and I find myself feeling responsible to keep her safe. I feel like I have to protect her more than I need to breathe, or eat, or sleep. She's become the most important thing in the world to me. Damn, I'm in some deep crap.
Chapter 31. Kayla. My head is spinning. My thoughts are racing. Was this coincidence or fate? Was this happenstance or destiny? When he lifts my chin to tell me that I saved him, my brain breaks. I didn't save anyone. I just did what I needed to do. Was I really responsible for the downfall of the cartel and the rise of the mafia and Jayden's casino business? Can my insignificant life have had so much impact? I have spent years running, years working to build something for myself in an attempt to leave behind the pain, the trauma, the stress, only for it to be replaced with a different stress, a constant eye-over-my-shoulder stress. After all these years of running, what do I have to show for it? My government has failed me, my secret identity has failed me, but Jayden hasn't. This ruggedly gorgeous man across from me has continued to protect me. I don't know what I am feeling. Fear, admiration, hope. I feel like I might be sick, but I am somehow happy about it. What does this even mean? The kiss he initiated after dropping this bombshell on me was electric. I feel, oh, how I feel. This fire inside of me goes way past scratching the itch, past one-night stands, past friends with benefits. Am I falling for this man? After the kiss breaks, we decide to go to bed. Given the tiny safe house, there isn't much in the way of space. We cozy up in the same bed and say our goodnights. In the morning, I wake to him cooking breakfast. The smell of bacon and eggs wafting through the room invites me into the kitchen, just like a cartoon character floating by its nose. He is oblivious of my arrival, and when he turns, he startles slightly. Then his face becomes a huge goofy grin. Hungry? I nod and take a seat nearest him. Does that grin mean anything? I'm still really confused about what happened last night. Maybe it was just exhaustion from a seriously traumatic experience. I smile at him as he continues to be silly while he finishes cooking. Before I know it, there is a delicious breakfast sitting in front of me. I can't help but scarf it down. He laughs at me barreling through this meal like I haven't eaten in weeks. I slow down, remembering myself. After breakfast, we take a stroll down the mountain into town. The town is absolutely breathtaking, just as memorable on our second trip here, a small rural town straight out of the Wild West, with kindly locals that you'd never imagine live so close to Vegas. I could live here forever and never go back. The vibe here is so far from anything I had grown up or lived with. There is a small farmer's market happening in the village square. We walk the stalls and admire the beautiful masterwork of these homegrown artisans. There is even a live band playing in a grassy area, enticing several young couples, and even more children, to dance and make merry. Jayden leads me by the hand and pulls me in close. As intimate as the maneuver feels, the moment doesn't last. Jayden breaks out into a two-step, dragging me and my feet across the grassy knoll. He smiles mischievously as I try desperately to follow his lead. I'm normally a good dancer, but he's caught me off guard. I struggle to keep up with the surprising move. I look up with what must be panic in my eyes, and he laughs so wholly and fully that I almost don't recognize him. This place must be affecting him as well. I start to get my bearings as the song switches up and the dance slows. We spend the next couple of days checking out the local shops, having meals in small cafes, and getting to know the lovely people that live here. The gal at the ice cream shop could go on for days if you let her. Jayden snickers. Apparently, she has a thing for you, Mr. Barron. I shoot back. Oh, she wouldn't dare. Not with you by my side, my sweet Charlotte. I wrinkled my nose at the name. I wasn't too keen on it after hearing it out loud. Oh, darling, you only use my full name when you are irritated with me. My apologies, my little Lottie. Shall we continue our adventure? It takes everything in me not to swoon. My heart goes all aflutter when I hear him address me as his woman. Do I want to be his woman? This is like something straight out of a storybook. I know we are just playing husband and wife, but I can't hide that it feels so very real. Not at all like we are here laying low from drug-dealing thugs. Not at all like we are undercover in a town so small the world doesn't know its name. It is like a haven, and it feels so perfect. My flutters stop almost immediately, and suddenly the flutters are in my stomach. Dear God, I think I am getting too serious here. What am I doing? This isn't supposed to happen like this. One day, we decide to have a real adventure, and we pack a small bag for a day hike. The Red Rock Mountains are absolutely gorgeous this time of year, and I can't believe that I had never been out this way to see them before. He has been narrating the whole walk, telling me about what sort of plants and animals live out here, and the various encounters he has had. My heart is full listening to him recount such fond memories. And over there was a huge cat of some kind, and I froze on the spot. I just knew it was gonna come after me, but I didn't have it in me to move. But I had to lean back on what my father told me about animals out here. I am only half listening, taking in the scenery and this beautiful man walking in front of me. He seems like a foreign creature to me, all lit up like a child on Christmas, so full of little joys and sweet sentiments. There is a party tomorrow night in town, and he insists we go as a true and proper date. It strikes me as the sweetest sentiment. I can't deny that I am really falling for him, but what if he isn't falling for me the same way?
Chapter 32. Jayden. The door to our little slice of paradise swings open, and Kayla walks in before me. I shut the door with ease and walk over to the fireplace with the intent of starting it up. I turn to steal a look at Kayla, and I watch her go over to our small kitchen and grab the bottle of wine we've been nursing for a few days. She grabs 2 glasses and brings them over to me. The people here are so quaint and sweet. I chuckle as I watch the fire slowly start in front of me. Satisfied with how it's going, I stand back up and walk over to the couch. 2 glasses of wine sit on the table, and Kayla looks utterly relaxed. Everyone buys our story too, which is nice, she adds, taking her glass and handing me my own. That's because you're one hell of a storyteller, Charlotte. I grin. She rolls her eyes and waves off the compliment. Speak for yourself. That vacation in Boca we took almost felt real with your love of details. I shrug, and a soft tink from our glasses rings out as we toast our fake marriage. The party we were just at was small, a dinner party which apparently gets held annually by a local couple. They were sweet enough to invite us when we were at the grocery store the other day. Kayla and I had a hell of a time making up stories about our relationship. We kept our first meeting true, except for the bar. We exchanged it for a lovely dinner where we enjoyed each other's company. Everyone seemed generous with their own honeymoon stories offered in response. I won't lie and say it didn't spark something in me. I've been nursing what I assumed was just an infatuation with her for a while now. I used to justify it by saying she didn't deserve to get dragged into my world. Then I found out about her past and realized she wasn't as delicate as I thought at first. I don't want to let this bubble up anymore. I have to tell her how I feel. I just hope she feels the same. Kayla, I start. My tone is probably too serious because a cautious nervousness passes over her face as she stares into my eyes. Yes? I can't prevent my leg from starting to bounce. This is it. I'm going to tell her how I feel. She deserves to know. These past few days have been, well, they've been really good. I end the thought with a knowing laugh. Kayla nods with a bit too much enthusiasm, her mind probably racking up all the possibilities. Our time together has made me realize some things. I'm buying myself time. I have to gear myself up for the possibility that she won't agree with me. I have to be able to keep her safe, even if she isn't in love with me. Jayden, just tell me what's on your mind, she pleads. I take a big drink of wine, and she does the same. The tension in the air is thick, full of uncertainty and self-conscious thoughts. I love you, Kay. I've been in love with you for a while now. I guess I just haven't come to terms with it until now. At the last second, I can't do it. The idea that she won't feel the same panics me. Not so much because I'm afraid of her rejection, though I am. It doesn't feel fair to spring that on her now. She has nowhere else to go, and she's counting on me to keep her safe. This isn't the time for such matters. No matter how much I want to say it, I can't help but think that it seems selfish to complicate her life more than it already is. I want to tell her how she helped me realize what I felt for Diana wasn't love. I just thought Diana was perfect. I wanted a life like hers, with a clean background and privilege. But that's not what I need. It was a lust for her life, not her. Instead, I stare at her awkwardly. I just wanted to tell you that you're the bravest woman I know, I offer. It isn't a lie, though it isn't the confession I thought I'd be making. Her eyes widen. I put my wine glass down and I take the hand in her lap. She tilts her head to one side, confused and not sure what to say next. My heart starts thrumming in my chest, waiting for her reaction. She doesn't say anything, just stares at me with her big brown eyes as though she's still trying to piece something together. I don't give her the chance to question me. And the most beautiful. When she does speak, it's soft. Jayden. It's the only word which passes over her lips. I wait with bated breath, scared of what's to come next. Nothing comes after. Not verbally, at least. She puts her wine glass down and says everything through her actions. A soft kiss. It takes me a moment to reciprocate, but I do. I let go of her hand, moving my own up her face so gently, like I might break it if I'm not careful. Her skin is always so smooth. Don't worry, friends, you don't have to miss anything. We'll give you this portion of the chapter over at TylerWalker.com. Using code SAVE40 gives you access to all the delights and some bonus content to boot. Back to our story. When I offer to start it up again, her once lazily draped arms turn steely. She gives me the cutest pout, trying to convince me not to get up. We compromise and I carry her upstairs to our bedroom. She yawns and I quietly urge her not to fall asleep. I draw us a bath, and she lays tiredly against my chest as I clean us both up. When we get to bed, she almost immediately falls asleep in my arms. I couldn't ask for a better night. Chapter 33. Jayden. Considering how amazing the last few hours were, it's a real bummer I can't sleep. I break away from staring at the ceiling to look over at the sleeping princess beside me. Kayla is utterly out of it, so much so that she hasn't even stirred at my constant tossing and turning. I count to 50 before I decide that my thoughts just aren't going to stop bothering me. I try to get out of bed without disturbing my fake wife, and to my pleasure, she doesn't move a muscle. I know we can't stay here forever. Eventually, those men are going to catch up with us, and when they do, we'll be back at square one. I take my phone off the charger and decide to make a call I have been putting off for way too long. I go into my dad's old office across the hall from the bedroom. I leave the door open so I can keep an eye on Kayla, just in case. The phone rings a few times before a gravely deep voice picks up. "Slade?" Bruce says. He does not sound happy. I don't blame him. We're not great friends, or even good friends for that matter. That's about to make what I ask of him even worse. I need to ask you a favor. The line is quiet before I hear a quiet piss off on the other line and the shuffling of something in the background. What do you want? Great. We're starting off poorly. It's about the shooting. More silence. I'm starting to think he's not paying attention, but then I hear a faint, "I'll be right back," directed to someone else. It must be his wife. I feel bad for bothering them, but the guilt turns into envy. Bruce has his wife by his side, and his hands have been just as dirty as mine, in their own way. I glance at Kayla, and a small smile appears on my lips. I hope after all of this is over, she will still give me a chance. I want to make her happy, without all the strings of our pasts holding us back. When Bruce talks again, his voice is clear. I assume he's moved to another room. Tell me everything. I need all the details before I agree to anything. I launch into the story. I don't want to leave anything out, but the more personal aspects of Kayla's past, I leave vague. He only needs to know about the current situation. Bruce stays quiet and listens through the whole thing. The most I hear from the voice on the other side is a soft murmur when I end the sentence on a questioning note. I'm worried he's just going to reject helping me, but if he planned to do that, then I assume he wouldn't have given Kayla the time of day either. So what do you want to do about it? He asks. I bring a hand up to rub my face. I need help investigating. I've exhausted every connection I have. This has to be the cartel, but they disbanded a long time ago. I can hear Bruce scratching his stubble, and I hope he's weighing our options. After a thoughtful moment, he speaks. This is going to take time. I smile, albeit a bit prematurely. Of course, I wouldn't. Bruce cuts me off. This isn't going to be simple. I'll investigate it. Where are you two now? I brush off the annoyance from his interruption. We're somewhere they're not going to find us. I try to keep the arrogant edge out of my voice, but so far it's been free roaming here, without so much as a quiet stalker watching our moves. A place like that doesn't exist. You're eventually going to be found. I hate to admit it, but he would know way better than I would. If they found the government safe house and my casino safe house, then there's nothing stopping them from finding us here. You better bring her back here, where we can work on this together. I'll help you keep an eye on your girl. I almost cut him off to say that Kayla is not my girl, but I don't even know if that's true anymore. Instead, I test my luck by crossing my arms over my chest and making a soft-hearted jab at Bruce. The jab comes from a place of genuine surprise, though, and I secretly want to know why. You're definitely going soft, man. We don't get along. I honestly don't know why you're helping me. I know I'm pushing it, but the casual chuckle from Bruce calms my nerves. I can't lie, having a wife has probably changed me. I laugh along with him. That's always how it goes, isn't it? I add. Bruce gives me another chuckle before his tone gets a bit more serious. I mean, isn't that why you called me? You'll do anything for love. I don't have a witty comeback to that. It's just the truth. Yeah. That's all I can manage. This is a lot deeper than I was planning on getting with Bruce. He seems to agree with me because he brings the tone back to joking. Of course, I'm not doing it for free, man, he says, and I can hear the grin in his voice. We share a laugh, something we've done more in this call than we have over the last month at the club. I respond with sincerity. I owe you big time. We say our goodbyes and agree to talk tomorrow. I hang up and spend a long moment staring at my phone. We're really doing this. I walk back into the bedroom to find that Kayla has rolled over onto my side. Great. I plug my phone back in and gently nudge her until she moves. Her back is facing me, and I take the moment to pull her closer, nuzzling into the crook of her neck. Bruce was right. I would do anything for Kayla, my love.
Chapter 34. Kayla. I catch myself getting wrapped up in the fantasy again. A part of myself feels guilty for finding running away with Jayden thrilling. We are truly in the honeymoon phases as we go from one location to another together. The stunning views of the sunsets and sunrises over the enchanting mountains add to the romantic ambience. It only makes it that much harder for me to keep from swooning over playing house with him in such a gorgeous location. My mind wants to convince me we are just on vacation, that the reality of the most dangerous people in the country seeking to end my life doesn't exist. If only my real life could be this peaceful. After all I've been through, it feels as though I don't deserve to experience pleasure like this. Joy is only reserved for the righteous, isn't it? In the past few weeks, I've managed to endanger the lives of innocent people merely for the sake of staying alive. Sometimes I feel like I'm no better than the assassins who want me dead. I wake up to the sound of movement close by. Even though I feel safe when I'm with Jayden, I've been in the habit of staying on alert for so long. It guarantees that any unusual noise will stir me. I sit up on the bed with my back against the rustic headboard, observing him as he places his open duffel bag on the other side of the bed. Something is definitely wrong. Usually he tiptoes around the room in the mornings, but right now something is heavily weighing down his mind. What's the matter? I clench the warm comforter closer to my bare chest as I brace myself for whatever he is about to reveal. We employed the wrong strategy. He focuses solely on packing his clothes into his bag, avoiding my gaze as if I've wronged him in some way. What? What are you saying? I scoot closer to the center of the bed on my knees. We can't hide forever. It's more efficient to get this over and done with. He zips the bag closed with vigor, then finally looks up at me. We have to lure the enemy out of his hole. I feel the panic coming back to my body as I process his words. It was nice pretending that my problems didn't exist for several days. I would give up my old life and my career if it meant that I could live as a person without a traumatic past. Why can't I just be Charlotte Barron for the rest of my life? She has a lush house in the countryside, the dream husband, and a relaxed, retired lifestyle. I guess things like this are too good to be true. How do you intend to do that? I grow more concerned as the frown on his face expands and his determined expression becomes more intense. The only times we've kept ourselves and the people around us safe is when we've disappeared. Get dressed. We need to leave now. Jayden picks up his bag, turning his back to me as he walks towards the bedroom door. I've already packed your things. This feels like the calm before the storm. Whenever things are too serene, we get hit with a deadly car chase and bullets flying in our direction. I get out of my bed and put on my clothes, which are neatly folded on the nightstand. It's in my nature to feel anxious, while Jayden walks with confidence. He is a man on a mission, and being with him makes me feel more reassured than ever. I walk into the main room, glancing out the large window to see that the sun has yet to make its appearance over the gigantic mountain range. Jayden walks over to me, holding my gaze with more softness as he thoughtfully takes my hands into his. I promise I'll protect you. I'm using all of my resources, so I have no doubts we will find a solution. I realize I wholeheartedly trust him as I read the sincerity in his eyes. It's still bizarre to me that a man would go to these lengths to look after me. I'm starting to realize it's my belief that I am incapable of being loved that is the hindrance. This man has shown me his loyalty time and time again. What he says to me is the unwavering truth. He moves closer to me, softly kissing my lips as confirmation. After this is over, I have something important to tell you. There is a deep emotion present in his eyes that I've never seen before. Does he have feelings for me? Is he going to express to me how he feels once we've defeated this relentless enemy? I want to ask him about it, but I feel paralyzed. It's a huge possibility that I'm just projecting my own feelings onto him, and it will only lead to disappointment. I am grateful to him, regardless of whether he feels the same or not. Jayden has shown me that despite someone's troubled past, they can still change for the better. His intentions are so pure, and it makes me slightly envious of him. I feel like I'm still too tainted from my hardships to see the world with a different perspective. In my mind, everyone is going to hurt me one way or another. It's only a matter of time. Crap. Jayden suddenly grows alert, whispering as he glances down at an alert on his watch. We've got company. Someone tripped my perimeter line. My heart beats faster as I watch him walk to the coffee table to retrieve 2 pistols strapped underneath it. What if it's only a wild animal? I know it's not. He passes me one of the pistols without hesitation. My instincts are telling me otherwise. I want you to run to the mountain trail and not look back. I'll keep the intruders off of you. I can't leave you behind. My emotions start to crawl up my throat as my hand struggles to hold the handle of the gun. Kayla, go now. Jayden opens the side door with an intense glare on his face. I run out, reluctantly heading for the trail that he has made me familiar with on our frequent evening strolls. My breathing becomes more irregular with every weakening step I take away from the cabin.
Chapter 35. Jayden. And just like that, my safe house discreetly hidden in the mountains has turned into a war zone. Perhaps I was too arrogant about being smarter than the enemy. As much as I hate to admit it, Bruce was right. We are still discovering who this new leader is, and underestimating them has proven to be unwise. The fact that they were able to zero in on our location in a matter of days speaks volumes about what they're capable of. I hunch over as I stealthily move over to my stash of supplies, hidden behind a normal-looking trophy case. After pressing my thumb against a camouflaged fingerprint scanner, the case flips around to reveal 3 shelves of weapons. I grab my largest pocket knife, place it into my right army boot, then reach for one of the grenades on the middle shelf. As the alarm on my watch triggers again, I prepare myself to be outnumbered by these intruders. My hands grab an extra clip filled with bullets for the pistol that I've secured from underneath my coffee table. Suddenly, the sound of bullets firing from an assault rifle can be heard on the other end of the house. Whoever is outside still expects us to be asleep in the bedroom. This is my opportunity to catch them by surprise. I duck down as I swiftly move across the living room to the wall bordering the bedroom. "Eat this, idiots!" I pull the ring from the grenade, then toss it through the nearest window in the direction of the assailant. A large explosion shakes the ground below my feet, and the screams of several men outside follow behind it. I start thinking about Kayla, hoping that she has gotten far away by now so that she can avoid this danger. My security team is not here, so I'm completely in the dark about how many enemies I'm facing. My breaths are heavy as I keep my back against the wall in a crouched position with my pistol aimed and ready. There's no way one grenade got all of them. I need to stay on high alert. My next thought is the possibility of locals out hunting or hiking nearby. There have been a large number of casualties already, and I want to avoid innocent bloodshed. The sound of the window crashing in front of me jolts me out of my thoughts. A grenade has been tossed in towards me, and there isn't any time to spare. Crap! I dash away from the wall, making all haste to the kitchen as the living room is blown open in a matter of seconds. I place my back against the kitchen island, looking in both directions with my gun pointed attentively. I watch as 2 men dressed all in black enter the living room stealthily. They are unable to see my position on the other side of the counter. I open fire on both of them, bringing them to the ground before they have an attempt to attack back. I skillfully toss the emptied clip, replacing my pistol with the second one I have at my disposal. The men outside are now aware of my position and shoot relentlessly through the wall and the window. Glass and plaster fly across the room in clusters, making the kitchen look like a room that has been completely gutted before a major renovation project. They won't take me out without a fight. I rise up during a break in the bullets flying towards me and fire all the rounds until my second clip is empty. Damn it! I turn quickly when I hear footsteps behind me. A man with a pocket knife in his hand charges towards me. I grunt heavily as I use my strength to keep the blade only several inches from my throat. After pushing him backwards, I reach to pull the knife from my boot, then give him a challenging smirk. Let's do this. He charges at me again, swishing his knife several times while I evade it. I counter with my knife, but he isn't as successful with his defense. My blade first slices him at his bicep, then I follow up with a swift movement at his chest. He yelps and circles around the kitchen island, contemplating his next move as he stands with his back to the destroyed living room. It no longer remains a fair fight when he reaches for his pistol, aiming it at me with satisfaction. So, the great Jayden Slade dies like this. I will be remembered for killing you. He smirks wickedly as he aims the gun at my chest. Meanwhile, I'm staring straight into the barrel, thinking about how I haven't had the chance to tell Kayla how I feel about her. I should have just confessed during the days that we spent together here. I was a coward, and now she will never know the truth. The stance of the assassin becomes less firm when the sound of sirens draws closer. It's obvious that his mind is debating whether he should run away or end my life first. Just as he raises the gun at me again more assertively, there is a gunshot. Blood from the back of his head splatters everywhere before he falls forward to the hardwood floors. Kayla stands behind the man with the pistol I gave her raised and smoking. She slowly lowers the gun, exhales strongly, then holds my gaze with conviction. I won't leave you behind, so don't tell me to do it. I rush over to her, feeling relieved that I have a second chance. My hands grab the base of her face as I kiss her more passionately than ever. The world seems to stand still, even though the police sirens and gunshots outside are blaring. Several officers rush in wearing their tactical gear, and our initial response is to raise our hands so they know we're not a threat. The lead officer addresses us immediately. We know who you are, Jayden Slade and Kayla Marchinson. Bruce Fordington sent us. Shortly after, a helicopter lands on the trail to pick us up. I'm expecting to see my security team, but Bruce steps out of it with Dr. Samuel Johnson right behind him. Bruce gives me a smug expression that reeks of contentment. Are you happy to see me now? Samuel, the official staff doctor for Inferno, adds his 2 cents. He stands next to Bruce with a large medical bag strapped over his shoulder. You have a knack for stirring crap, Jayden. Chapter 36. Jayden. Kayla and I board the back of the large 6-passenger helicopter. Bruce and Samuel sit in the seats in front of us. As we take off from the ground, my mind replays what happened not too long ago at the cabin. I've cheated death once again thanks to Kayla. She looked so sexy performing that headshot at close range, even though she was more than likely scared out of her mind. Instead of running off like I instructed her to, she stayed by my side and protected me the same way that I look after her. I've never had a woman care for me to this extent. She clenches onto my right hand as the helicopter elevates, glancing out of her window to avoid my gaze. I never expected her to be the type of person who is afraid of heights. We've already experienced a bar brawl and high-speed car chase together, so in my mind she's the greatest badass I've ever met. I admire her bravery above everything. When we first started hanging out, everything was purely physical. But as we experience these scary challenges together, I become more invested in her on other levels. We just need to live through all this madness so she can know my heart belongs to her. I lean my head closer to her left ear, speaking loudly enough to combat the sounds of the propellers. Everything will be fine. We're in good hands. My left hand gently grazes the side of her face to brush off some dirt stuck there. Kayla looks at me with exhausted eyes and nods several times. She doesn't have to verbally respond because her expression shows me how relieved she is. I think she realizes this is the best possible scenario right now. As much as I don't get along with Bruce, he is the man I would refer anybody to who needs excellent protection. We arrive at the helicopter pad on the top of the Inferno building in approximately 15 minutes. The men exit the helicopter first, then I assist Kayla out of the back seat. She still manages to look beautiful as her dark hair blows chaotically from all of the strong wind. We enter through the rooftop door with my arms secured around her slim torso. The guys lead the way to the elevator while having a conversation that I choose to block out. My focus is on this heroic woman who risked her safety to save my life. Are you okay? I speak to her tenderly as my right arm slips down to her waist. The paces of my steps are completely aligned with how slowly her own are moving. I'm fine. She thoroughly scans this new floor, which she has never laid eyes on before. I never expected to be in this building again anytime soon. I know it's not the most pleasant place to be after what we just endured. I build up my courage to be more expressive while we still have a minute to ourselves. Thank you for what you did back there. I owe you my life. Kayla smiles for the first time all morning, making my heart skip a beat. So, we're even now? Not exactly. My lips naturally match her smile. You unknowingly rescued me from Vic Constantine. Then I returned the favor. And now, you've saved me again. But you've been my knight in shining armor several times. She doesn't hesitate to correct my inaccuracy. How about we stop counting and just keep looking out for each other? Kayla's grin becomes even wider as if I've said some magic words. I'd like that. The elevator doors open, and Bruce gestures for us to enter it first. Once the four of us are on board, he presses the button for the 4th floor below ground. Bruce turns his body at an angle to us, observing us closely as we stand together like a real couple. The two of you look good together. His eyes shift to Kayla. We didn't get to officially meet the last time since there were stray bullets flying everywhere. I'm Bruce. She gives him a respectful nod, then speaks in a softer voice. Thank you for extracting us, Bruce. He responds with a single chuckle and turns forward as the elevator doors open. We pass several checkpoints before Samuel leads us into his personal room. The space is set up just like a doctor's office. I've never actually gotten to see this setup in Inferno. The doctor removes his medical bag from his shoulder. He then looks at both me and Kayla. I can treat the lady first. Kayla glances at me and silently walks over to the examination bed placed in the center of the room. Bruce walks over to me casually, holding his Inferno member's ring on his finger as if he's contemplating removing it. Let's go into the corner and chat. We walk to the other side of the room. I sit in an armchair which still gives me a view of Kayla and Samuel. Bruce releases a strong grunt as he lowers himself into the seat across from me. I'm afraid it's not good news. We've hit a snag. I've hacked everything there is to hack on the cartel, and it's led me to a dead end. I anxiously lean forward in my chair. How is that possible? Someone is carrying out Vic Constantine's work. Lucifer, as he's called, had 4 children. 3 are dead, and the last surviving child is in a mental asylum. There's nothing there, Jayden. The cartel no longer exists. I don't understand. I rub my knuckles as the frustration grows inside of me. Who is hell-bent on killing Kayla, then? These men are professional mercenaries. He continues to fiddle with his ruby ring. There are very few things I can't pry open, but I know someone who can get stuff done. I stiffen at the thought of the man he's implying. Anthony St. Clair. Yes. Bruce nods with a serious expression. He can make things go away, but you'll have to pay the price. It seems you'll have to make a pact with the devil. After a long, awkward silence, he adds a final thought. There's also another way. Inferno can help you, but you'd need to be married to Kayla. Would you be willing to use her as bait? It's up to you, Jayden. Which is the lesser of 2 evils? Marriage or Anthony St. Clair?
Chapter 37. Kayla. Dr. Samuel Johnson runs several tests on me in his medical room in Inferno. He checks my breathing with his stethoscope and takes my blood pressure without saying a word. Usually, doctors give certain commands during these routines, but he seems to be so focused on his tasks that he fails to interact with me. I observe Jayden as he speaks with Bruce in a seated area on the other side of the room. It kills me inside to not know what they're saying. I would rather hear the harsh truth about my predicament than have Jayden water it down in order to comfort me. The doctor places his hands at my shoulders, lowering me to lay on my back on the hospital bed. It still feels so strange that he has remained silent. Is he always like this? I'm sure he's skilled at what he does, but a little bedside manner wouldn't hurt. I look up at him curiously, expecting him to address me in some way as his patient. Instead, he feels around my ribs to see if anything is broken. When his eyes finally meet mine, he finally breaks the silence between us. Is this painful? It depends on the context of your question, I think to myself while staring up at the tall ceiling. This is definitely the most awkward checkup I've ever had, so if that's what you're asking, then yes. I'm pretty sure his question is way more literal, and I'm simply overthinking it. My head shakes and I smile as pleasantly as I can to hide my bluff. No. As he checks for any bruises or internal bleeding, I keep thinking about how I almost lost Jayden. I'm so glad I went back into that cabin. I've formed such an attachment to him through all of this, and I can't imagine going a day without seeing him. I turn my head to the left to watch him again, and he stands up simultaneously with Bruce. Instead of them shaking hands like most interactions end between businessmen, Bruce walks away first, leaving the room without looking back. It doesn't seem like they exchanged nasty words, but whatever they discussed was very serious. Jayden continues to stand, rubbing his knuckles like he always does when he's trying to avoid using someone as a punching bag. Has Bruce angered him in some way? I need to find out what's going on as soon as possible. Samuel breaks my train of thought by speaking for the second time. You're all set. He steps away from the examination table, removes his gloves, then places them in the bin below his desk. It seems as if Jayden has been woken from his trance as well. He walks across the room with his powerful gait, holding my gaze as I sit up on the table. How is she, Samuel? She's in good shape. He suddenly becomes chatty now that Jayden has made an inquiry. No broken bones or internal bleeding. She's a bit tense from the shock of the attack, but that is to be expected. I owe you one. Jayden then shifts his attention to me, taking a few steps to arrive at my side. Should we get out of here? He offers me his left hand, palm upward, with a charming smile. I'll add it to your tab. Samuel makes a joke, but the tone of his voice is still monotone. You took quite a beating yourself. Shouldn't you be up on the table next? Jayden assists me off the bed and immediately declines the doctor's offer. I walked away unscathed thanks to this woman here. Take care of yourself, Samuel. He places his arm around my waist, guiding me out of the room with care. We walk down several corridors and then take the elevator upstairs. He leads me a bit further before he stops in front of door 415, retrieving a card from his pocket to scan at the receiver. The light flashes green and he turns the brass handle. We enter a room that looks like an extravagant presidential suite. Since it has its own kitchenette and bathroom, someone could definitely live here for an extended period of time if they wanted to. Make yourself at home. Jayden removes his motorcycle jacket and throws it over the black leather armchair. He walks over to a bottle of red wine on the decorative table, removes the cork and pours it generously into 2 wine glasses. It can calm your nerves. Thank you. I accept the full glass, then make my way over to the love seat. While I appreciate that he's focusing on making me comfortable, I'm really anxious to know what he talked about with Bruce. I take a large sip of the wine and watch him attentively as he sits at my right side. My body instantly turns towards him at an angle. What did Bruce have to say? Jayden downs half of the wine in his glass, indicating that it more than likely wasn't good news. He reaches forward to place his glass on the table in front of him. He frowns as he holds my gaze seriously. We don't have the best options right now. He suggested that I use the services of a man named Anthony St. Clair. He is a member of Inferno, but despised by everyone. Okay, we've all worked with people we don't exactly care for. I've heard the name before and about the bad rap he has. I place my glass next to his and give him my undivided attention. What are the other options? Jayden releases a heavy sigh, avoiding my gaze briefly. Inferno could protect us, but I would need to marry you first in order for that to happen. It also involves using you as bait, which I don't care to do because it's too dangerous. I become speechless from his admission. This is the first time marriage has ever been brought up, and it's purely conditional. I've never thought about getting married, but doing it this way has me completely taken aback. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He gives me a comforting smile as he rises from the love seat. I'll set up a meeting with Anthony. I take a hold of his left hand, just as he begins to walk away. He freezes abruptly where he stands, waiting for me to explain why I've stopped him. My throat becomes dry, and my right hand slightly shakes as it holds on to him. Do you want to marry me? Chapter 38. Kayla. Oh my God. Did I really just ask that out loud? I release his hand, reaching for my glass of wine instead. I promptly chug it to cope with my embarrassment. Jayden remains still, as if he's waiting for me to elaborate on my question. Damn. I guess I do owe him an explanation for going straight to left field like that when we're not even in a real relationship. I shouldn't have spoken my mind so freely. It only puts him in an awkward position. Although I'm aware of how I feel about him, I'm probably nothing more than a partner in crime and good sex to him. I breathe in deeply, closing my eyes to calm myself before looking up at him. What I meant to say is that I wouldn't have a problem marrying you. I didn't mean to make you feel obligated in any way. Jayden kneels in front of me, smiling suspiciously as if he knows something that I don't. You said exactly what you meant to say. I start to feel nervous in his presence for the first time ever. His eyes gaze deeply into mine in the most paralyzing way. He is the only person who can effortlessly call my bluff. As much as I want to run away from this, I know it's best if I just tackle it directly. I'm not that terrified 7-year-old girl who got put into foster care, nor am I the inexperienced teenager who reluctantly put Vic Constantine behind bars. I've matured so much, taking accountability for who I am and where I've come from. I asked out of curiosity, but the timing made it weird. I chuckle bashfully as I fiddle with my fingers in my lap. It sounded like I was proposing to you or something. I watch him as his smile grows even wider. Geez, he's taking this a lot better than I thought he would. It seems like we'll be able to just laugh this off and pretend that it never happened. That's a relief. Jayden caresses the left side of my face with his right hand. His eyes scan my face like it's something he's never seen this close before. Yes? What? My heart tightens in my chest and my face tilts at an angle in his grasp. Could he really be saying what I think he's saying? I feel extremely shocked, but I silence the thoughts racing through my head to focus on his demeanor. I long to hear the words come out of his mouth. Every second that passes feels like an hour. I can't remember the last time I felt this vulnerable. Kayla. His voice sounds so deep and sincere that a chill trails down my spine. I want to marry you so badly. My mouth is agape, and I question if I just imagined hearing those words, or if it truly happened. By the look on his face, I can gauge that it's my turn to respond, but I'm still in shock. My hands tremble in my lap as I answer. Why? I wish that I could just accept his confession and not allow my insecurities to take over. It's unfortunate that I still doubt if I am lovable because of everything I've been through. It must be such an unattractive quality that could easily hinder this endearing moment. He takes my hands in his, unwavering from his statement. I've had feelings for you for a while now. This is the thing I've wanted to tell you, but we've been hit with obstacle after obstacle, and the timing just never felt right. The lump in my throat keeps expanding. It becomes an impossible task to hold back my tears. I look down at our hands that are joined together, thinking about how he is the only person who has ever made me feel secure. I've been battling my feelings for you too. My hands instantly feel cold as his hands move away from them to focus on my face. He uses his thumbs to softly wipe away my tears as he holds my face up in alignment with his. Why do you consider it a battle? I release a giggle that mixes in with my sobs. I've never felt the way I feel about you for anyone else. It's so foreign to me that my natural reaction was to suppress it. Jayden. Nods compassionately. I can understand that. This is new territory for me too. All I did before you came along was pour all my focus into my business. I kept lying to myself, saying that I was just helping you because it's in my nature. The truth is that I was already falling for you when you started that fight at the biker bar. That's what did it for you, huh? I laugh more and feel a warmth in my heart that can only be derived from true love. And I've been dragging you to hell ever since. I would gladly be dragged to hell if it means that I get to spend the rest of my life with you. He continues to hold my face as he moves in closer, parting my lips with his as he shows me how he feels through our passionate kiss. Afterward, I wrap my arms around his broad shoulders and bring my face to the left side of his. There is a warmth from his body that soothes every ailment I've ever had. His deep, hypnotic voice vibrates against my neck and chest as we continue to embrace each other. What about you? I move back out of the embrace, giving him a curious expression when I fail to figure it out. What about me? Jayden rises from the ground to join me on the love seat. When did you fall for me? It doesn't take me long to realize that falling for him was inevitable. I smile at him devilishly, moving my body over his on the leather couch as I whisper my response. I have you beat. I had already fallen for you when you pulled up outside the wedding on your motorcycle.
Chapter 39. Jayden. Kayla's words are like cool water to my parched heart. I spent so long pining over someone who felt nothing for me. I'd forgotten what true love was supposed to feel like. My hand brushes her cheek and she smiles, a hint of mischief coloring the warm glow of happiness. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and the most badass. This is the woman for me. I pull her into another kiss, but it's different this time. Her lips on mine are soft and sensual. Her tongue slowly, almost shyly, plays at the threshold of my lips. My mouth parts just slightly, inviting her in with a level of care I've never felt. I've never kissed anyone like this before. It feels as if we're finally seeing each other, like we're meeting for the first time in all our rawness and realness. With my left hand still on her cheek, my other hand trails up Kayla's leg, which is wrapped around my hips. The warmth of her skin, even through her jeans, is electric. She pulls out of the kiss for a moment and looks me in the eyes. Her fierce, fiery gaze pierces through me, burning me up from the inside out. I swallow hard, speaking before I can even think. You're the one I've been waiting for. My voice is deep and raspy, as if those words have been longing to get out since the moment we met. She smiles in a way that makes me think she's been wanting to hear those words for just as long. Soon, her smiling lips are pressed against mine again. My hand keeps tracing its way up her thigh. With every inch, her kisses become deeper, her tongue venturing further and further into my mouth, until our tongues are twined around each other in a rhythmic dance. I can feel the heat of her body pressed against me, feeling every curve and undulation through her clothes. My hand finds the hem of her shirt. I slide my hand under it, feeling the soft flesh of her belly and waist. The jolt of her skin against mine almost drives me crazy, and it takes everything within me not to rip her clothes off then and there. I want to take my time, want to savor every moment with her, want this electric desire to last forever. I pull away from her mouth and instead plant soft, sensuous kisses along her cheek, her jawline, her neck. She arches her back in response, pushing herself deeper into my lap, and I feel my staff swell at the heat of her. Sorry, readers, we can't go any further with this spicy content, as it's deemed too hot for YouTube. Fortunately, you can find it all at tylawalker.com. Using code SAVE40 will yield you extra savings on some great reading. Back to our story.
Chapter 40. Kayla. I have this unavoidable fear that everything could all be a dream. Jayden has turned out to be more compatible with me than I ever imagined possible. Although our story has been full of chaos, every conflict has brought us closer together. I'm positive he would do anything to protect me, and he knows that I've got his back to the same extent. His confession still replays in my mind like an audio tape on a loop. The way he makes love to me only confirms how deeply he feels for me. When my eyelids open, I have no concept of time. Our room in Inferno is still dark due to the blackout curtains. It feels like enough time has elapsed, so it could very well be the morning time. I am surprised to see Jayden is already awake, smiling brightly at me as if I'm the most precious thing he has ever seen. He was watching me sleep. I've never had a man do that before. I move back slightly within his embrace, glancing up at him with a warm smile. "Good morning, handsome." Jayden lowers his face to my forehead, kissing it softly before his enticing voice speaks. "Good morning, baby. There's someone waiting for us." "Who?" I give him a curious expression as my hands rest comfortably on his firm chest. He sits up in the bed enthusiastically, adding more to the intrigue. "It's a surprise. Let's get ourselves ready to meet them." I raise my body to a seated position, holding the soft burgundy sheet against my bare chest. "You and these damn surprises." He chuckles as he stands next to the bed fully naked. "I'll get the shower started for you." The muscles in his defined glutes and hamstrings flex repetitively as he walks towards the bathroom. I will never grow tired of looking at that backside. A cunning smile forms on my face. As I hop off the bed, walking across the bedroom jubilantly in my birthday suit. Jayden and I enjoy a steamy shower together, and the only thing that stops us from having another round is this mysterious meeting that we have to attend. After we get dressed in some casual clothes, Jayden leads us down the elevator and through the long corridors to a room with large double doors. As soon as he opens them, there are 5 sets of eyes staring at us. I become frozen, standing slightly behind him as everyone greets us like they've been expecting us. The first person I recognize is Bruce. There is a gorgeous woman at his side with the perfect voluptuous frame, vibrant brown complexion, and black hair that falls gracefully down her back to her waist. Bruce takes a step forward with his hand resting at the curve of her back. "This is my wife, Jennifer." "It's nice to finally meet you." Jayden politely shakes her hand, then turns his body at an angle towards me. "This is my fiancée, Kayla." Jennifer smiles pleasantly as she extends her hand out to me. "He failed to express how beautiful you are." I instantly feel like my cheeks heating from her compliment as I join my hand to hers in a handshake. "So are you." She giggles in the most melodic way and lovingly wraps her arms around Bruce. "We're honored to be here." I look up at Jayden as I still attempt to piece together what is happening. Before I can ask him about it, there are 2 men who make their way over to us. One of them I recognize immediately as the Christoph McLaren, famous race car driver. He gives Jayden a brotherly hug and focuses his crystal blue eyes on me. "I'm Christoph. It's nice to meet you, Kayla." I release a nervous chuckle as I shake his hand. "We actually made a reference to you when we were fleeing our enemies in a sports car. I never thought I'd actually shake your hand one day." The pleasure is mine. Any woman who can soften this man's heart has my full respect. The second man is of Asian descent. He respectfully greets Jayden, then gives me a slight bow. "I'm Riku King. Thanks for allowing me to witness this special day." "Special day?" My head looks up to Jayden, but he avoids my gaze to greet the last guest. The final man who has not spoken yet crosses the grand ballroom and makes his way between Christoph and Riku. He is an older man, dressed in a judge's black robe with a white-collared shirt underneath it. "Let's get you 2 dressed for the occasion." Now is when I notice for the first time that the sophisticated attire everyone else has on makes me and Jayden look underdressed. Jayden turns to me, taking both of my hands into his. "Kayla Marchinson, will you marry me? Right here, right now. It's all ready, and I don't want to wait another second." I nod with a mixture of shock and excitement, holding back the tears that could fall at any moment. Jennifer takes a step forward, standing elegantly at my right side. "We have a dress ready for you in another room. I'll do your hair and makeup too." Jayden thoughtfully releases my hands, gazing into my eyes with an amorous expression. "I'll see you soon." "Okay." I give him a heartfelt grin before turning to leave the room with Jennifer. I notice how I am the happiest I have ever been as I follow her to a room a few doors down. She leads me to a wedding gown, hanging from the dresser, in a clear garment bag. "What do you think?" The tears fall down my cheeks as I admire it closer. "It's beautiful." Jennifer and I chat as she does my makeup in front of the vanity. At first it is just casual conversation, but then it hits me. I'm about to become Mrs. Slade. The thought is exhilarating. 30 minutes later, I'm re-entering the ballroom in my gown. I feel just like a princess gliding down the aisle to join her prince. And that's exactly how Jayden looks in his black tuxedo, like royalty. He wipes some tears from beneath his eyes as he stands in front of me, whispering while the judge speaks. "You are the most beautiful bride." "Thank you, handsome," I whisper back with a smile so wide that my cheeks hurt. We exchange our vows, then share the most meaningful kiss as our guests clap enthusiastically. My heart still beats out of my chest as I tenderly hold the gaze of the love of my life.
Chapter 41. Jayden. It's been an hour since we sealed our bond with a delicious kiss. She really married me. I still can't believe this gorgeous woman in front of me has become my wife. Our lives, once so chaotic and mysterious, seem to be coming together like the strands of a tapestry. Me and my wife. I watch her laugh and chat casually with Jennifer, looking as comfortable as if they had been old college buddies. Kayla stands beside me, her conversation happening on one side, while I face Bruce and Kristoff. They're busy congratulating me on being inducted into the old married guys. It wasn't so long ago that we all joked about how it would never happen to us. We would never have the happily ever after, the married with kids life. It wasn't us. I can't believe this, but I am so over the moon happy. Admittedly, the last couple of weeks have not been the most relaxing, but still, there is not an ounce of regret in my mind. This is my woman, the woman of my dreams who came to save me from my nightmares. Bruce reigns on my parade. I hate to burst into the wedded bliss, my friend, but you know what comes next. She has to pass the test. She's already here, so we can just get it out of the way. No, she's not ready. There's no way, they can't make her. The realization that my wife is about to face something horrific is too much to bear. Bruce sees the tension come into my body and winces, looking sympathetic. Still, I can tell that he is ultimately unmoved by my protest. I look at my wife, and the fear in my heart was matched by the fear in her eyes. She heard enough of Bruce's words to know that something is wrong, and I could wring his neck for it. I will do anything to take that from her, whatever it takes. I have been working so hard to protect her. Now I have to protect her from me. She doesn't skip a beat. She steps forward with confidence. I will do whatever needs to be done. I can handle it. My heart swells for this amazing warrior woman, while I search her eyes to see if she knows what she is agreeing to. Her bravery continues to amaze me, but I cannot let her do this, cannot let her suffer anymore. I will take the punishment. I push her behind me and stand tall. I will take the punishment for her. Bruce's jaw drops briefly before he cracks a grin with a low whistle. He nods and turns, giving a signal. He looks sure of me, like he knows I can take it. For her, I definitely can. Kayla, however, is freaking out. I know she doesn't understand what is about to happen next. I know she would rather deal with whatever comes next, would rather take the drama from me. Unfortunately, this is my hell. It's for me to decide whether to drag her through it. My love, everything will be fine. I got this. You don't have to worry about a single thing. I'll be back in a flash. I shoot her a wink. Not that my words reassure her in the slightest. Her panic starts to set in as the boys tell me to follow them. I know what comes next, and I know it won't be pretty. Christoph gestures for me to follow him. I start to walk towards the arena when I hear Kayla declare she is coming. I turn in shock, trying to convince her not to follow, but her will is set in stone. I look at Bruce, who just shrugs. I continue to the arena with my head hung while my new bride steps behind. Jayden, you know the rules. I nod once. Take it, until you can't. Until you are beaten to a bloody pulp. Cannot surrender. Surrender means losing Kayla, and I cannot lose Kayla. I can take a beating. For her, I can take more than that. The men here to fight come into the ring and start to flank me. They are unfamiliar members, as men like Bruce and Christoph would be too likely to take it easy on me. Instead, I face strangers. Strangers who don't care how hard they hit me. I feel like the prey of a family of raptors, and really that is about what I am. My hands go up instinctively, but I know that is useless. Safety is not the point here. I can't imagine what's happening in Kayla's head right now. I really wish that she wasn't here to witness this. My heart aches for her, and soon my body will as well. I stare into the eyes of my assailants, ready to take what they can give me. The first one I check out is covered in tattoos. He looks like a real competitor, but nothing I wasn't used to. The second is tall and muscular with a surprisingly babyish face compared to the rest of his toned body. In my head, I give him the nickname Skippy. Skippy is the first to swoop in, with an uppercut right in my jaw. They mean business. The next couple shots don't hardly faze me after that. I just take it, leaning in when I need to and standing back up when I'm knocked down. I can feel the blood running from my forehead. I can feel the ache of the muscles as they try to make sense of what is happening before the next blow lands. Of course, they don't stand a chance. My eye is swollen shut, and my jaw feels like it's hanging by a single tendon, but then Tattoos delivers the crushing blow. I feel myself roll under the ferocity of the punch, and it drops me to my hands and knees. The pain brings tears to my eyes as a guttural groan comes from deep inside me. I can vaguely hear the jeers and shouts from outside the ring. Kayla must be losing her stuff by now. I hate that she is here and enduring this sight, which I'm sure must be gruesome. Beaten, bloody, broken, I feel the hair on the back of my head being pulled to lift my face up. I brace for the next impact. Tattoo's legs are just as strong as his arms. When his knee connects with my face, I can feel my nose being broken, my jaw being dislocated, and just the general sense that the fight is almost over. Anything more will kill me, and though they want me to suffer, actual murder would be a step too far. Struggling to remain conscious at this point, the blows no longer register any pain. My body is shut off as a means of self-preservation, carefully ignoring everything unfolding around me. The last thing I see is Kayla leaning over me. Her eyes look big and worried, and I want to tell her that everything will be okay. But I can't get the words out around my swollen lips before the darkness claims me.
Chapter 42. Kayla. It didn't really feel real until the first punch landed. Two men were facing off against Jayden. They both looked dangerous. The one that caught my eye first was a large, almost comically muscled refrigerator of a guy. He had tattoos scribbled all over his face, each more threatening and shoddy than the last. The other one was much smaller, but hardly. He wasn't quite as large as a major kitchen appliance, but that's not saying much. I could tell by the way he was moving that he was fast. Jayden had his hands up in a professional, guarded pose. The slender and quick fighter came out of nowhere. All I could see was the blur of skin and then the sound of contact. A hard slam cracked right along Jayden's jaw, and I felt like the wind was knocked out of my chest. I try to step forward, wanting them to stop. I feel a large hand on my arm, and it grips me, pulling me back to the front of the crowd. I turn my head to look at whoever is stopping me, and I meet eyes with a cold, calculating gaze. Bruce's face is all business, and his lips are in a pressed line. I know it hurts, but you have to let it happen. Jayden's not weak stock. He'll be fine. His words are sympathetic, but his tone betrays him. Why does it have to be like this? My words are accusatory. How can he just stand there and watch someone he's friends with getting beat up in an uneven fight? Bruce doesn't let go of my arm. He probably thinks I'm still a flight risk. Everyone has to pay their dues. This is Jayden's. I don't hide my confused gaze well. When you get married as a member of Inferno, there's a certain protocol we have to follow. Club rules. You have to prove your love and your wife's loyalty. He stops abruptly. He wants to say something else, but by the way his veins are popping out of his neck, I assume it must be a struggle to say it. I think back to Jennifer, Bruce's wife. They must have gone through a trial too. I instantly feel a hint of sadness welling up in my stomach. Did you have to get beat up? I ask, my voice almost childish. Bruce shakes his head but doesn't elaborate. I swallow the tension I am holding in my jaw and turn my eyes back to the scene when I hear a thud. Jayden's on his knees, hair in the bigger man's hand. I have to cover my mouth and close my eyes as I watch his knee make contact with my husband's face. There's an undeniable crunch of bone, a sound I've only heard a few times before. It always rings in my ears after. I want to throw up. There's cheering from behind me, people goading the assailants on, wanting them to strike again, break his bones, knock him out. They don't even care that he's seriously hurt. He might have a concussion. The fight doesn't last much longer after that. Jayden's on his back, on the matted floor, and it's clear he can't fight anymore. Bruce lets go of my arm, and I don't hesitate to rush forward to where my love lies in a puddle of his own blood. For a second, I'm worried he's not breathing. Someone grabs my shoulder, pulling me back. My instinct is to fight, to scream, to kick, anything. Before I do, I realize that it's the same doctor as before. Jayden might have avoided a checkup last time. A doctor right now, however, is exactly what we need. I swallow my adrenaline to do the rational thing. I notice that he already has a medical bag in his right hand, clearly prepared for this. I move over, and he makes quick work of checking all of Jayden's vitals. He's going to be all right. A broken nose and bruised ribs. This cut here, here, and here are all going to need stitches. Those I can do, but we'll need to get his chest bandaged somewhere else. He's talking fast, and I can't even keep up with all the information. I feel a looming presence behind me, and I turn around to see that it's Bruce. The doctor was talking to him, I assume. Bruce nods along and crosses his arms as Kristoff and the two fighters help take Jayden back to the pseudo-hospital room from before. Jayden isn't weak stock, Kayla. He'll be fine in no time. I feel myself nodding off. I'm all curled up in one of those awful hospital chairs. Jayden's coat is slung over me as I'm using it as a makeshift blanket. We're still in the club, just on a different floor. At least, I think so. At this point, I'm a little confused about the layout. It's crazy how deep this place runs. I'm worried about what else is hiding on the other floors, much less the rest of this floor. Just as I'm about to doze off, I hear the shifting of fabric through the fog in my head. I lift my head, assuming the doctor is back to check on Jayden again. Instead, I see the tired, bleary eyes of my husband looking at me. "Hey, gorgeous." His hoarse voice rasps. I almost fall out of my chair, sliding out of it and coming closer to the bed. He goes to shift over and let me sit with him, but a bad movement causes him to wince and touch his chest. "Hey, just take it easy there, super soldier," I quietly jest. He chuckles dryly and does the best he can, so I have room to sit on the edge of his bed. I can't help myself, and I lean over to hug him. "Jayden, you scared me half to death. How could you do that?" I feel tears prick at the back of my eyes. My lover seems unfazed, lifting his arm to cup my cheek. "I'm all right. It's okay. I couldn't tell you because then you never would have let me." I tut in agreement. He changes the subject, thankfully, so I don't have time to get mad at him. I feel his calloused hand over mine, and I lift it to kiss his ring finger. He squeezes it. As soon as I'm out of this bed, I'm gonna need some lovin'. He flashes me one of his heart-melting grins, and at first I smile back, but then I notice. He's missing one of his teeth. "Oh my God!" I exclaim and grab his face with both of my hands. He slides his tongue around his mouth until it pokes through the hole. "Oh hell," he remarks, laughing loudly over the words. I furrow my eyebrows in disbelief. I honestly can't wait to spend the rest of my life with this ridiculous man.
Chapter 43. Jayden. I'm up as soon as the sun starts streaming through the windows, much to her dismay. I swear if it was up to her, I would have stayed in that hospital bed for weeks. Good thing it's not up to her. I managed to get back to my own house yesterday, which is fortunate, because I would have lost my mind if I had to stay there any longer. She isn't exactly ready to relax about the matter, though. She was still chastising me as we went to sleep last night, calling me irresponsible in her cute voice. I had to kiss her really hard to get her to shut up about it. I couldn't have asked for a better wife. By the time Kayla wakes up, breakfast is already prepared for us. I took extra care when I ordered takeout, and made sure not to wake her up as I got out of bed to go meet the delivery driver at the door. I even set it all up, putting 2 nice plates and fancy glasses out on the table. I had everything out and all the containers open. I special ordered orange juice, just for that extra bit of class. "Jayden!" I hear her voice ring out. She walks out in one of my shirts, and I give a low whistle. Her eyes soften with a mixture of appreciation and embarrassment, though I can tell she's trying to strengthen her resolve for her next scolding. "You shouldn't be out of bed. I said you could come home on the terms that I would take care of you." I wave my hand away, a soft ache in my ribs. Those pain meds Samuel gave me really helped. I'm going to have to go back to him next time I get into a fight. She sits down at the table and I take the seat across from her. "I got you breakfast and not even a thank you, baby," I tease. She rolls her eyes. "Thank you," she mutters as she pours us both juice out of the jug. "That's my girl." "I have a meeting with Bruce today. Do you want to come?" I ask through mouthfuls of my McMuffin sandwich. She thinks for a moment before nodding. "I would like to come, just in case something happens or he needs more information from me. If that's what it's about, of course." I grin. Why else would I go see that hard-ass? She giggles in that perfect way she always does, like she's not supposed to laugh at the joke, but I make it okay. After breakfast, she cleans up everything, zooming around and barely giving me a chance to help her. I know she does it on purpose. She even follows me to the bedroom and shower, insisting on helping me however she can. "We're gonna have to get you a cute little nurse's costume if you're gonna be following me everywhere while I heal up," I joke, and she pouts. "I just want to help." "I don't think the nurse outfit would help you get anything done," she shoots back. I can't deny it, so I give her my best innocent shrug. Our shower lasts way longer than it was supposed to, and it's all her fault. I smack her ass as she gets out and she jumps slightly, like she's so innocent. As we get dressed, I decide to push more buttons. "You know, babe, I'm not sure nurses are supposed to blow their patients in the shower," I casually say as I spray on my cologne. I can see Kayla in the mirror, sliding on her tight jeans as she bites her lip. "Well, if my patient is going to pretend to drop his soap bar so I have to bend over and pick it up," she says, looking at me in the mirror as she fixes her hair. "Toche," I reply, giving her a big kiss as she finishes up to leave. Our trip to Bruce's office is short. I'm surprised to see Anthony St. Clair there, but less surprised when he pulls Kayla in with us for the meeting. "Bruce told me your situation. You don't have to think about it anymore. I'll be taking things over now," St. Clair says, all matter-of-factly. "What do you mean?" I ask. I want to cross my arms, but my ribs are starting to get sore, so I settle for putting my hands in my pockets. Kayla sits in the office chair, listening closely. She seems surprised, but open to his assistance. Look at this file. Do either of you know this person? He holds out a photo and a sheet of information about a woman. Kayla and I shake our heads, and she says she's never seen this person before. Lauren Fox? She mumbles, reading the name from the paper. She shakes her head a second time, confirming that she still has no idea who this woman is. St. Clair nods. She's out for your head. She wanted you alive before, but now she just wants you gone. Her eyes widen, and so do mine. Our voices are synchronized in intrigue. Why? He puts the file back on the desk and leans on it. This woman is the real mother of Vic's youngest. You killed her baby son. She and Vic were secret lovers for years. She spent a lot of money buying her way into the government to figure out who killed him. Kayla's mouth falls slack, but mine tightens. He continues. It was a coincidence that she found you and started coming for you just after the drug lord died. It covered her tracks and kept everyone looking in the wrong direction. It had nothing to do with the cartel. Just a mom avenging her son's death from years ago. I feel he's done, so I decide to open up with my own questions. Kayla seems to still be processing. So, why are you taking this from our hands? I don't mean to sound aggressive, but I'm getting stressed, and the pain doesn't help. Well, thanks to Bruce, I found this woman has ties with Senator Donnelly. That causes my eyebrows to raise. He holds up a finger to continue. On the surface, they don't really look like they run in the same pack, but a month ago, he was seen with her. And then they went into hiding. He straightens his posture and grabs all his things, putting them back into the briefcase methodically. Don't worry. She won't bother you anymore. I have a feeling she'll be too busy protecting her own ass now. And his. St. Clair casts a wicked smile my way. As confident as I am, I feel a disturbing chill down my spine. I don't want to be his enemy. St. Clair has had it out for Senator Donnelly for ages now, even though I have no idea why. What could this man have done to incur the wrath of Anthony? I hope I never make that mistake. Kayla stands and opens her mouth. I grab her hand and squeeze it. She looks up at me and I subtly shake my head. She stops and Anthony slides past us to leave. Just as he goes, he calls out over his shoulder, "I'll take care of her, you can trust me."
Chapter 44. Kayla. Today starts off quietly. Jayden and I spend it in privacy here at Inferno, which is a surprisingly quiet place in the early morning. It's worlds apart from what it turns into at night, though we still mostly just stay to ourselves in the evening hours as well. I still can't believe that Inferno has so many floors and so many things. We haven't explored much. I've been told that a lot of places are private, or not the kind of thing you just stumble upon in the afternoon. I had heard the rumors that this was a playground for the world's richest men, but I never really believed it. In the afternoon, he brings me to a home theater. It is unbelievable. He leads me to the side of the building it is on. Before we go in, I see there are almost a dozen other doors, just like the one we are facing. How do you not get lost in a place like this? When I ask Jayden, he just chuckles and says, "You get used to it." Upon entering, I am in disbelief when I see all of his preparations. There is champagne, fancy snacks, and the softest-looking bed on the planet, all in front of a huge screen. We snuggle in quickly, and Jayden pulls over a laptop that is connected to the screen for watching. We watch all sorts of movies, horror, action. Last, I even whittle him down to watching a cheesy rom-com that I swear has him sniffling. We are right in the middle of a tense, silent moment when Jayden's phone starts ringing. I jump, the loud sound of his default ringtone startling me. He chuckles, giving me a quick forehead kiss before pulling out his phone. I don't intend to pry, but I see a familiar name on the screen. St. Clair. I have to take this. I'll be right back. He pauses the movie and slides out of the warmth under the covers. I try to hide the sad look on my face, but by the way he gently cups my cheek, I can tell I must not be doing well. I watch his back as he answers the phone. He crosses the room to walk out into the hallway, where I can hear his muffled voice on the other side of the door. I turn back around, and after a long minute of staring at the giant screen in front of me, decide to pull out my own phone. One of the great things about Inferno is that everything is soundproof. Jayden told me they do this to keep maximum privacy. I remember being grateful it was there, realizing no one can hear us on our less than silent moments together. But right now, not being able to hear what he is saying, which is very clearly about me, makes me hate the soundproofing. I try scrolling through Instagram, then I try Twitter. Nothing is hitting right. Successful at taking my mind off the conversation happening on the other side of the door. I close my phone and look back up at the paused movie. The scene is stopped in a long, dark hallway. You can barely see down the end of it, but there's just enough of an outline that I don't want to look for too long. Why couldn't he have called during a funny movie? Then it wouldn't be terrifying to stare at. Luckily, Jayden comes back shortly. The speed at which my head turns to look at him definitely puts a crick in my neck. His face is blank, with no sign of anything good, but not anything bad either. What did he want? I say, trying to keep my voice even. I don't want Jayden to know that I have been hardcore stressing over that phone call. He gives me possibly the most nonchalant shrug I have ever seen and waves me away so he can sit back down on the bed. I, of course, let him, curling back into his big frame as we get comfortable. I feel his big arms wrap around me and his lips kiss the crown of my hair. Then he murmurs so quietly, I have to strain to hear it. They got her. I gasp and shoot myself back upright to look up at him. He has a coy smile on his face. You're joking, I say, scared that his answer is going to be yes. He shakes his head and his smile grows bigger. Nope. Anthony just called me to say that all her assets have been frozen and she's been accused of multiple crimes. There's overwhelming evidence that she's going to be locked away forever. I stare into his eyes. I am in utter disbelief. I don't even feel the tears that start to fall down my cheeks until they're already halfway down my face, and Jayden is wiping them away. I turn my body around to straddle his waist. He moves his hands from my face to wrap around my torso. I hug him as tightly as I can. We can go home. It's over, he says, and I can't stop the happy sobs that escape my lips. It's really over. She's gone. The next few steps happen in a flurry. We don't finish the movie. Instead, Jayden calls for the cleaning crew, and we run back up to our room like giddy children. Everything gets packed fast, and we kiss every time we get close. We're like magnets. Jayden calls down to the valet before we leave the room, making sure his car is ready out front for us by the time we get there. It is. We pack his trunk and hop in the car. I turn on the radio, and some kitschy pop song is playing. I turn it up and roll down the windows. I feel unbelievably bubbly. I squeeze Jayden's hands as we go through his incredibly slow elevator back at his apartment. He doesn't show his happiness, but I can feel it in the way he kisses me. This cloud that was hovering over both of us finally dissipates, and we can really start our lives together as a married couple. I can't wait to be his wife, in the traditional, boring sense. I can't wait for our lives to go back to normal, together. The way that we've bonded through this experience and knowing he would do anything for me makes our love undoubtedly true. When we finally get into the apartment, the suitcases are haphazardly tossed to the side. Jayden scoops me up, carrying me bridal style all the way to the bedroom. He tosses me onto the bed, and we make love. It feels like I have finally come home.
Chapter 45. Jayden. It's been 3 days since Kayla and I went home. The news of Lauren's arrest has been kept mostly private, but we've been kept up to date every step of the way. I can already see the change in Kayla. Before, even in the happiest moments, there was still the loom of what could happen. She didn't want to go out, and it wasn't really possible anyway. I could see how bad it was affecting her, and I would be lying if I said it wasn't affecting me too. Tonight, I want to surprise her. I reserved the whole rooftop patio of one of the best restaurants in Vegas. I told Kayla we were going to dinner tonight, and the excitement radiated off of her all day. Even over text, when we were apart getting our working lives back in order. I hired a decorator to make the patio look just like a secret garden. The restaurant wasn't thrilled, but I wanted to make tonight special. I used my private driver even though I typically prefer to drive myself, to pick up Kayla from her work. She scolds me slightly for not letting her change, but I think she looks beautiful just the way she is. When we get to the restaurant, we are led upstairs, and even I am surprised by how good of a job the decorator did. It looks like something out of a romantic movie. I look down at my date, and her eyes positively sparkle. I pull out her chair for her and we sit down. I start by ordering a bottle of red wine. "Oh, Jayden, you didn't have to do all this," she says, reaching across the table. I take her hand and watch as she looks out into the evening sky. It is a gorgeous mixture of orange and purple. I wanted to celebrate us and our freedom. And something else. I added as an afterthought, but that will wait. For now, I just want to live in the moment. She beams at me and thanks the waiter as he brings our wine bottle and 2 glasses. He pours them and then asks if we need time with the menus. I say yes, just now opening mine. Everything sounds good after a long day. "Have you been here before?" my wife asks from behind her menu. I can see by the way her hair bounces that her head is busily scanning all over the menu. "A few times. I really like the steak, but I think you would dig the stuffed chicken," I casually say. I remember the stuffed chicken. It comes with all of the sides that Kayla usually orders and has a great herb blend. She nods enthusiastically. I haven't even gotten to the chicken part of the menu yet. There is admittance in her tone, and she giggles along with her declaration. I put my menu down, content with what I have picked. "Do you want to get an appetizer? The calamari is really good, but so is the Thai shrimp." I pick up my glass and swirl the wine around in it. I see her beautiful, soulful eyes peek over the menu. The shrimp sounds interesting, but honestly, I would rather have these loaded potato skins. I can't help but chuckle at her decision. One of my favorite things about Kayla is her independent spirit. She doesn't care that we are at a fancy place and that everything is supposed to be sophisticated. I love it. I love her. Potato skins it is, then. Let's make sure this place is worth our money. I grin and she matches my smile. She takes a sip from her glass before speaking. I mean, if they mess up potato skins, then how good could this place really be? She raises her eyebrows and I shrug. She's right. The waiter comes back and takes our appetizer orders, as well as our main dishes. I already have dessert planned. I told them ahead of time not to ask and to just bring it out when we were done. Our dinner goes by smoothly. The conversation seems to flow just as naturally as silence. We've gotten to the point where we're really comfortable spending time alone, together. It's nice. I don't feel like I need to say something, and neither does she. By the time we're both done, the sun has fully set. The lights intertwined with all the flowers and leaves light up amazingly. The whole rooftop is covered in twinkling lights, and it dances all over the floor and the walls. "Wow," Kayla murmurs, looking around. I keep my eyes on her. Everything is going perfectly. The waiter comes out with a raspberry marble cheesecake and places it between us. She gasps and claps her hands together, excited. "Oh my gosh, I love cheesecake. How did you know?" She looks at me and I smirk. I have my ways. Kayla seems content with my answer and takes a slice. I take one as well and wait for her to notice. In her slice, there's a rose gold ring set with a heart-shaped diamond. She doesn't spy it at first until her fork hits something hard. All in 1 second, her face changes as surprise, then curiosity, and finally realization hits her. She stands up, scooting the chair back as she inspects the ring. I take that as my cue, and I nimbly leave my chair to get down on one knee in front of her. I know we're already married, but I never got the chance to ask you. Not the classic way. Kayla Marchinson, will you marry me? I give her one of my most charming smiles, and she sucks in a breath. Yes, of course I'll marry you, she says, throwing her arms around me. I stand and pick her up. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. We step a couple of paces back from the table, and I spin her around. When I set her down, she is still crying. I wipe her tears away with my hand, and she pulls my head down into a passionate kiss.
Chapter 46. Kayla. Everything is perfect. Through the draped white curtains, I see the backs of everyone's heads who are important to me. Jayden stands at the end of a long walk, waiting for me to become his wife again. This is it. I hear the slow start of the music. I watch as bridesmaids start walking down the aisles, coupled with their groomsmen. I'm so happy all of our friends could come. We even invited Diana and Joseph. Looking back on it now, I could never even dream of picking Joseph over my husband. It all feels so long ago. But I'm ready to start my future. The wedding march starts to play, and I adjust myself in my mermaid-cut white dress. The curtains part, and Jayden's eyes meet mine. I want to break eye contact, but I can't. He is standing tall, staring right at me like I'm the only one there. As I do the slow step walk that I practiced for a week straight, I feel the nerves rip through me. It's not anxious nerves, but excitement. For us. For our future together. I get to the end of the aisle, and Jayden holds out his hand for me to take. I touch his palm with my gloved fingers. And I've never thought about just how well our hands fit together. As I step up across from him, he lifts and kisses my knuckles. I am just beaming, and so is he. The wedding ceremony isn't long. We both agreed that overly lengthy ceremonies always ruin the mood. We exchange vows and promise a second time to love each other forever. I take my gloves off, and my maid of honor holds them while we can exchange rings again. I always thought I would be hyper-focused on the photographer because I want our wedding photos to look good. But I forget there's even anyone else there until we're leaving to walk down the aisle again, hand in hand. We catch a few photos and make our way to the reception hall. Our reception is inside the same great mansion that housed our outdoor wedding in the spacious backyard. The dining hall is all decked out in the same color scheme as the outside garden. There is a big table at the head of the room for Jayden and I. A podium for speeches waits next to us, off parallel to greet both the audience and the bride and groom. It is gorgeous. I was with the designer every step of the way, but seeing it all put together threatens to bring tears to my eyes. Our dinner is a choice between lemon and garlic salmon on rice, or a steak with mixed greens. It goes by smoothly, with speeches interspersed between courses. Then it is time for us to give our speech. We had agreed to do it together because we didn't want to take up too much time or be repetitive. As we get up, I hear a distinct whooping sound from the back of the room. One of Jayden's friends. The applause picks up as people notice we are standing there, and it leaves me laughing until it dies down. My husband gestures for me to speak first, so I lean into the podium to be closer to the microphone. I clear my throat and try to give my best heartfelt but professional voice. Hi, everyone. We just wanted to say thank you for coming to our wedding. It means the world to us that you all would put aside the time to celebrate us and our new life together. I step back and let Jayden continue. We would also like to mention the people who could not be here with us today. My parents, Kayla's grandparents, and everyone else who could not make it. You are all still in our hearts, and we carry you with us as we celebrate our love. I hear Jayden's voice threaten to crack, and I bring my hand up to rub his back secretly. I feel for him. After hearing about how loving his parents were, it must be terrible to not have them here for one of the biggest days of his life. He steps back, and we end our speech. Applause fills the room, and some of my work friends stand up to applaud extra loud. Jayden and I hold hands, resting them on the table as we see the dinner items get cleared out. We decided, instead of a formal dessert, to have a table full of smaller desserts that people can just select buffet style. Our live band starts to pick up, and the coordinator walks over to ask if we're ready for our first dance. I nod, and I look over at Jayden. He's staring at me. I raise an eyebrow, wondering what's up when he leans over and kisses me softly. "I am so lucky to have you," he mumbles against my lips. I smile, resting my forehead against his. "I'm so glad I didn't go to that party," I admit. I've never said it, not seriously, but wanting to avoid my ex has led me to the love of my life, and I couldn't be happier. As we stand, the coordinator signals to the band. We go onto the dance floor. The lights dim and there's a spotlight on us. Jayden didn't want to do a formal dance, but he let me pick the song and admitted he wasn't much of a dancer. After a laugh, I agreed we didn't have to do anything too technical. Either he lied to me or he's been practicing in secret, because as soon as the classical music starts, Jayden gets into the first position. I gasp, and he has a smug smile on his face. He was absolutely practicing. I take his hand and we start. The dance isn't overly hard, but it has a lot of steps and plenty of spins. The few glasses of wine I already had are hitting me by the third or fourth spin, and I press my back against him with a giggle. He ends it all by dipping me, and we kiss in front of everyone.
Chapter 47. Jayden. By the time we make it upstairs to the mansion's master bedroom, Kayla is kissing me all over. I told her I would carry her because I imagined her feet would be sore after spending the whole day in tall heels. She was very thankful at the gesture. Kayla stops kissing me to rest her head on my shoulder. "Excited to spend our first night as public husband and wife?" I ask, opening the door to our temporary bedroom with ease. We rented the mansion for a whole day, and that comes with a night in the master room. The bed is a double king, and dressed up like the royal family is spending the night. It is perfect. Kayla nods before looking up at me. "I love you so much," she says very matter-of-factly. I chuckle. "I love you too." As I sit her down on the bed, she quickly kicks off her heels and stands up with a wince. "Tomorrow is going to suck," she pouts. I know she means because of her feet, but I decide to tease her. "Oh? Is our honeymoon going to suck for you?" I start to undo my tie, putting it back on the hanger where the rest of my suit will possibly follow. Kayla gasps and lightly smacks my arm. "Of course not that. I just meant because of my feet." She starts to undo her hair from the elegant ponytail braids that it is currently in. I smirk and hang my suit jacket up. "Could you help me undo my dress?" she asks, moving in front of the mirror to have a better look at her hair. I silently walk over and kiss her cheek. "Of course, my beautiful wife." I say the words low into her ear. She tilts her head to the side and I see her eyes slide closed in the reflection. I take to undoing her dress, slowly unzipping it all the way down to just over her bottom. I then bring my hand back up, sliding the back of my fingers against her newly exposed back before starting to rub her shoulders. As she finishes her hair, I feel it fall down against my arm as she lets it go. She turns her head to look up at me. I capture her lips, kissing her soft and slow. She follows suit, letting me lead as her body turns to face me. My hands go under her dress and I pull it off her arms, exposing her upper half. Her fingers make quick work of the buttons on my shirt, undoing them as our kiss deepens. We explore each other's mouths as our hands mindlessly undress each other. She pushes my shirt off as I slide the dress off her, letting it pool on the floor. I break our kiss to look down at her, only a thin lace bralette and a pair of matching white lace panties covering her. I waste no time grabbing her with both of my hands and picking her up to drop her on the bed. just when it was getting good. Let's find out how the wedding night works out over at TylerWalker.com, because this portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube. Using code SAVE40 will get you a fantastic deal on all the details. Thanks for reading.
Chapter 48. Kayla. It's beautiful, I say. I feel Jayden smile into my neck, the sea breeze making the warmth of him behind me on this boat all the more powerful. I lean against the railing, looking down into the crystal clear water below, hues of blue and teal echoing soft sunlight into my eyes. Jayden tightens his grip on my waist. His lips kiss the side of my head. We're not even on the island yet. We're close, I say, pointing. I can see the palm trees sprouting from the sand on the beach and the lit tikis flickering outside the gorgeous house that looks out at the surf. It's perfect. A secluded oasis just for us. I can't wait to have you all to myself, he says. I feel a kiss light on my shoulder. All these other people are damn annoying. What other people? He hums. People? What, all of them? Yes, I smile, rubbing his arm where it's wrapped around my waist. It's hard to believe, you know. We finally made it here. He hums again. The flight was long. No, I chuckle, hitting his arm. We're on a honeymoon. That's crazy. That's insane. He moves away from my back to stand next to me, his arm still around my waist. He looks down at me, smiling. At no point did I think you weren't crazy or insane. I laugh. Really, really laugh. I'm gonna push you overboard. Wait until we're past the reefs, he says, pointing below us. The water's more shallow now. I can see the bottom, full of shapes and colors that belong on the Discovery Channel. Sand will cushion me, but coral will bruise the moneymaker. The moneymaker being whatever you want it to be. He winks. I can't believe I married you. I intend for it to come out with a playful amount of irritability, but it's way too affectionate. He just smiles warmly and pulls me in to kiss him. The boat takes us to a port, and we thank the captain as we get off. The sun is high in the afternoon sky as Jayden takes me around the small space of the island. He shows me the best beach area, where the sun shines the most during the day. He shows me where a few trails start and lead through some of the island's wildlife. He shows me the beachfront house, full of windows and lavish furniture. He shows me the side of the house, where a hot tub also looks out at the water. I can't imagine using a hot tub in this heat, I tell him. It gets a little cooler in the winter, Jayden explains. Nighttime in the middle of February with the torches lit. It's surprisingly perfect. You'll have to show me, I say. We've got our whole lives. I grin, walking over to kiss his cheek. What do you say we check out the ocean? It's been a while since I've hit the Pacific. Nothing's unpacked yet. I have no idea where our suits are. Babe, we're on a private island. Who needs swimsuits? He visibly perks up at this, shoulders straightening and eyebrows raising. You're right. Unless you want to go unpack and... Nope, no. He takes my hand, tugging me toward the beach. I think you're right. I think we should make sure the ocean's still there. I laugh, letting him pull me along. You know, if we don't wear bathing suits this whole trip, maybe I won't get any tan lines. He stops dead in his tracks so fast that I almost bump into him, and he spins around to look at me. In half a second, his hands are on my cheeks, and he's bending down to brush our lips together. Light at first, then hungry enough to leave me breathing heavily. When he pulls away, he rests his forehead on mine. You're killing me, he says. I'm burning all your bathing suits. I chuckle, reaching for the bottom hem of his shirt. He lets me tug it off him and sighs happily when my hands move down his torso. The ocean is that way, I tell him, and I break off in a run toward it. That is so not fair, I hear him call behind me. the sound of his steps on the sand moving in tandem with his voice. I stop when I get to the water's edge, letting my toes feel the temperature. It's perfect, like bath water. I tug my sundress over my head and toss it further into the sand, then slip off my thong. I toss that too, and it lands directly on the dress. I'm standing there laughing, completely nude with my feet in the ocean on this beautiful beach when I finally turn back to look at him. He never made it to the shore. He's halfway down the beach, just standing there and staring with the goofiest smile on his face. "What?" I call to him. He just shakes his head. "God, I'm so in love with you." I laugh and dive into the water. It's refreshing on my skin. There's something unique about skinny dipping that swimming with a bathing suit on just doesn't accomplish. It's freeing to feel the motion of the water everywhere, to feel the soothing rush of current in places that are usually hidden. When I resurface, there's no sign of Jayden. The remainder of his clothes are resting on the sand, but for a moment he's nowhere to be found. That is, until he resurfaces directly next to me, scaring me. He laughs at my reaction, and I splash him, sinking down to my shoulders in the water. He rubs the water off his face, and I take a second to appreciate him. The tan of his skin, the darkness of his hair, the way his body is chiseled. God, he's so handsome. I'll never get over it. I put my hands on his waist and tug him down to my level. He lowers himself deeper into the water, and I run my fingers through the wet strands of his hair. I tug on it lightly to bring him into me, to kiss him and hum a happy moan into his mouth. I only pull away when I just have to tell him something I can't hold in. "I love you." He smiles into our kiss. "I love you."
Chapter 49. Jayden. The warmth of the water on my skin is nothing compared to the heat between us. Every kiss brings me closer to boiling point. At first, it's just Kayla's lips pressing against mine, but soon I feel her bare chest. I feel her soft, warm belly brushing against me. This drives me wild. I can feel myself getting hard just from the touch of her skin on mine. She's a drug, an elixir, an intoxicant, and all I want is more of her. I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her close, feeling every inch of her skin turned ethereal under the waves. It feels as if we're the only two people on Earth, wrapped in this tropical haven. The sea presses us together, holding us in a warm and salty embrace. I can taste it on her lips, our salty kisses becoming more and more fervent as the soft waves rise and fall around us. My hands begin to explore her in rhythm with the waves. The honeymooners are enjoying wedded bliss, and you can too. Visit TylaWalker.com to see all those unabridged details that are deemed too spicy for YouTube. Use code SAVE40 for additional savings on all the bonus content there. You'll be glad you did. Kayla presses her forehead against mine as she lets out a delirious laugh. "I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Jayden." Her words shoot straight to my heart, filling me with more joy than I even thought was possible in this moment. I want nothing more.